Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and today I would like to help you relax and fall asleep guided by my voice and the story you are about to hear. Tonight, we take a journey into the non-fictional realm, recalling one of history's greatest love stories, yet also one of its most tragic. Tonight, I will tell you the tale of a great Egyptian queen, worshipped like a goddess, and the man who risked everything to be with her. You have probably heard the story before, how two of the most powerful people in the world chose to love together and eventually died moments apart. Indeed, their story has been told and retold 1,000 times. But it is always fascinating to hear again. Before we begin, let's settle into our beds and try to relax, freeing our mind of other busy thoughts of the day. Take a couple of deep breaths, a pause for a few seconds. If you have a lot going on in your head or feelings on your heart, accept that this is normal and give yourself permission to simply rest and enjoy a bedtime story. Tonight, we look back on Cleopatra and Mark Antony, remembering that love is both powerful and poisonous. And yet, those who are seduced by the power of love hardly wish to be released from its spell. The story of Cleopatra and Mark Antony took place around 41 BC, when Cleopatra was supreme ruler of Egypt. The daughter of King Ptolemy XII Auletes, the Queen Cleopatra would become the last queen of that dynasty. Although we remember her as a queen of Egypt, Cleopatra was in fact a descendant of Macedonia. She loved to style herself after the goddess Isis. We don't have a very accurate description of her physical beauty, but through coin portraits from that era, we can gather that she had a firm chin, beguiling eyes, a broad forehead, and well-structured nose. The question often on everyone's lips is, was Cleopatra beautiful? The historian Plutarch wrote this: "For her beauty, as we are told, was in itself not altogether incomparable, nor such as to strike those who saw her, but converse with her had an irresistible charm, and her presence, combined with the persuasiveness of her discourse and the character which was somehow diffused about her behavior towards others, had something stimulating about it. There was sweetness also in the tones of her voice, and her tongue, like an instrument of many strings, she could readily turn to whatever language she pleased. So, it seems that it was her practiced charms and regal presence that seduced the many men and women who encountered her. Listen again to the description of Cleopatra, particularly this line: "There was sweetness also in the tones of her voice, and her tongue, like an instrument of many strings. She could readily turn to whatever language she pleased." From this, we can gather that the seductive queen used her voice to attract and was also multilingual. Apparently, Egyptian was not her mother tongue, but she made an effort to learn it. When her father Ptolemy XII died in 51 BCE, it was her brother who ascended the throne. Cleopatra was then 18 years old, and her brother around 10. And yes, the brother and sister were married to each other. Although, in ancient Egyptian tradition, this would have not raised any eyebrows. It was customary, as was the passing on the power of the kingdom from the father to his children. Being older than her brother, Cleopatra was the dominant ruler. When Cleopatra realized that the only way to sustain her power was to join forces with Rome, she proceeded to seduce Caesar. She needed his support, but first had to convince him to fall in love with her, and then have him under her spell. And so she proceeded to work her charms, putting on lavish displays for him and catering to his every need. Perhaps one of the most famous stories told was of their first meeting. Cleopatra sent Caesar a curious gift, an elaborate rug. But when it is rolled out in front of him, what appears in the rug but the queen herself? After Caesar's assassination, the politician and soldier Mark Antony was made leader of the Roman Empire's territories in the east. It was written that Antony was broad-shouldered, bull-necked, ridiculously handsome, with a thick head of curls and aquiline features. Mark Antony was at first just a staff officer in the service of Julius Caesar in Gaul. His skill and military prowess helped the Roman Empire take control of this province. After his success in Gaul, Antony was appointed tribune, a task that required him to serve the people and represent their interests to Caesar. He was popular, and so a good choice for this position. At the same time, Caesar was being challenged by members of the Roman Senate, but Mark Antony helped him to win public support. Now, Cleopatra could have chosen any other man or any other ruler, but she had to have Mark Antony. Indeed, they had already met 10 years earlier, but then Cleopatra was still a girl and inexperienced, as described by the Greek writer Plutarch. At that time, she was the young mistress of Caesar, with whom she had borne a son. In 41 BC, Antony was staying in Tarsus, a beautiful city on the coast of Turkey, when he asked Cleopatra to come to him. Cleopatra knew two important things that gave her power to control this important meeting. One, that Rome had political interest in her riches, and two, that Antony loved spectacles. And so she put on a splendid show that left him in awe and craving more. This first entrance into Tarsus would be a crucial moment, and she had to make it spectacular. In her book, Cleopatra, A Life, the writer Stacy Schiff describes the queen's memorable entrance. She reclined beneath a gold-spangled canopy, dressed as Venus in a painting, while beautiful young boys, like painted cupids, stood at her sides and fanned her. Her fairest maids were likewise dressed as sea nymphs and graces, some steering at the rudder, some working at the ropes. Wondrous odors from countless incense offerings diffused themselves along the riverbanks. The pomp and display worked like a charm. Mark Antony, from this moment, was in love. Or was it simply lust at this point? Cleopatra, however, had only just begun her seduction. What followed were parties after parties in honor of Mark Antony and Rome. She enjoyed flaunting her jewels and riches. She drank and feasted with Mark Antony, who tried on his part to compete with her splendor and elegance. He also supposedly threw his own parties to honor her, but they were never quite as fancy as the queen's. The elegant displays and pageantry had their way with the queen's object of desire. Although the two rulers were genuinely, physically, and emotionally attracted to each other, their bond also had a political angle. Antony needed Cleopatra's riches to support and fund his military campaigns in the East. Cleopatra needed a stake in his power, his protection, and to secure the position of her son by Caesar. The powerful rulers had a playful relationship and often behaved like teenagers, even forming a group or society of drinking buddies. Their audiences during the parties in honor of the god Dionysius. And their parties were legendary. One story, written by the Roman chronicler Pliny the Elder, recalls the extravagant details. She ordered the second course to be served. In accordance with previous instructions, the servants placed in front of her only a single vessel containing vinegar. She took one earring off and dropped the pearl in the vinegar, and when it wasted away, she swallowed it. In this way, Cleopatra wanted to show her goddess-like power and excess of riches, and she never failed to remind Mark Antony how she saw him with godlike aura as well. Another story is told that during a night of entertainment, Mark Antony was having trouble with his fishing rod. The queen nonchalantly joked, "Leave the fishing rod, General, to us. Your prey are cities, kingdoms, and continents." The Roman leader Octavian and his forces were closing in on Alexandria, while the lovers continued partying with extravagance and decadence. They even nicknamed their drinking society Companions to the Death. Although, as we now know from history, this was not named in jest. Antony's army seemed to weaken and desert him, as did many of his closest advisors. During this time, Cleopatra started to build her mausoleum, filling it with diamonds and gold, rubies, precious art, and rare luxuries. Of course, to her, the items were normal, and made her feel at home. These treasures of Egypt, stored up for her in the afterlife, would likely disappear with her if anyone attempted to bring her down. As a result of their ongoing love affair, Cleopatra became pregnant with Mark Antony's children. She gave birth to twins, a girl and a boy, whom she named Alexander Helios and Cleopatra Selene. Just like many good love stories, they also had a period of separation, which historians believe deepened their affections and love for each other. During a span of about 3 years, Cleopatra and Antony were apart. Yet, when they were reunited and solidified their love for each other, it was stronger than ever before. This was the period in time when they had the coins minted. It would have been 3 years that they were apart, and this absence seemed to have deepened their love and affection for each other. Upon their reunion, they became the power couple once more, as if no time had passed at all. They even had coins minted in their honor, with both their faces engraved upon the currency. And so, by the time Cleopatra was merely 37 years old, she was ruler over the whole eastern part of the Mediterranean. Those lands are what we now know today as parts of Libya, Lebanon, Syria, and regions of southern Turkey. Cleopatra accompanied Mark Antony on many of his military engagements. Many historians believe that it was possible Antony was distracted by his beautiful queen, and that this led to a weakening of his military prowess. Perhaps you can imagine, if you have ever taken a trip to foreign lands with a lover, how your environment can change, and you only have eyes for them. The dullest of routines becomes a joy and pleasure. Work feels like play, and even the harshest of weather can become the setting for unforgettable memories. So it must have been for the two lovers. Yet, in the eyes of the rest of the world, Antony's powers were fading. As Plutarch wrote, so eager was he to spend the winter with her that he began the war before the proper time and managed everything confusedly. He was not master of his own faculties, but, as if he were under the influence of certain drugs or of magic rites, was ever looking eagerly towards her and thinking more of his speedy return than of conquering the enemy. For a while, it appeared that her seduction was having a weakening effect on Antony, and it could have very well been so. But in 34 BC, he triumphed over the kingdom of Armenia, enslaving the royal family. The elaborate event that followed was called by everyone the Donations of Alexandria. 2 huge golden thrones were erected, and both Cleopatra and Antony took their places on each. Cleopatra was decked in dazzling robes, a fringed and pleated dress that flowed all the way to the ground to resemble the goddess Isis. And indeed, that is how Antony addressed her, the new Isis. With a crown on her head, she joined Antony, who was also dressed as a god, complete with a golden embroidered gown. The children of Cleopatra, now 4 in total, sat at their feet on many thrones. The crowds of Alexandria gathered to witness this spectacle, and there, in front of the multitudes, Antony declared the lands all of their lands. They, as god and goddess, would rule with might, pomp, and power. He announced that the lands would be distributed between him and the children he had borne with Cleopatra. By parading their regalia and glory along with their children, they were flaunting their disobedience to the Roman tradition. Octavian, the adopted son of Caesar, was supposed to be heir to the Roman Empire. Now, it seemed as if Antony and Cleopatra would claim the kingdom. Feeling that Antony had gone too far, it was the Roman Senate that finally declared war against Cleopatra. The naval battle of Actium took place on the 2nd of September, 31 BC. This time, Egypt lost miserably, and after their defeat, Antony and Cleopatra fled to Egypt. This is possibly when Cleopatra had her mausoleum built. Who could have known what the young queen was thinking as her lover went off to fight and engage in what would be his last war? It is possible that Mark Antony and Cleopatra planned their suicides together as a last resort, but some historians believe otherwise. There is the speculation that Cleopatra was secretly negotiating with Octavian without Antony's knowledge. Being the strategic ruler that she was, she could very well have foreseen her lover's defeat and wanted to secure the power for her children's future. So, she sent a messenger to relay the news that Cleopatra was dead. If this was her plan, it certainly worked. Plutarch writes that when Antony was told of Cleopatra's apparent death, he said, "O Cleopatra, I am not distressed to have lost you, for I shall straightway join you. But I am grieved that a commander as great as I should be found to be inferior to a woman in courage." In an attempt to kill himself, he fell on his sword. Wounded, he was brought to the queen. And, of course, it broke Cleopatra's heart to hear what her lover had done. Antony still had a few breaths of life left in him, and with these final breaths, implored Cleopatra to make her peace with Octavian. Knowing that her fate was also near, Cleopatra had poison brought to her. Some versions of the story claim it was a poisonous snake. Octavian's soldiers were too late on the scene of her suicide. They found her collapsed and dead, with her maid servants by her side, also poisoned. After Cleopatra's death, Egypt became part of the Roman Empire. Her children, Alexander Helios, Cleopatra Selene, and Ptolemy Philadelphus, were then brought to Rome to be raised by Octavian. And although he did his very best to blot the light from what was once the shining and glorious couple, he still honored her last request to be buried along with Mark Antony. The stroke of death is as a lover's pinch, which hurts and is desired, wrote William Shakespeare, whose theater version of the story, Antony and Cleopatra, brought their romance to entertainment halls for generations. Their story, not unlike the star-crossed lovers Romeo and Juliet, recalls a love so deep that it transcends time and goes beyond into the realms of death. Our separation so abides and flies that thou, residing here, goest yet with me, and I, hence fleeting, here remain with thee. A snake was sometimes used as a symbol for royalty, and Cleopatra is often pictured and illustrated with a snake emblazoned crown. She was as magnificent in life as she was in death. History could not erase her story, or that of her lover. When Cleopatra died, she was only 39 years old, but had been a lover of Antony for over a decade. She had ruled as Queen of Egypt for twice that long. Together in life, inseparable even in their deaths, the story of Cleopatra and Mark Antony leaves a lot of details to be imagined or fantasized. Of course, we have some of what the historians wrote about her, and yet the rest of those holes must be filled with our imaginations. But isn't it like that with many great love stories? The characters, larger than life, lead to many legends being told of their affairs, their love, their lives, and their deaths. Perhaps, as you drift off into dreamland tonight, you can imagine the kind of love that the two young rulers shared, the wonderful satisfaction they found with each other. Two powerful people who had everything the world could offer, and yet remained so devoted to each other that their story lived on for centuries. I wish you sweet dreams tonight as you sleep, thinking of all the great love stories that have been told, and how your own life may play out when the time is right, and when you find the love you are wishing for, and hopefully with a happier ending. Good night, sweet dreams, and I'll be with you tomorrow for another fascinating tale. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we travel back to ancient China to experience one of the most imposing love stories ever told, a tale of two phoenixes. This is a story of unconditional love, of the power of connection, and of finding family wherever you are. Before we begin, however, let us take a moment to unwind and find comfort in the time and space that we are in right now. Close your eyes and allow your body to sink into the mattress beneath you. Here and now, there are no obligations. There is no to-do list. Right now, allow yourself to rest. Gently close your eyes while lying here with your muscles relaxed, allowing your body to recover. Trust that soon your mind will follow as we dive deeper and deeper into the countryside of China and fall in love with this ancient tale. For a moment, try and picture yourself in a bamboo forest. You are lying in your bed in the center of this safe, calm forest. You are peaceful and alone, and the sky above you is awash with what looks like millions of stars. As you breathe in the fresh air, you can smell the clean, crisp aroma of the bamboo. You can smell the earthiness of the soil at your feet and the leaves that are resting on the ground beneath you. And then you begin to feel the world around you. You feel the breeze as it winds through the tall stalks of bamboo on its way to you. You feel as it lightly brushes over your arms with just enough chill to make the blankets around you feel cozy. And on that breeze, you can smell even more distant parts of the forest. You can smell orchids blooming and moss growing on distant rocks, and rainforest plants curled up for the night, waiting for the sun to rise the next morning. Then you begin to hear the noises around you. Crickets sing into the cool night air, filling the whole bamboo grove with their breathtaking symphony. It's like they are playing this song just for you. But that is not the only sound. Above you, in the wind, you hear the bamboo as well. It shifts and tings against one another, their hollow interior clinking like a percussion instrument. It's a soothing sound, one that makes your heart beat just a hair slower and more intentionally. You find yourself smiling slightly as you listen to them tinging against one another. And then something incredible happens. A tall stalk of bamboo to the right of you begins to sparkle in the moonlight, and as it does, it bends just a bit further than the other stalks of bamboo. It bends down toward you in a magnificent arc, slow and gentle, and as it reaches you, it begins to move at a snail's pace, so softly you almost don't feel it. The bamboo taps you on the head like a gentle forehead kiss from the forest. And as the bamboo taps your forehead, you feel your face completely and totally relax. You stop closing your eyes so tightly. Your teeth unclench as your jaw becomes more relaxed, relieving the tension you were carrying there. Your tongue falls from the roof of your mouth and rests on the bottom where it belongs. Then the bamboo arcs back up into the sky. When it comes back down again, it gently taps your chest. A wave of relief ripples across your chest, like a pebble dropping on a still pond. Your breaths become slower now, deeper, more nourishing. You feel your heart slow, no longer beating at a quick pace. The bamboo arcs down once more, tapping your arms. And as it taps both of them, that ripple of warmth and relaxation spreads. Your fists unclench. Your arms sink deeper into the mattress as they stop resisting this comfort. They somehow feel both heavy and light as a feather at the same time. Finally, the bamboo arcs down with a beautiful whooshing noise. You can hear the breeze wavering through its leaves as it comes down and taps your legs. Your ankles stop tensing and your feet lie in a natural position. Your thighs and calves completely unwind, sinking deep into the bed beneath you. As the bamboo arcs back up, you feel a sense of calm. You listen to the bamboos tinging against one another, and then you find yourself in the story. The story of Zhou Wenjun and Sima Shangru begins some 2,000 years ago. A dazzling young woman by the name of Wenjun walked around the bamboo forest, holding a beautiful painted umbrella over her head. She was wearing her finest dress, and though this had seemed like a brilliant idea at first, she couldn't help but wonder how much trouble she was about to be in. There was a party to happen at her estate that night, a party where she was expected to be the center of attention, where people from all over would attend to see her in the company of her father, the wealthiest man in town. There were rules about these things, rules on how Wenjun was supposed to act, and she wasn't particularly fond of them. Instead of spending time practicing singing or conversation or helping prepare for the party so it could be the fanciest, most lavish event the country had ever seen, Wenjun had something else in mind. She had scurried out into the bamboo grove behind her house, which itself was hidden by a rainforest of lush, dense trees. It was her safe haven away from the expectations and the pressure of the wealthy society of her town. When her mom had passed away many, many months ago, it was the first place she ran to, looking for comfort. and now it served the same purpose. Only today, she hadn't expected it to rain. She loved the rain more than anything in the world. She loved the way it felt on her skin. She loved the way it shook the earth awake, filling the air with the earthy aroma of the soil and loam and plants. She loved the way it slowed things down and urged people to read poetry, to contemplate their place in the universe. The rain brought her almost as much comfort as the bamboo forest did. But the bamboo forest tended to get rather muddy on cool, rainy days. When June held her elegant silk dress over her ankles as she scurried toward her estate, using her other hand to hold the umbrella over her face and makeup. If her father saw her in such a state, he would not be happy with her. Tonight's party was to be a party for her, a party where she could meet rich men from powerful families, rich men that she could marry, rich men that would support her. But when June had seen these men before, and she had no interest in them, they mostly spoke of money, a topic that bored Wen June greatly. She wanted more out of life than money, more out of life than living in a fancy palace and being forced to stay out of the rain and bamboo groves. But her father would never listen to such a thing. When she arrived back at the estate, some maids urged her up to her room to clean her up, hoping her father would not see. Fortunately, Wen June managed to escape without him spotting her. The maids got her ready again, speaking to her about the many opportunities that might arise that evening. She could find the man she was destined to marry. When June quipped, "Yes, only if he's boring and my father approves of him." The maids urged Wen June to listen to her father. She had a good life, living in wealth. There was no reason to give this up for anything else. Certainly not for something as fleeting as love. Before long, it was time for the party to begin. When June walked down to see the event room full of people in their finest outfits. Quickly, when June was practically swarmed by men, all wanting to flirt with her, wanting to have her hand. When June smiled politely at them and spoke to them, mainly because her father was eyeing her from the other side of the room. When June took a deep breath and told herself she could do this, she was going to have to marry eventually. There was absolutely no denying that. So, the least she could do was try to find someone interesting. for several hours when June spoke to the men her father approved of, and, one after the other, proved to be a poor match for Wenjun. They spoke of money and properties and jewelry, something that greatly offended Wenjun. She did not like being looked at like a person who could be bought, exchanged for a life in a palace or a fancy pearl necklace. It made her feel hollow inside. Her father pulled her aside, urging her to continue talking to the men. She had to find a husband, and soon. When June fought tears and excused herself, tired of hearing the same thing from her father over and over again. She didn't know what love felt like. She had heard poems, stories, tales, but she had never experienced it. She wondered if she ever really would. She wondered if it was possible for her. She snuck into a back room, sucking in shaky breaths. She felt the need to escape into the forest, to hide in the bamboo grove. And so, she slowly began to slip her shoes off, ready to escape out of the back door. Only, the sound of something distracted her. In a side room where the less wealthy individuals were entertaining one another, she could hear the beautiful melody of someone playing the chin, and they were singing. She followed the sound of the angelic voice, her heart beating a little faster in her chest with every step that she took. And as she stepped into a room, she locked eyes with the man playing. To her, he seemed like the most beautiful man she had ever seen. His eyes were amber and so expressive that it felt as though she could see poetry in them. His hair was thick and dark, still slick from the rain, and though his clothes were plain, they suited him, clinging to his muscles in a way that was both regal and alluring. When she locked eyes with the man, it was like her entire world shifted. She felt a warmth spiral through her whole body, starting at the tips of her fingers and spreading through her chest, all the way down to her feet. It almost ached how deeply she felt in that moment. And then she listened to the words that were spilling out of his lips, as warm and as smooth as honey. This male phoenix has returned to his old home, from roaming the 4 seas searching for his mate. Time was not yet ripe. There was no way to meet her. Then, what a surprise. This evening, I come up to this hall, and there's a dazzling maiden in the women's quarters. The room near, but she far, This poisons my guts. How can we entwine our necks like mandarin ducks? How can we flutter about and together soar? Lady Phoenix, come with me and nest. Be supported, breed with me, forever be my wife. Exchanging affection in a physical way will harmonize our hearts. At midnight, if you follow me, who will know? Our wings together will rise, fluttering as high we fly. If you are unmoved by my feelings, it will cause me misery. When he finished the poem, he continued to play his instrument, a small smile pulling at the edges of his lips. When June stood in a stunned silence in the doorway, as if she was frozen in time. When he finished playing, he set down his instrument and locked eyes with her. The humid air between them simmered with a spark, the connection that was forming between them. This feeling was unlike anything Wenjun had felt in her entire life. She felt as though some invisible force was pulling her to him, moving her feet to walk over to him, pulling the breath from her lungs. Other people in the room watched as she approached the man. They knew this would be frowned upon. They knew this interaction would never be allowed under her father's watch. That poem was beautiful. The words left her lips before she was even able to think about them. It took Jean Gru a moment to respond, because he, too, was absolutely mesmerized by her. He had seen her from afar, red blush tinging her cheeks, her eyes wavering with emotion. Her hair was like silk, trailing down her back and around her shoulders, laid out on her pristine clothes that cost more than Shangru made in 5 years. But there was something else about her outfit that intrigued him. The shoe on one of her feet was formal, and the other one was a casual outdoor shoe, as if she had been stopped in the middle of changing them. Shangru finally mustered up the courage to thank Wenjun. It was his first time seeing her in person. He had heard of her beauty, her intelligence, her love of poetry, but he never imagined he would feel this with her. He never imagined he would feel this with anyone. "Were you going somewhere?" he asked, a question that would be considered incredibly rude under most circumstances. Wenjun looked to her feet and blushed, not having realized she had walked out in such a trance that she had forgotten completely about the shoes she was changing into. She thought of her answer for only a brief second before she blurted out, "Yes, would you like to join me?" All Shangru could do was nod in a daze. When June led him back through another room, where she put on the second outdoor shoe. She grabbed a single umbrella, put a finger to her lips, and led Shangru outside. It was still raining. A gentleman, Shangru gently took the umbrella from her and held it over her head as she led him into the forest in silence. All the two could hear was the pitter-patter of the rain on the soft umbrella over her head. When June felt bad that Shangru was getting wet out in the rain. So, though it was frowned upon, she invited him to join her under the umbrella. Shangru felt his cheeks redden with surprise, but he accepted her offer and slid under the umbrella with her. They were very close to each other, within breathing distance, something that would otherwise never happen, since it was against the rules. When June introduced herself, realizing that she hadn't at the start of the conversation, Shangru smirked, telling her that he knew who she was. She giggled at that, having forgotten her standing in the community. Then, rather shyly, he introduced himself. When he said his name, Wen Jun could hardly believe it. She looked at him in shock and delight. The passion that she felt earlier racing through her veins with even more icy hot intensity. He was the famous poet, Shangru, the poet whose verses she reread so many times. One of the most famous poets in their region, but a poet who earned no money for his work. The country has fallen on hard times, and the arts, while uplifting, were not affordable for many. When June couldn't stop herself from telling Shangru how much she appreciated his work. Sometimes, she admitted, she even read his poetry in the place that they were heading to right now. Shangru was just about to ask where they were going, but suddenly they were there. A grove of bamboo, a whole sea of it, stretching for as far as the eye could see. In the distance, the clouds parted slightly, allowing the moon to blanket the beautiful landscape with silvery light. Shangru gazed over the landscape in wonder, but his gaze stopped on Wen Jun, wide-eyed and enthralled with the scenery. There was such awe in her eyes, so much life, so much passion, so much appreciation for the natural world. When she turned and her eyes met his, it was like fireworks ignited in the narrow space between them. Neither of them had ever felt such a strong connection before. Truly, it felt like they were intertwined, like there was a piece of them that had been missing that snapped into place the moment they saw one another. They both averted their eyes to the ground, overwhelmed, their cheeks flushed with color. As they did so, the clouds truly cleared and the rain stopped. When June led Shangru to her favorite resting spot, a patch of mossy rocks beneath a towering ancient tree. The bark of the tree smelled like cinnamon, and the sage-colored leaves had a spicy aroma that caused you to breathe a little more deeply, to feel just a bit more connected to the land around you. They sat on the rocks, their knees touching, which made the connection between them even more intense. And then the two began to talk. When June told Shangru why she had left the party, why her father had thrown the party in the first place, Shangru hung onto every single word she said. She spoke with such eloquence, such vulnerability, that it stirred something deep inside him. Perhaps it was a desire to be understood, to be seen, to connect with another human on an emotional level in a way that he never had before. Whatever it was, it caused him to lean forward slightly, gazing into her eyes as she spoke. He was mesmerized more now than he ever had been. Then she asked him about his life, about what he lived for, about his goals and dreams and passions, and he told her everything. He had grown up in a poor family, and he had been poor his entire life. It was something he was accustomed to, not an ideal, but a reality. He refused to give up his passion for writing just to live a life with more things in it. When June was touched by this, amazed by it, for so long, she had only spoken to people who talked of material wealth. They never talked about passion or nature or poetry. They talked about things, about status, and she was tired of it. For the rest of the night, the two sat on the rocks and talked. They spoke of the nature around them, about how it provided a respite for them, a home away from home, a safe place to go when things got challenging. They spoke of their favorite flowers, their favorite trees, their favorite birds to watch in the morning when the sun was rising, and in the afternoon when the sun was setting. It was the most magical conversation either of them had had. And then they found themselves staring up at the stars. They spoke of the universe and the magic in it, about how alone they had felt for so long, and truly they had. The conversation they shared there, between the bamboo, under the starry night sky, was a conversation that healed wounds they had had for years. It was the first time either of them ever felt that they belonged, and it was with someone far, far out of their social class. Finally, when June told Shangru how he made her feel, about how she felt free because of his words, free because of this moment they were sharing together. And as she said that, they locked eyes. In their shared look, they saw it. They saw those years of struggle, years of being misunderstood, years of loneliness that led to this moment, led to the sparks simmering in the air between them, led to them moving ever so slowly toward one another, closing the gap that had been tantalizing them all night. When they kissed, the whole world suddenly made sense. All the poems about love, all the songs, all the stories of people doing things for love. It was understandable now. When they parted, they rested their foreheads against one another's. "My phoenix," Shangru whispered, his words dancing to her ears. "I want you to be my wife forever." When June felt a wave of absolute love and comfort wash over her, "And I want you to be my husband forever." The two kissed yet again, feeling the years of stress melt away into the ground around them. And yet, there was trouble ahead of them. When June knew her father wouldn't approve of Shangru, no matter how much she loved him, but they had to try. When June and Shangru returned to the party, where her father waited, scowling, a worried look on his face, he snapped at Wen June, asking where she had run off to. Her suitors had already left without anyone making a proposal. When June told her father she had been proposed to, she introduced him to Shangru, and his face instantly fell. He told Wen June she could not marry a man like Shangru, a poor man of no means, a poor man who could not support her. When June told him that she didn't need riches, she just wanted to be with him. She loved him. Her father would hear none of it. He promised her that if she married Shangru, she would no longer be his daughter. she would be penniless. Shangru felt his heart snap. Wen Jun could never accept such a fate, and yet she did. She told her father that she would rather be penniless with her true love than rich with a man who is not her soulmate. Her father stood before her, stunned, wondering how this could be happening. So, that night, when Jun and Shangru fled to a nearby temple, there, with no company but one another, they became husband and wife. It was the happiest moment of both of their lives. And though it was the happiest moment of both of their lives, they woke up the next morning without a cent to their names. Wanting Shangru to still have time to write, Wen Jun proposed that they open a wine shop to support themselves, just enough to get by. Shangru kissed his beautiful wife, appreciating the sacrifice that she was making for him. He had some insecurity about her decision. He wondered if he would be worth it to her. But every single day he was. He made her feel loved and valued and understood, something she valued more than gold. And though many days they only had one bowl of rice to share, their days were full of happiness. They worked long, hard hours, but they worked together. They were inseparable, two phoenixes rising together. Every day was a blessing, and Wen Jun did not regret her decision. From afar, her father watched her for years. He mourned the loss of his daughter, but as he observed them together, his opinion began to shift. The smile on his daughter's face was unlike anything he had ever seen. She was blissful, full of life. She laughed so much. She danced. She sang. She wasn't the girl that he knew before, trapped in their estate. And so he made a decision. Many years after they were wed, he summoned his daughter to tell her that he wanted her in his life again. He would give them money, and they could all live together in peace and harmony. He apologized for trying to stop his daughter from finding true love, the very thing he once had with her mother. When Jun was relieved to have her father back, they all settled in an estate together. When Jun and Shangru spent many days out in the bamboo garden, curled up in each other's arms, writing poetry and experiencing true love at its absolute finest. I hope you have enjoyed this story, and it has brought you a night of peaceful, restful sleep. Please join me again tomorrow for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we join the goddess Isis on her quest to bring the love of her life, her husband Osiris, back to the world of the living. Before we begin, however, let us take a moment to relax and find comfort in the space that we are in, here and now. Close your eyes and allow your body to sink into the mattress beneath you. Take a deep, slow breath as you truly let yourself appreciate the moment you are in. A moment where your body has nothing to do but nestle deeper and deeper and deeper into the mattress, and your mind is able to wander freely without any goal or destination in mind. There are no obligations here, no to-do list. If there are any thoughts racing through your head, just acknowledge them without trying to stop them. These thoughts are a testament to how powerful your mind is, to how much it can imagine and create. And tonight, together, we can use that brilliant ability to transport ourselves anywhere in the world. Perhaps to bring ourselves to the ancient Egyptian story we are about to explore, we should first transport ourselves to Egypt. With your eyes closed and your body in a comfortable position, try and picture yourself curled up along the banks of the winding Nile River. The egg yolk sun is high in the bright blue sky, casting warm, comforting rays down on your body. Beside you, you can hear the Nile as it laces through the vast countryside toward the Mediterranean, leaving a steady rhythm of trickling and bubbling in its wake. Bursting from its banks is the mighty papyrus reed, which sways and swishes in the gentle breeze, meandering through that bright blue sky above you. Listen to the leaves as they rustle, 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 and feel that breeze as it kisses your arms and cheeks, carrying the scent of hibiscus flowers and nectar with it. Now that we've taken the time to relax and find comfort in the space that we are in, here and now, let us begin our story. The story of Egypt and the world began with the creator of the universe and the giver of life, the Egyptian sun god, Ra. Many centuries and generations later, having inherited the kingship through a lineage going back to the creator of the world, Osiris found himself as the ruler of Egypt, and truly Osiris wasn't what one would imagine an all-powerful god and ruler to be like at all. He wasn't a man that struck fear into the hearts of his subjects. He wasn't a man of coldness nor calculation. He wasn't a man sitting around making war plans or divvying up land or barking orders. He was a man that wanted to live a good life and to allow those in his kingdom to live as well. He brought a lightness with him everywhere he went. At every party, he was down to earth and beloved, making the guests in attendance laugh over warm honey cakes and cool iced tea. He brought a sense of family and love to every single space that he entered. And that was part of the reason why the kingdom of Egypt was in such harmony. His wife, goddess Isis, was the very same way. She was a woman of grace, wisdom, and beauty, but she also understood that life was meant for living. Occasionally, very early in the morning, before the sun would even rise, she would awaken her husband, urging him to get up and join her in watching the sun paint the landscape before them. They would gather on the balcony in the freezing desert morning, wrapping themselves in ornate blankets as they munched on leftover after-dinner sweets. Isis would often laugh and recount stories as the happy couple watched the sun rise over the mountains in the distance, peeking up over the incredible, vibrant landscape. Isis would point out different colors as they swathed the sky and the land, telling her husband that they were a representation of his spirit. "The yellow is for your kindness," she'd mutter. "The orange for your courage. The purple for your empathy. The red for your wisdom. The blue for your compassion." Every morning that Isis did this, Osiris would watch her with nothing but admiration shining in his eyes. He never imagined he would be married to a woman who he loved so deeply, and others in the kingdom were rather astounded that the two were so perfect for one another. They were inseparable lovers. Every meeting Osiris attended, Isis would attend as well. They would glance at each other and smile, as if speaking in a silent language that no one else at the table could ever understand. When Isis retired from a party, no matter how much fun Osiris was having, he would retire as well, giving everyone around him farewell hugs and encouraging them to have fun that night. It was clear that Osiris was his best self, his happiest self, with Isis by his side. And the same was true for Isis. They glowed brighter in the company of one another than with anyone else in the world. The people of the kingdom greatly admired them, but Set did not. Set was Osiris's brother, a god much like Osiris, but generally much less admired than his brother. He was a jealous man, a man who loved the power he held and hated the power that his brother held. His wife, Nephthys, longed to have a relationship like Isis and Osiris had, but Set was not a man capable of that kind of love, and he made that abundantly clear on one stormy winter night. A party was held for Set, and everyone in the kingdom was in attendance. As a dare, Set invited everyone to crawl into a box he had put on the table, telling them that whoever would fit perfectly inside would be awarded a life of great riches and luxury. Guest after guest after guest climbed into the box to no avail. That is, until Osiris arrived. This was one of the rare occasions where his darling wife could not accompany him, and it showed in his expression that he missed her terribly. The townspeople encouraged Osiris to try getting inside the box. Perhaps he was the perfect size, the man destined for even more riches and luxury than he already had. To appease the townspeople, Osiris got inside the box, and, to everyone's delight, he fit like a glove. The townspeople cheered and clinked their drinks together, unaware of what was about to transpire. Set placed a lid on the box. Then, swiftly, so nobody would see, he chained the box shut and tossed it into the Nile, hoping it would never be seen again. Jealousy had gotten the best of Set. He believed that with his brother gone, he would become the beloved ruler. He believed that his deed would never be undone, but he simply underestimated the power of love between his brother and Isis. Because that very night, Isis knew something wasn't right. She slipped on her linen nightgown and paced before the window of their bedroom, watching as the sun sunk lower and lower down towards the horizon. She breathed in the night air, but instead of smelling the freshness of the papyrus reeds and the earthy aroma of the soil, around the Nile. She smelled nothing. It was as if the world was in mourning, as if the world was still. Even the colors of the setting sun were muted. As the sky darkened and stars began to pepper the blanket of inky black night, Isis felt a tugging at her heart, at her very soul. She knew her husband, the love of her life, wasn't going to be coming home without her help, and she knew immediately who could help her. She slipped on some clothes and scurried across the city, the brisk night air encouraging her on her journey. When she arrived at the palace of Set, she found Nephthys pacing in the brilliant garden. She was a beautiful, radiant goddess in her own right. She brought a sense of calmness, of peace everywhere she went. When she would look at you with her amber eyes, your soul would immediately feel as though it was wrapped in a warm, comforting blanket. Unfortunately, that effect clearly hadn't changed the disposition of her husband. Seeing Isis's frantic energy, Nephthys put a gentle, reassuring hand on her shoulder. She promised Isis that together they would find Isis's husband no matter what it took. Isis thanked Nephthys, grateful for her help. She couldn't imagine a world without Osiris, a world where she would awaken before the sun rose without him, a world where the colors of the rising sun weren't from her husband's wisdom, his compassion, his bravery. That night, Nephthys took Isis by the hand, and they embarked on a journey down the Nile to find Osiris and bring him back home where he belonged. They set sail in a boat made of papyrus reeds. As they sat down inside it, it felt as though they were in a safe, floating nest. Nephthys encouraged Isis to settle down and get some sleep for the search the next day. But Isis couldn't seem to find sleep when she closed her eyes. She sat up in the boat and draped her hand over the edge, watching as it glided through the cool, refreshing water of the river below. Nephthys watched Isis do this with compassion and warmth, transfixed by her friend's feelings of longing and loss. She asked Isis what she was thinking about. With a smile, Isis told her about her first journey down the Nile with Osiris. It had only been a few years ago, but it felt like it had been hundreds. It was a starry night, just like tonight, Isis mumbled, her voice tinged with nostalgia and love. And we were in a boat made of papyrus reeds just like this. Osiris kicked off of the shore, and we drifted further and further away from the kingdom, deeper into the countryside. The further we got, the more connected I felt to him. The obligations of the palace slipped further and further behind us, and the promise of our connection came more to the forefront. With no prying eyes on us, we were able to just be together for the first time. We lay back and watched the stars as they blazed against the dark sky. I lay on his chest as he sang and recited poetry to me. His voice was sweeter than the nectar of the brightest hibiscus flower. When the sun started to rise over the river, we realized that we had been gone far longer than we intended. Surely, the kingdom was actively searching for us, but instead of heading back like I thought we should, Osiris suggested that we spend the day away from the kingdom instead. He told me they were already searching for us. We had already done something we weren't meant to. So why not enjoy it for a little longer? We floated out here all day. We went ashore and ate fresh figs underneath the shade of a tree and soaked in the beauty of the landscape. And then, when the sun began to set, we got back into the boat and we went back to the kingdom. There was a whole group of people waiting on the docks for us. They asked where we had been, their voices tinged with worry and accusation. And you know what my darling Osiris said? Nephthys found herself so engaged with the story that it took her a moment to snap out of it. She asked, "What did Osiris say?" Isis smiled fondly, a blissful laugh escaping her lips as she said, rather nonchalantly, "Oh, we were just out. Were you looking for us?" Nephthys smiled at this story, and, thankfully, she noticed that it brought Isis some comfort. She watched as Isis's eyes closed slowly, ever so slowly, and she drifted asleep under that starry night sky. She wondered how long it would be before they would find Osiris and reunite him with Isis. She had never seen a love like theirs, and she knew, deeply and wholly, that it had to continue existing. When the morning sun finally shone down on the boat, they found that they had traveled quite a distance downstream. They both awakened to find themselves in a cozy fishing village. awash with the bright colors of morning. A group of schoolgirls were gathered on the docks, weaving nets with their nimble fingers. Desperate, Isis asked the girls if they had seen anything floating downriver. To her delight, they told her they had seen something. There was a box that they saw meandering down the Nile just yesterday. They had tried to stop it, but it was much too far out for them to reach. Isis felt every muscle in her body relax at once. Her darling husband had gone this way after all. It was then that something clicked for her. It wasn't hope. It wasn't desperation. It was the deep connection to her husband. It was a realization that he was still with her. They were connected by the Nile, and that soon she would bring her beloved home. They thanked the girls and continued on their way, meandering down the stream in the bright sun. Nephthys calmed Isis at moments when anxiety or worry bubbled up inside her, reminding her that the power of Osiris was still with her, and truly it was. Because downstream in the city of Byblos, Osiris had washed ashore, trapped in the wood of the box. Osiris's physical body passed away, but the spirit of a god isn't that easy to get rid of. Where the box had run aground, a massive tree sprouted from the earth, encasing the box within its trunk. The suddenly sprouted tree cast much needed shadow on the earth there, and many people gathered under the tree for comfort. They felt an overwhelming sense of love and belonging under the branches, so much so that the king of Byblos decided to have the tree cut down. He had the tree put as a pillar in his palace. It immediately brought that same sense of power, warmth, and bliss inside his palace walls, though he had no idea why exactly that was. The closer Isis and Nephthys got to the palace, the more Isis felt the presence of her husband. What had once been a feeling of love and devotion grew into something even more powerful. She asked Nephthys to paddle ashore so she could follow the call of her husband. When she entered the palace of Byblos, Isis found herself kneeling at the pillar immediately. She sensed the power of her beloved husband inside. She could feel his immense love for her, and she knew she had to get him out. Carefully, she cut open the pillar of wood, revealing the box that her husband was trapped inside. Tears filled her vision as she hugged the box. feeling blessed to be reunited with her husband's physical form. Because in Egypt, leaving your physical form was not the end. She knew that she could resurrect her husband with dedication and research, something she was eager to do. So, with the help of her dear friend, Isis brought the box back to her hometown. There, she hid the box underneath some brush, hoping that she could keep her husband's body away from Set before he realized what had happened. Unfortunately, Isis wasn't so lucky. Set found the Osiris soon after he was brought back ashore. Still overwhelmed by jealousy, Set put another plan in motion. He couldn't allow Osiris to be resurrected, so he had to dispose of his physical body once more. Only this time, Set did it in a much more drastic way. Using his magic, he tore apart Osiris's body and scattered him around the kingdom of Egypt. Wherever Osiris landed, a purple flower sprouted up. A purple flower that represented part of his physical being. When Isis learned of this, she was distraught. All she wanted was her husband back. All she wanted was to be with the love of her life, to watch the beautiful sunrise with him, and she was determined to get that, no matter what. It was then that Nephthys came to her aid once more. This time, rather than setting sail on a boat made of papyrus reeds, Nephthys decided it was time for them to use their own magic to get the upper hand. She embraced Isis, and in a flash of brilliant yellow light, the two were transformed into falcons. Nephthys was black, the color of shiny onyx, and Isis was pure white, so breathtakingly beautiful that she seemed too perfect for this world. The two flew high over the kingdom, watching as mountains, rivers, and valleys dipped and dived and laced through the landscape below them. For the first time, the two were able to truly take in what a beautiful land they lived in, and it only made Isis want to find her beloved husband even more. When they would spot a purple flower from their sky-high view, they would dive down, 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 sailing through the clouds and the forest canopies to retrieve the flower. If they could find each and every one, Isis knew they could restore Osiris's physical form, and she would once more be able to hold her husband in her arms. She found herself thinking of him almost non-stop on their beautiful, life-changing trip. Once, she found herself on a far side of the kingdom she had never reached before. a cozy coastal town on the banks of the Sinai Peninsula. As she watched the sun set over the ocean, she felt that familiar tugging at her heart. She watched the sun paint the smooth, glassy water in an array of indigo, amber, gold, and scarlet. It was as though a painting had come to life before her very eyes. The sandy cliffs nestled over the brilliant blue water only added to the magic and beauty of the area. Overhead, lofty palm trees swayed in the breeze, a breeze that felt like a promise and hope and love to Isis. She took in the scene around her, with tears staining her vision. She knelt down to the purple flower, to part of her husband, and she stroked one of the delicate petals gently. She promised Osiris that once he was whole again, they would travel here together. They would lie in a bedroom against the ocean and watch the waves crash against the shore. They would sit under the shade of the lofty palm trees and drink ice-cold, sweet brew as they told stories about the time they had been apart. They would wade into the warm ocean water as they gazed into each other's eyes, thankful to have found a love like theirs. After she made her promise, she plucked the flower from the earth and added it to her growing collection. By then, there were very few flowers left to collect. Isis could feel the power of the love her husband had for her nearly everywhere they went. It brought her a sense of peace and also an endurance that encouraged her to keep going, to find him and bring him home. Within the next week, there was only one flower left. Isis and Nephthys thought they had scoured all of Egypt, but they were wrong. They had searched the valleys, the coastlines, the rivers, but there was one towering mountain they had yet failed to search. It was the tallest mountain in Egypt, located on the Sinai Peninsula. As they approached the towering peak, a cold, brisk gust of wind washed over them, urging them forward. The mountains were unlike anything Isis had ever seen. They glowed a brilliant blue against the orange sky, making her feel as though she was in a dream. And when she spotted that beautiful purple flower, she truly felt that she was in a dream. Joy and bliss overwhelmed her, the realization that soon she would be with her husband was enough to bring a happy tear to her eye. They landed on the mountain peak, sending black and white feathers sailing in the breeze behind them. With a smile on her face, Isis plucked the flower from the earth, whispering of her love for Osiris into the petals. She added the final flower to the pile of violet and indigo. They knew they didn't want to assemble the flowers here, nor back in their palace where Set could find them. But Isis had one other place in mind. The two took flight, returning to the beautiful coastal village just as the sun was rising over it. Isis knelt by the water and slowly, carefully assembled the flowers into the shape of her beloved. With Nephthys by her side, she began to whisper a chant, an ancient, long-forgotten chant with immense power held in every word. She clenched her eyes shut as she did so, waiting and praying that the spell would work. And when she felt her husband's hand land on her shoulder, she knew it had worked. She opened her eyes to see Osiris sitting before her, silhouetted by the setting sun. She embraced him, happy tears trailing down over her cheeks. She told him of her love for him, of her need to have him in her life, and he spoke of the same. He wiped the tears from her cheeks with a warm smile. He thanked his beloved wife for rescuing him, for bringing him back to life in a place as beautiful as this. But there was something he had to tell her. During his absence from the realm of the living, he had been dubbed the god of the afterlife. There, he brought peace to the people around him. There, he was needed to fulfill new obligations. It wasn't something that he could turn his back on. He would have to go back, but he wasn't afraid. Clearly, their love for one another could surpass all boundaries, could transcend worlds. He knew that nothing could possibly change that. Isis was sad to hear this news, but grateful her husband was somewhere where he was needed. She had two requests for her love. One request was that he would stay in this beautiful town with her for the night, so they could live in bliss with each other in this world for just one more night. The other request was that Osiris would give her a child, a reminder of his presence here on earth. Osiris kissed his wife on the forehead, agreeing to both of her conditions. That night, the two lay in a bed of plush cotton sheets by the beach. They watched the waves as they crashed against the shore, filling the air with a brilliant, ghostly mist. As they lay there, they talked about their lives together. They spoke of that first night out on the Nile together. They spoke of the sunset, which was colored by Osiris's personality. They spoke of all the adventures they had gone on, all the nights they had had together, all the laughter they had shared. It wasn't a conversation of sorrow. Isis knew she would be meeting her beloved one day in a world even more enchanting than their own. And when that day came, she would feel a level of happiness that she had never felt before. Finally, hours and hours later, the sun began to rise over the ocean. Osiris kissed his wife on the head and smiled at his wife. "Perhaps you shall name our son Horus," he suggested, that brilliant glint in his eyes. And then a flash engulfed them. When Isis opened her eyes, her husband was gone. She looked out at the colors of the rising sun as they blanketed the ocean waves, and when she did, she smiled, for she knew in that moment that her husband was somewhere beautiful, waiting for her to arrive when it was her time. Many months later, Isis stood on the balcony of the palace with her newborn son in her arms. He was a perfect image of his father, the amber eyes full of wisdom, warmth, and joy, the belly laugh that seemed to constantly burst from his lips, the looks of understanding and love that he gave everyone around him. Holding him in her arms, Isis knew that this was her and her husband's greatest gift to the world. She knew that it wasn't just Osiris's personality that was painting the sky before her, but that of her whole family. And that alone brought her immense peace. The rest of her days were spent laughing with her son, telling him grand stories of his father, and setting sail on boats of papyrus reed to explore the amazing place that they called home. Whenever Isis happened to pass by a purple flower, a feeling of love, unlike any other, would wash over her. I hope you have enjoyed this story, and it has brought you a night of peaceful, relaxing sleep. Please join me again tomorrow night for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams.
Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Chris, and tonight I will be your guide as we travel back in time to visit the Knights of the Round Table and follow the story of two star-crossed lovers, Guinevere and Sir Lancelot, while they traverse the countryside. Before we begin, however, let us take a moment to relax and find comfort in the space that we are in here and now. Close your eyes and allow your body to sink into the mattress beneath you. Really pay attention to how good the softness of the mattress feels on your tired muscles. Can you feel it, relieving tension you've been carrying with you throughout the day? Try and picture a candle before you. The candle can look like anything you'd like. Perhaps it's a long, tall, white candle perched safely in a candelabra. Or perhaps instead, it is a small candle encased in a beautiful stained glass jar. Whatever your candle looks like, picture a flame dancing upon its wick. Can you smell the fragrance of your candle? Maybe it's lavender, or sage, or warm, soft leather. Whatever it may be, breathe that aroma in with every deep breath you take as you relax more and more and more and more. As you breathe in, imagine the flame of your candle growing taller and taller, gaining nourishment just as your body is. And as you exhale, imagine that candle flickering, 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 flickering with your long, slow breath. Breathe in, watching that candle grow taller and taller, sharing its comforting warmth with you. And exhale, watching the flames flicker, 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 flicker in your dark room. You can picture this candle anytime you're struggling to sleep or feel your mind wandering. Let this candle be your guiding light, your beacon in the dark. Know that you can turn to it and it will ground you, soothe you, and give you the relaxation that you deserve at any point in this process. And now that we have taken the time to relax and find comfort in the space that we are in here and now, let us begin our story. It was a misty morning when Lancelot awakened. Just outside the narrow castle window, he could see the moor shrouded in a cloak of listless fog. This was a common scene at the tail end of summer, and it seemed as if the earth itself was preparing for winter with a light blanket of fog rather than a heavy blanket of snow. But one unexpected thing that came with these foggy, slow mornings was the feeling of mystery that swirled in the air. Lancelot was to be sent on an important quest by King Arthur, though he refused to say more, even after Lancelot prodded. Usually, there were whispers about the king's quests that swirled around the castle, but not this time. Whatever secret this was, it was surely one that was going to affect everyone in the kingdom. Lancelot stared at the ceiling for a moment, taking a deep breath in as he sank deeper into his plush mattress. He was a man of loyalty, a man who could be trusted, a man of honor, but he was a lonely man. The castle was full of knights willing to risk their lives for the crown. They were all brave men, kind men. But Lancelot didn't connect with them the way he wanted to connect with someone. When he would see other couples in town, husbands and wives, meandering along the river in the setting sun, blushing as they courted one another, the old, long-married couples sitting underneath willow trees and reading books to one another, it showed him very clearly what was missing from his life. He ached for a partner, someone to share his deepest thoughts and tales of his quests with. He had a long history. He had fought in many battles, gone on many journeys, and he was carrying those stories by himself, aching for someone he could tell them to as they lay in bed together at the end of a long day. Yet, he hadn't searched for a wife or lover. Perhaps it was because of his occupation. Perhaps it was out of fear that he wouldn't find a woman who would love him. But, whatever it was, it kept Lancelot awake through many nights, and the nagging feeling that a piece of his heart was missing was a burden he carried with him on every mission, on every journey into the countryside. Which is why, today, he was hoping his quest would send him far, far away, to a place where he could be alone with his thoughts, in a beautiful place, where he could escape the happy couples and simply breathe in the fresh, natural air. A mere hour later, Lancelot was dressed and facing King Arthur, his familiar sword strapped to his hip. The king urged Lancelot closer with a hushed tone and told him of the quest he was to embark on. King Arthur was to be married. He too was tired of being a bachelor, and he desperately needed an heir. He wanted a wife who was beautiful, from a good background, someone who would give him many sons to rule over his kingdom for years to come. And that person was Guinevere. He had never met her, but he had heard many tales of her beauty and grace. And just like that, King Arthur knew who he wanted his wife to be. She lived in a distant kingdom, one that would take some time to reach, which meant it was up to Lancelot to fetch her and bring her back to the kingdom, safe and sound, for the wedding. Lancelot thanked King Arthur for the quest and went on his way, gritting his teeth as he mounted his horse and rode into the cedar forest on the far side of the castle. He was hoping this quest would be one that would get his mind off of love and romance like he needed. Instead, he was given the opposite. A job to bring two lovers together. Regardless, he decided, it would be a chance to journey out into the countryside, a chance for him to be in nature, away from the hustle and bustle of the city, away from the happy couples meandering through the streets. It was a 4-day ride before he finally arrived in the town that Guinevere resided in. It was a quaint town, a wealthy one. Surely, he thought, Guinevere lived a good, healthy life here. The fields were overflowing with autumn bounty. The rolling hills were peppered with apple trees full of ripe, heavy fruits. And the rivers were so clear that he could make out every speckled rock on their base. Even the air smelled fresher than the cities. It smelled of the warmth of rolled hay, the softness of wildflowers, and the briskness of evergreen pines. He took a big drag of the air, holding on to the horse's reins just a bit tighter as he did so. He loved the city he was from. He loved the castle. But there was something about these hills that called to him. Maybe it was that peace that was missing from his heart. The desire for a simple life. Away from the quests. Away from the hustle and bustle of it all. A life where he roamed fields of hay and picked apples from the gnarled branches of century-old trees with the woman of his dreams. In his daydream, he almost didn't notice the woman emerging from the grove of apple trees beside him. She carried a simple basket, overflowing with the fruits, and wore a soft wool cloak that draped over her face, shielding it from view. But then she glanced up at Lancelot on his horse. The hood of her cloak rolled back off her head and drifted behind her, revealing her long, golden hair. She fixed her gentle eyes on Lancelot, offering him a look of warmth and welcome. Lancelot was instantly transfixed by her. Her emerald gaze seemed to pierce through him in a way that no one's ever had before. And then she spoke. In a playful, soft tone, she asked Lancelot if he was a lost knight. Few people ever ventured to their kingdom, let alone their town. Lancelot was at a loss for words for a moment. She stared at him, waiting for an answer, until he finally managed to tell her he was on a quest to find a woman named Guinevere. The woman glanced down for an instant before she met his eye again. "I am she said, her voice sweet and warm like honey. Lancelot couldn't believe what he was hearing. His grip tightened slightly on the reins as he looked at Guinevere, and everything King Arthur had said clicked into place. The rumors were true. This woman was so beautiful. She had such a warm, welcoming, poetic air about her. It was no wonder that people had been talking about her all across the land. Lancelot got off of his horse. He tried to drop any knightly intimidation he had gained over his years of serving, wanting to make Guinevere comfortable. Then, quietly and respectfully, he told Guinevere who he was and why he was there. Guinevere's smile faded as he spoke. He could see her grip tightening on the basket of apples. The glow she had had only moments ago disappearing slowly, slowly. And then she smiled at him. She told him that she knew this day was coming. Arthur had sent men many moons ago to meet her and see if she was suitable. And she had been given the impression that she was going to be the woman chosen to be his wife. However, she admitted, her tone dropping so low that Lancelot could scarcely hear her, she was hoping that wouldn't be the case. She waved to Lancelot, inviting him to join her while she gathered what few things she had for the journey back to the castle. Lancelot stood outside of her family home with his horse, watching as dark clouds emerged over the mountains in the far distance. This quest was going to be more challenging than he had realized, and not just because of the rain on the horizon. It was clear that Guinevere was not looking forward to being married to the king. But how could she refuse such a thing? The king calls the shots in the kingdom, and there were thousands of women who would throw everything away for an opportunity like the one that was given to her. Still, Lancelot couldn't stop thinking about it. The way she meandered out of that apple grove, swinging the basket limply from her hand as she hummed, breathing in the fresh air as she moved through her own little world. It stung to think of her stuffed into a fancy garment in the castle, sitting in on political discussions night after night, laughing at all of King Arthur's jokes. She didn't seem like a woman who should be in any sort of cage, though Lancelot quickly shook those beliefs and observations from his head. He was a knight. He had a job to do, an obligation. And now his obligation was to get Guinevere back to the castle safely after a 4-day journey. The idea of spending 4 days with her made his heart thrum in his chest, but he shoved that emotion down in mere seconds. There was a woman out there for him somewhere, but clearly it wasn't Guinevere. He had been sent on this quest because he was trusted, because he was the king's most loyal knight, and he intended to keep that title. It wasn't long before Guinevere emerged from the side gate of her home. To Lancelot's surprise, she was holding the reins of a horse. Lancelot told her, quietly, that the king would prefer if Guinevere rode with Lancelot for safety. But, upon seeing Guinevere's face fall, Lancelot changed his tune. Perhaps he wouldn't mind too terribly if you brought your steed along. After all, they are members of the family, aren't they? There was a playful tone in his voice, a tone that told Guinevere she was being given an opportunity that she probably shouldn't be. She nodded vehemently as she pulled herself up onto her beautiful mare. She was a stunning horse, jet black, like the color of the night sky. Her legs were speckled with white flecks that truly made it look as if the heavens had wrapped themselves around this creature. Guinevere leaned forward and wrapped her arms around her mare's neck as she flashed Lancelot a kind smile. "You know, I already like you more than the other knights he sent," she told him playfully. The feeling of pride and belonging that swelled through Lancelot at that moment felt dangerous. He rarely spoke to women, let alone spoke to them so freely. He wiped the smile from his face and nodded to Guinevere, signaling that this was the start of their journey together. And so they rode. Guinevere's town was nestled in a bountiful valley, overflowing with vibrant forests, laced with those clear, sparkling rivers. As they rode up, cresting the hill at the top of the valley, Lancelot caught Guinevere casting a look of sadness over her shoulder, a farewell she never wanted to give. There was nostalgia already glistening in those brilliant green eyes of hers, the kind of nostalgia that made Lancelot ache with her. They rode for the next few hours with one another. Lancelot tried to keep it slow for Guinevere, unsure of how much experience she had on horseback, but she clipped ahead of him on several occasions, her horse's jet-black tail flickering as she moseyed along. She had a natural grace about her in every movement. She didn't fight the power of her horse, the motion of her horse. It was as if she were a boat in a storm, giving way to every bump in the road. Every head toss her horse made, every abrupt stop. Lancelot had a hard time keeping his eyes off her. She was a natural out in the woods like this, a woman who rode and composed herself, more like a knight than any commoner he had ever met. For part of the ride, they were silent. He wanted to give Guinevere time to mourn the loss of the life she had known. But soon, she started chatting. And she wasn't chatting about the weather or the future. She was reciting poetry. There were hundreds of poems in that brain of hers. She would spot a pine cone and slide into a poem she had read as a child about their strength and beauty. When they found themselves in a field of wildflowers, she recited a poem about each flower that was woven into the stunning meadow. During that particular part of the trip, Lancelot couldn't help but notice that he had started to ride slower. He was clinging to every word of the poem she was saying. He was waiting for the inflection, the cadence, the pure beauty of the way she delivered the lines. It was poetry in the truest sense. One particular poem found her talking about a short-lived flower, one that could no longer live where it had once bloomed. There was a heaviness to her words there, a sorrow. And then, silence. They rode for quite a few minutes, just carrying the weight of that poem with them. Lancelot could see the nostalgia on Guinevere's face, the realization of where they were truly heading, and it made that missing piece in his heart feel even larger than usual. He spotted a bunny zip across the path. Then he took a deep breath and recited one of the few poems he knew. A poem about a bunny that was actually a poem about hope and new beginnings. When he finished, he glanced back to see Guinevere smiling at him in a way he had never experienced before. There was gratitude there, understanding, a connection, but also a great deal of sorrow. She looked tired suddenly, as though the emotional toll of this journey was starting to weigh her down. "Shall we stop here for the night, milady?" Lancelot proposed, motioning to a pair of willow trees nestled at the bottom of a cliff, a place that would provide perfect cover for them. Guinevere nodded, grateful. Lancelot set up their sleeping arrangement, a comfortable, luxurious bedroll for the future queen. Then he started a fire for warmth and for dinner. He offered her a simple meal, one he had made a dozen times. She happily accepted and sat down beside him near the fire. It was something that was rather frowned upon, someone like Guinevere sitting beside a knight like this. But Lancelot supposed that on a trip like this, the lady clearly needed comfort. He expected her to ask him questions about the king. Was he a nice man? Was he going to treat her well? Was the castle as luxurious as people like to say it was? But instead, to his surprise, Guinevere asked about him. She asked where he came from. She asked how he came to be a knight, if he liked his position, what he longed for in his role. They were questions that no one had taken the time to ask Lancelot before. Questions that, ever so slowly, began to feel that missing piece inside of him. And Lancelot answered. He answered the questions aloud to her, his words cushioned by the background noise of the crackling fire and the crickets all around them, soaking in the last few days of the fading summer. Guinevere listened to every single word, clinging to them as soon as they sailed out into the air. She hadn't just asked out of kindness or discomfort. She had asked because she really wanted to know the answers. And as she sat there, watching Lancelot so vulnerable and honest as the crackling fire illuminated him in a brilliant orange glow, he had no idea that there was a feeling beginning to brew inside her. Guinevere, too, had dealt with loneliness her entire life. Her beauty and kindness was what people regarded her for, but very rarely did they speak of her mind. Very rarely did they even listen to her speak. And yet, here was this strange knight from an entirely different land, a knight who spoke softly and infrequently, who listened to her poetry as if it was gospel being spoken by God himself. This stranger, who somehow seemed to understand her in silence, more than anyone had understood her from words in her entire life. She found her gaze locked on his eyes. They were a brilliant blue, the colour of summertime waves as they crashed against slate rocks. They were a colour of joy, a brightness, and yet there was exhaustion in them. There was sorrow. And desperately, dearly, Guinevere wanted this stranger's sorrow and exhaustion to go away. Across from her, Lancelot was struggling with those same feelings. He could feel her kind green eyes on him. He could feel the concern in her gaze. He could see as her body language softened, and the barrier between these two strangers became nothing more than a gossamer. Yet, he couldn't stop it. He didn't want to stop it. He continued to talk to her by that bonfire for hours. They spoke of their childhoods, of their love of nature and poetry, of the obligations they felt in their society. And the more they talked, the closer and closer they seemed to inch together. The warmth and familiarity in their eyes and in their motions grew more and more the longer they spoke. It wasn't long before they realized the landscape around them was awash in a soothing orange, pink, and yellow glow. The glow of the sunrise. They had stayed up the entire night talking to one another. When they realized it, rather than becoming upset, they began to laugh. Lancelot stood up and helped Guinevere settle underneath the shelter of the willow tree. He urged her to get a few hours of sleep, just a few, before they left for their long day of travel. She protested, but he urged her desperately to do so. He couldn't bear the thought of her falling and becoming injured out of sheer exhaustion because he had kept her up all night. So, Guinevere closed her eyes gently and crawled into the bed that Lancelot had made for her. She could feel his eyes sweep over toward her every once in a while, checking to make sure she was relaxing, checking to make sure that she was okay. And it brought her great comfort. No person had ever looked out for her in such a way, and certainly not with such kindness in their gaze. When she awakened, it was midday. Lancelot had already packed up their camp and loaded up their horses, preparing them for a long day of travel. the sight of him first thing when she woke up was something that deeply pleased her. He calmed her in a way that few people she had ever met were able to. The idea of travelling with him brought her great joy, in spite of the circumstances. That day, as they travelled through the stunning countryside, there was hardly any silence between them. They spoke of the landscape. They recited poetry. They spoke of society. Neither of them had been blessed with a true friend in their entire lives, and it seemed as though they had finally found one. When they stopped for the night, things were much more casual between them. Lancelot tried to keep up his air of knighthood, but Guinevere saw right through it, urging the knight to relax by her side, and so he did. When they sat by the fire that night, Lancelot couldn't keep his eyes off Guinevere. The way her emerald eyes glistened in the glow of the fire, the way the corners of her lips turned when she knew she had made a good joke or said something witty, the way she stuck her tongue out just the tiniest bit when she laughed at his jokes. It was all so much for Lancelot. He knew, then and there, that he was falling in love. And Guinevere, she knew it too. This man of loyalty and bravery and kindness and softness, he was everything she had ever wanted, without knowing it. And when he finally asked if she truly wanted to marry the king, she couldn't stop herself from saying she would much rather be marrying Lancelot. His cheeks glowed a bright red at her words. The idea of marrying her. That missing piece clicked into place inside him. They would be like all those couples he had seen before. One day, they could be that old couple curled up beneath the willow trees, reading to one another. Or could they? Guinevere's impending marriage to the king was a dark shadow that seemingly fell over them with every bit of sunshine. And Lancelot's obligation to the king, his oath, his loyalty, it was his whole life. Guinevere's hand slid into his as they sat by the fire in silence, weighing their options. It was only then, after some careful consideration, that Lancelot realized how thankful he was. Because, no matter what, whether they ran away together, or she stayed and married the king, he would have Guinevere in his life. He would be able to hear her laugh. He would see her brilliant smile. He would listen, starry-eyed, as she read her poetry. He could love her, even if it was from afar. When he told this to Guinevere, happy tears welled in those breathtaking eyes of hers. She told Lancelot that, for tonight, no decisions had to be made. Tonight, it was them in the countryside, miles and miles and miles away from the nearest city, tonight, their obligations, their place in society. She didn't want it to matter. She leaned over to Lancelot, resting her head on his shoulder. Lancelot wrapped her arm around her, drawing her closer. They sat like that for quite some time, soaking in the warmth of the fire, soaking in the warmth of one another's company. When it was time for bed, they both curled up under the same blanket, holding one another as tightly as they could. They breathed in drowsy unison with one another as they got closer and closer to falling asleep. With Guinevere in his arms, Lancelot began to recite that same bunny poem. The poem about hope. The poem about the brightness for the future. As Guinevere smiled against him, drifting off to sleep, there was comfort that flooded him. The realization that whatever happened tomorrow, he was grateful for tonight. Whether they run away together into the countryside, or they head back to the castle, where they could meet one another in the rose garden, where he could protect her with his life. He was just thankful that he was given a chance to meet her, to experience these feelings. He smiled as he felt himself drifting off to sleep, with his love in his arms. That missing piece in his heart, filled by her presence in his life. I hope you have enjoyed this story, and it has brought you a night of restful, relaxing sleep. Please, join me again tomorrow for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Chris, and tonight I will be your guide as we journey to ancient China and explore the beautiful romance of the butterfly lovers. We'll meander with the couple through rain-soaked libraries and bamboo forests. We'll follow them as they move from friendship to companionship to true love, against a backdrop almost as stunning as the romance itself. Before we begin, however, let us take a moment to relax and find comfort in the space that we are in, here and now. Allow yourself to get comfortable on your mattress. The day is coming to a close, and now is the time when nothing is expected of you. You can simply let your body guide you. You can trust your body to provide you with exactly what you need. As you close your eyes, let those muscles relax and listen to the sound of my voice. As you breathe in, feel your muscles relax. Your shoulders, your arms, your neck, your back, your legs. Feel a wave of comfort wash over you as you melt deeper and deeper into the mattress, unwinding more and more with every breath that you take. Now that we've taken the time to relax and find comfort in the space that we are in, here and now, let us begin. It was the first day of spring when Ying Tai awakened and knew that something in her life needed to change. The spring air dancing its way through the window seemed to awaken something inside of her. She pulled back the soft silk sheets of her bed and rose to her feet, breathing in the otherworldly aroma of the fresh leaves just beyond her window. Winter at the base of these mountains had been long. It seemed as though the stalks of bamboo and the lofty trees overhead had been dusted with snow for years. But now they had shaken off the slumber of winter, and the landscape around Ying Tai had rippled alive with the earthly emeralds, sages, and sea foams of spring. She hovered by the window for quite some time, just taking in the landscape. She felt much like the trees and mountains around her. She had spent all winter waiting, hidden away from the world, preparing for something entirely new. She had spent months on end, curled up by herself, reading anything and everything she could get her hands on. She could still feel the pages flickering across her fingers as she scoured the words, looking for something, anything that could prepare her for what she was planning for spring. She wanted to take classes with other scholars. However, it wasn't something women at the time were allowed to do. She was a member of a wealthy family, the 9th child, and she wanted nothing more than to head out into the world and learn all that she could. She was worried that her gender would prevent her from doing so, although she had ideas to get around that. She joined her parents on that beautiful spring morning. They sat over cups of steaming hot tea, taking in the aroma of the tea leaves and the freshness of the forest around them. For much of the morning, they sat in silence, simply listening to the sounds of the birds flying all around them, happy to finally have some warm days. Finally, Ying Tai put forward a request to her parents. The birds seemed to have stopped singing as soon as her question was in the air. Her parents took a deep sip of the tea and exchanged a knowing look. This question wasn't a surprise to them, not in the least. Her mother reached across the table, begging Ying Tai to be careful. She knew her daughter deserved this. She knew her daughter was meant for this, and so did Ying Tai's father. He knew Ying Tai would have to dress as a man. She would have to live a lie. But it was a risk she was willing to take, a risk that she needed to take. So, many days later, Ying Tai set off on her journey, dressed in a man's clothes. The ride to Hangzhou was not a short one, but Ying Tai loved every moment of it dearly. She watched as the scenery drifted by her, bamboo forests swaying with the breeze. Farmers' fields was such a vibrant green that they looked as though they belonged in another world. Streams that laced through the countryside at a glacial pace, reminding everyone that often, slow and steady is the best way to journey through life. Finally, she arrived in the city. Rain poured down over the streets as people rushed into their homes and businesses for shelter. Ying-tai scurried under a tree, trying to shield herself from the falling rain in order to preserve her disguise. To her surprise, a young man joined her. The moment she laid eyes on him, she knew there was something inside of him that no one else had. He commented on the rain with a sparkle in his eye as he looked up at the stone-colored clouds. His brown eyes had an amber tinge to them that seemed to have become illuminated whenever he spoke or glanced in your direction. Ying-tai smiled at him, mentioning that since they appeared to be stuck together, they may as well make the most of it. The man introduced himself as Liang Shanbo. Ying-tai knew as soon as he uttered his name that it was one she would carry with her for the rest of her life. They chatted under the tree for what felt like hours. The conversation was the kind of intellectual discussion that Ying-tai had never experienced before. She felt as though Shanbo was equal to her, a partner that she could grow with. When she challenged his philosophical ideals, he did the same to her. Ying-tai was so transfixed by him that she found herself almost forgetting that she was disguised as a man. And Shanbo felt the same way. He was a man of logic, a bookworm who rarely spoke with or connected with other people. It was rare that he was able to sit down and have deep conversations with anyone. So, this talk with Ying-tai, this connection, it was something he was in awe of. He avoided meeting Ying-tai's eyes because when he looked into them, he felt a warmth flood through his body that he couldn't quite name. They talked until the days started to draw to a close. Unwilling to let go of this connection he already held dear, Shanbo leaned down and scooped up a bit of soil. He held the soil in his hands and asked Ying-tai if she would like to join him in an oath of fraternity. Ying-tai couldn't help but smile at this. Certainly, that was the only kind of oath she could make with Shanbo in her disguise. She happily agreed and followed him out through the rain. As they walked, the rhythm of their footsteps moved in tandem. The tap, 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 tap of their feet seemed to be creating a song out of the drip, 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 drip of the rain cascading all around them. Though it was raining, neither of them moved with any particular speed. They both lazily meandered through the streets, continuing their intellectual discussion. All the sane people, the people not transfixed by a connection as deep as theirs, were indoors, curled up in blankets with cups of warm tea, nestling themselves next to fires. But Ying-tai and Shanbo did not mind the rain. Ying-tai found herself closing her eyes on occasion to really feel the raindrops course down, 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 down over her face. It felt as though she was being washed anew for her new beginning with her friend, Shanbo. Finally, they reached a pavilion on a bridge. The lake they hovered over was one of the most breathtaking things either of them had ever seen. It stretched to the far distance, where lines of bamboo met its edges. The water itself was peppered with lily pads and lotus flowers. The flowers were mosaics of pinks, reds, and purples, as though the gods themselves had reached down with paintbrushes and painted each and every one of them. The petals were drawn down towards the water with every drop of rain, and then sprung back up into the air as the raindrop rolled off of them. They were strong, resilient, and beautiful. Ying Tai stood at the edge of the pavilion, gazing out over the water as the raindrops danced across the surface, leaving tiny, expanding rings in their wake. She felt her body relax even more at the sight, and the air around her carried even more freshness than it had moments ago. There was a haze growing over the water, the kind of misty veil that can be found only when it rains on a beautiful spring day. That veil made it feel even more magical here, like the world had been created just for them to share. Shanbo tapped Ying Tai on the shoulder with a smile. She laughed at herself, so distracted by the water that she had forgotten what they were here to do. They stood with the soil and lit incense and swore an oath of fraternity to one another. Ying Tai's heart was fluttering in her chest as she repeated the words that Shanbo spoke to her. She felt like time had slowed down so they could share this intimate moment together. And Shanbo felt the same. Though he didn't have the words to place this emotion, he tried to tell himself it was friendship. After all, he had never truly had a friend before. So, surely, this is what it felt like. Though, deep down, even he knew there was something about this connection, something that was going to change his life forever. They both parted ways after their oath, promising to meet again the following day to study after class. At the time, they didn't know yet that they would attend all of their classes together. And with that, their worlds became completely intertwined. Many people in class could tell that there was something different about Ying Tai. She wasn't terribly good at pretending to be a boy, but many people were so involved in their studies that they didn't have time to care. Shanbo, however, never suspected a thing. He never heard the whispers, never cared to stop and listen to any rumor as he passed by others. And so, they quickly became inseparable, and they would attend classes together every day. It was during classes that they first realized why they were so deeply connected. They both loved to learn. As the teacher spoke, they hung on to each and every word. They asked questions, always digging for answers, digging for details, digging for another perspective that might inform their thinking. It was something they were made to do. However, that doesn't mean they remained completely focused for the entire lesson. On occasion, Ying Tai would steal a glance at Shanbo. She loved watching the way he learned as well. he would lean forward in his seat, as if with anticipation. His lips would part slightly, his hands folded underneath his chin. His eyes would sparkle whenever there was a topic that particularly interested him. It was something Ying Tai could watch for hours. After class, they would both walk down a flower-lined path and settle in the library for the afternoon. Their first spring and summer together was the rainiest anyone had ever seen, but neither of them minded. They would sit in the library by the windows, watching the raindrops trail down over the glass. It added a magic to the library, making the books somehow feel warmer and more immersive. On particularly cold days, they would sit by the fire together, exchanging ideas or reading in silence in each other's company. Shanbo was particularly fond of poetry, something that Ying Tai learned after a few weeks. As they curled up by the crackling fire, Shanbo would read poetry. It wasn't a monotone reading. It was one full of emotion and expression, as though he were baring his soul. It was always in a low whisper, the kind that drew you in closer and closer and closer and closer. It was a transformative experience listening to Shanbo read. Ying Tai would sit on the edge of her seat, her whole body entirely relaxed, as though she was melting into the floor. His words danced through the air and into her head, where they imprinted her with their sweetness, with their intelligence. It was only later that Ying Tai discovered many of these poems were written by Shanbo himself. And one poem in particular made her think Shanbo was feeling the same way she was. He told her he had written the poem on the previous night, since he couldn't sleep. He left his cozy abode and travelled out to the pavilion where they shared their oath. He watched the moon as it made its way across the night sky, beautifully reflected in the water. In fact, the whole sky was mirrored by the pond. It was like a pool of cosmic wonder just below his feet. With the sound of the crickets chirping all around him, he began to write a poem. He didn't know where it came from, only that it flowed from his fingers, unlike any other poem he had written. When he finished, he was exhausted. The emotional and creative labor of what he had just written made him want to curl back up in bed until morning. And the poem that came to him unlike any other, could only be described as a love poem. It spoke of a relationship making him feel whole, a relationship that made him a better version of himself. Just as the wind makes bamboo stronger, and the rain makes the wildflower meadows more vibrant. Ying Tai knew that Shanbo didn't know who the poem was referring to on the surface. He was, after all, a man of logic. not keen on deeply examining his emotions or how he actually felt about them. But Ying-Tai knew that the poem was a reflection of their relationship, because she felt every single word that he uttered. The next few years of their lives continued in this manner. They would head to the library together every single afternoon, read their poetry, discuss their lectures, and then they would eat dinner together, shielded by the pavilion on the water. During dinner, they would laugh and share stories, just the two of them against the world. Other scholars would join them every once in a while, but it was nearly impossible to break up a conversation between the two. One day, it was raining yet again. Shanbo and Ying-Tai meandered across town to the library, only to discover it closed. Shanbo was much more bothered by this than Ying-Tai was. It seemed as though their evening together had come to an end. But Ying-Tai didn't see it that way. She grabbed Shanbo's hand with a smile and led him on the stone path around the water. She told Shanbo to simply look around and breathe in the summer air. He did so, taking long, deep breaths. He felt himself calming more and more with every deep breath that filled his lungs. He asked Ying-Tai where exactly they were heading, and she smiled back at him over her shoulder. "There's somewhere I've always wanted to go, and we have no excuse not to go there," she said, a bit coyly. Moments later, they were standing before the forest of bamboo by the edge of the water. There was a winding path that laced through the forest, dipping and diving around the lofty stalks. The two descended into the forest, and instantly, it was as though they had been transported into another world. The bamboo towered high above their heads, incredibly impressive, strong, and beautiful. They gave off a fresh, lively scent that caught them both off guard, urging them to walk a little slower, to breathe a little deeper. The stormy wind caused the stalks to sway, and as they swayed, the sound they made was ethereal. They creaked and cracked, but had an element to them that sounded like wind chimes. As they clinked, 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 clinked against one another, their hollowness echoed through the forest. Their leaves flickered and danced with the drops of rain. For the first time, they truly felt like they were in a living forest. The bamboo was swaying all around them, shifting and dancing with the power of the wind. It was so strong, yet so flexible. They stopped every once in a while on the winding path to simply watch the bamboo sway left to right, left to right, left to right, left to right. More than once, Ying-Tai realized she was laying her hand over Shanbo's as they gazed up at the bamboo with wonder. Her cheeks would flush with color, something she tried to hide by turning her back to him or continuing on through the forest. But she wasn't the only one blushing. Every time Ying-Tai's hand landed on Shanbo's, he felt a warmth spread through his chest. His body would tighten up as joy overwhelmed him. Yet, of course, he couldn't put a name to this emotion. He just knew how grateful he was to have her in his life. Once they got deeper into the bamboo forest, they realized they were lost. They traveled down as many paths as they could, trying to find their way out. Though they weren't panicked or concerned. They joked that it appeared they would be stuck inside the forest together forever. Ying Tai didn't actually mind the sound of that. Eventually, they emerged from the forest to find the rain falling stronger than ever. This time, Shanbo took off one of his outer layers of cloth and hung it over Ying Tai, not wanting her to get drenched. Ying Tai's heart leapt in her chest at this. She wondered if, deep down, Shanbo knew that she was a woman. From then on, they visited the bamboo forest on every rainy day. And for the next 3 years, there were a lot of them. They spent nearly every day together, never traveling home to visit their family or go on long journeys. Their lives revolved around their education and their connection to one another. And then, unexpectedly, 3 years after they arrived, Ying Tai was devastated to receive a letter from her father demanding that she come home. She had no choice but to pack her belongings and say her farewell to Shanbo. As she told him about her urgent trip, tears welled in her eyes. She knew she was madly in love with Shanbo. She swore a silent oath that she was going to be with him for all of eternity, even if she couldn't be with him physically. She found herself dreaming all hours of the day that she would one day be his wife. But Shanbo wasn't going to let Ying Tai go that easily. He promised that he'd join her for most of the journey home as her sworn brother to ensure that she made it home safely. Ying Tai agreed, not ready to say goodbye just yet. The 18-mile joint journey on the way back to Ying Tai's home city was one of the best times they ever spent together. Ying Tai found her guard falling. At every turn, she tried to drop hints that she was a woman who was madly in love with Shanbo. But he seemed to miss every sign she put out for him. She compared them to mandarin ducks swimming on a steady pond, a clear symbol of lovers in their culture. But Shanbo didn't seem to understand the connection, instead delving into a discussion about the biology of ducks. By the time they reached Shangting Pavilion, Ying Tai had come up with a plan. She told Shanbo that she would introduce him to her sister, and he could then marry her. Shanbo didn't seem entirely keen on the idea, but he agreed, promising to come back in a few weeks' time to meet her sister. Those few weeks dragged on and on. Ying Tai sat in her childhood home, looking out at the pond with a forlorn expression, remembering fond days with Shanbo by her side. It was there that Shanbo found her when he came to meet her sister. But then, the veil dropped. When Shanbo saw Ying Tai, her hair trailing down her back, a swatch of lipstick across her gentle lips, he knew that it was his friend. Worried he would be angry, Ying Tai wanted to explain herself, but she was cut off by Shanbo's embrace. Shanbo confessed he couldn't stop thinking about Ying Tai. He dreamt about her every night. He longed for their conversations. He longed to have her by his side for all of eternity. The two began to cry and wipe the tears from one another's face. They shared their first kiss by the water pond. As they kissed, they felt 3 years of intense connection finally be released into the world. Shanbo proposed to Ying Tai, speaking of his desperation to marry her, to be her husband for the rest of their lives. Ying Tai agreed, so overjoyed she could hardly speak. But their joyous reunion would be short-lived. Only moments after agreeing to spend their lives together, Ying Tai learned that her parents had already arranged for her to marry a wealthy merchant's son. Ying Tai tried to protest, tried to tell her parents of her one true love, but they wouldn't hear it. This was the one thing Ying Tai couldn't talk her way out of. Shanbo was devastated. He left her hometown, not wanting to drag out his heartbreak any longer. He stopped eating, stopped sleeping, and soon his health deteriorated. And so, a few months after he learned Ying Tai was to be married to another man, he passed away in his sleep, still dreaming of her. He was buried near her hometown on the day of the wedding. As Ying Tai prepared to be wed, she snuck out of the procession, desperate to be with her love one last time. She knelt by the grave, and as she did, rain began to fall on her, dancing across her skin as it had on all those beautiful rainy days spent with Shanbo by her side. She spoke to Shanbo, telling him of her love for him. She reminisced about all the times they spent together. She spoke of her regret for not telling him sooner, for not running away with him while she still had the chance. Her feelings grew and grew and grew and grew. In her grief, she begged the grave to open up. She didn't want to live without Shanbo. She didn't want to swear her love and loyalty to anyone but him. Overhead, a crack of thunder rang out. Beneath her, the grave began to crack open. Ying Tai watched this happen, not in fear, not in wonder, but in a flood of happiness. When the grave was fully opened, she took a deep breath of the fresh spring air. The spring reminded her of the first day she spent with Shanbo all those years ago. She could practically see his face. She could feel the soil in her hands and smell the incense as they made their oath of brotherhood. She could feel his fingers brushing against her arm, could feel the way his smile lit a fire inside of her. And after she took that breath and felt the flood of emotions, she tipped forward, falling, 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 falling into the grave with an incredible softness. The grave began to close behind her just as the wedding party arrived, wondering where she had gone. They ran to try and rescue her, but it was too late. Ying Tai did not want to be rescued. When the grave finally closed, the wedding party watched in awe as a light glowed over it. 2 butterflies emerged from the grave, flitting through the air with one another and with a sense of immeasurable freedom. These were the spirits of Ying Tai and Shanbo. They floated across the countryside, their wings brushing against one another as they sailed toward a bright future. They had kept their promise. They were going to spend all of eternity with each other. Every once in a while, people in the countryside would see the 2 butterflies. They were inseparable. They slept on the same flower petal together every night, their wings wrapped around one another. And on rainy days, people began to notice the pair making their way through the bamboo forest. An unlikely sight. It was in the forest that the spirits of Shanbo and Ying Tai seemed to fly a little higher. I hope you have enjoyed this story, and it has brought you a night of restful, relaxing sleep. Please, join me again tomorrow for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod. I am Arif, and today I would like you to be my fellow traveler on our shared journey to faraway lands and times. Have you ever heard the story of Esther? It is an amazing account of a beautiful woman who risked her life to save her people. This story can be found in the Old Testament in the Bible, one of only 2 books in the Bible named after women. The story of Esther is so remarkable that it has been told over and over again for generations. Before I tell you the story, take a moment to find a calm position, whether sitting or lying down in your bed. Feel the warmth of your own breathing as you inhale and exhale. Let your body relax in time to the waves of air. Breathe in, breathe out, and settle down into a comfortable state of mind. Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Hadassah. She lived in ancient Persia and was born into a Jewish family. The story does not tell us how Hadassah lost her parents. We only know that she was orphaned at a young age and adopted by her cousin, a man named Mordecai. He took Hadassah into his own home and raised her as his daughter. At this time, the ruler of the land was King Ahasuerus, also called Xerxes. He reigned a portion of the world so large that he was deemed one of the most powerful rulers on the planet. His realm stretched from Asia to the Middle East and parts of northern Africa. One day, the king decided to hold a great feast in the palace for the princes and noblemen of Persia. He planned to flaunt his riches and treasures during the feast. To prepare for the great party, he ordered that the palace be decorated with white, green, and blue hangings, that purple cords with silver rings be fastened on marble pillars. The guests would lie on beds as they feasted, beds inlaid with gold and silver. There would be abundant wine served in golden glasses. Dishes with food would be flowing, and all would see and experience the greatness of the king. The king commanded all who were invited to the party to do as they pleased. He also allowed his queen, whose name was Vashti, to hold a feast for the women and wives of his guests in her part of the royal palace. After 7 days of feasting and drinking, the king summoned the queen to come to him and show off her legendary beauty. However, the queen Vashti refused to come as the king commanded. She assumed he was quite drunk with wine, and so were his officers. Hadn't he had enough entertainment already? The queen replied that she would not come and show herself before the king and his guests. Well, you can imagine just how upset this made the king. According to the original story, his anger burned in him. Because of her refusal to obey, the king removed Vashti from her royal duties as queen and stripped her of her titles, took the crown from her, and commanded that another woman take her place on the throne. To find who would be the next queen, the king did as his counselors suggested. Appoint officers in all the provinces of his kingdom, and gather together all the fair young virgins unto Shushan, the palace, to the house of the women, unto the custody of Haggai the king's chamberlain, keeper of the women. Whichever of these women pleased the king would become the queen and sit on Vashti's throne. Now, it so happened that Mordecai, whom I told you about at the beginning of this story, worked in the king's palace. And when he got wind of the new decree, he immediately thought of Hadassah. She was now a grown young woman, fair and beautiful. She had a kind heart and unique beauty. Mordecai decided that he would bring Hadassah to the palace, to Haggai, the keeper of women. Perhaps she would be chosen as the new queen of Persia. Was it too much to dream of? The problem was that Mordecai was a Jew, and Hadassah's identity might be discovered. To hide this fact, they decided to call her Esther, and not to tell anyone about her foreign origins. Haggai was immediately pleased when he saw Esther. He appointed 7 maidens to serve her, gave her all the garments and accessories she needed, and proceeded to train her with all the skills and knowledge a future queen would need to possess. Mordecai walked every day in the palace, passing by the court of the women's house, and kept his ears open for any news of Esther. He could not wait to know what would become of her. After 12 months of purification, 6 months with oils, and 6 months with perfumes, the fateful day finally arrived. Esther was summoned before the king, and of all the women who were brought before the king, he loved Esther the most. As soon as he laid eyes upon her, the king knew Esther was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, and you can be sure that the king had seen plenty of beautiful young women from every state of his lands. He decided then and there that his new queen was found. Esther would wear the royal crown, and so it was that a little orphaned girl grew up to be the queen of Persia, for she was fairer than all the rest, indeed. But our story does not end there. Oh no, it is just beginning. All this time that she was preparing to meet the king, Esther had not yet revealed her identity. Doing so could jeopardize her chances of becoming a queen. One day, while Mordecai was sitting at the king's gate, two of the king's chamberlains, Bigthan and Teresh, planned to harm the king Ahasuerus. Mordecai overheard them scheming at the gate and immediately told this to Esther, who passed on the facts to the king. An inquisition was conducted of the matter, and the two men were both hanged from a tree. The chronicles of this were recorded in the king's book. Soon afterwards, a certain man named Haman was appointed to an important position in the palace over all the other princes. Most of the king's servants, as the law commanded, bowed down every time Haman passed by. Only Mordecai did not. He did not think Haman deserved this kind of reverence. When Haman discovered that this man who did not bow was a Jew, he became filled with wrath and began to plan a way to destroy all the Jews in the kingdom. His first idea was to bring the problem before the king. "Oh, mighty King Ahasuerus," said Haman, "there is a certain people scattered in all the provinces of your kingdom, and their laws are different from ours. They do not keep to your commandments. If it please the king, let it be written that they may be destroyed. I will pay 10,000 talents of silver to accomplish this, and rid the kingdom of these disobedient folk." When the king heard what Haman said, he gave him full permission to do so. Haman ensured that the message was heard. He sent letters in the name of King Ahasuerus, sealed with the king's ring. The letters were sent by posts into all the king's provinces, with the commandment to destroy all the Jews on the 13th day of the 12th month. When Mordecai heard of the new law, he was overcome with sorrow, and all Jews in every province heard the decree and wept. When Queen Esther saw that her cousin Mordecai was grieving, she sent her servants to know what was wrong. Mordecai told Esther's servants why he was heartbroken. He gave them a copy of the king's new decree to show it to the queen. He told the servants to ask the queen to speak to the king on behalf of her people. When Esther heard everything, she was of course worried, but she also knew the law. No one, not even the queen herself, was allowed to go to the king without being summoned first. To do so could mean death. "Even I have not been called to the king these 30 days, answered Esther to her servants, who in turn relayed her words to Mordecai. His reply came immediately. "Don't think that you will escape in the king's house any more than all the Jews. Who knows? Perhaps you have been chosen to come to the kingdom for such a time as this." Esther knew in her heart what she must do. She sent a message to her cousin. "Go, gather together all the Jews that are present in the city, and fast for me. Neither eat nor drink for 3 days, night or day. I also and my maidens will do the same. After these 3 days, I will go to the king, even though it is against the law. And if I perish, I perish." On the 3rd day, just as she had promised to her people, Esther put on her royal apparel. She walked calmly and gracefully into the king's throne room. And when the king saw Esther the queen standing in the court, he remembered how much he loved her. He held out the royal scepter to her. This meant that her actions were pardoned and that she was allowed to be in his presence. "What do you wish, Queen Esther?" he asked. And what is your request? Tell me, and I shall grant it to you, even if you ask for half of my kingdom." Esther answered cautiously, yet boldly, "If it seems good to the king, come with your right-hand man, Haman, to a banquet that I have planned for you." The king must have been surprised and delighted at her request, and so was Haman. What an honor to be asked to a feast with the king and queen in private. When the two men arrived on the night of the queen's banquet, the king pressed Esther to tell him what she really wanted to ask of him. He knew there must be something else. "What do you wish for? What is your petition? Tell me, and I shall grant it, even if you ask me for half of my kingdom, so be it." What do you think the queen replied? She simply said, "If I have found favor in the sight of the king, and if it please the king to grant my petition and to perform my request, let the king and Haman come to the banquet that I shall prepare for them tomorrow." Haman was never happier in his life. A second invitation for a private banquet with the king and the queen. He only found himself seething again as he passed Mordecai that night at the gate. Mordecai, who did not regard him, nor respect him, nor bow down to him. He was very upset, but tried to restrain himself. He called up his friends and his wife to tell them the exciting news. The king had promoted him, and the queen had invited him to not just one, but 2 banquets. What an honor! He could not imagine his good fortune. "The only thing that bothers me is seeing Mordecai sitting at the king's gate," he grumbled. Zeresh, his wife, had a suggestion. "Why not build a gallows? Make it 50 cubits high, and tomorrow, when you go to the king, ask him to give you permission to hang Mordecai there." It was exactly the encouragement Haman needed. He decided to have the gallows constructed at once. That night, the king could not sleep. He commanded a servant to read to him from the book of his own chronicles and records. The passage that was found and read was the Chronicles of Mordecai. The king listened as the servant read to him all that he had, until now, forgotten, how Bigthan and Teresh had plotted to kill him, and how Mordecai had intercepted their evil plan. The king asked the servant, "What honor and dignity did we give to Mordecai for this good deed?" "Nothing, your majesty," answered the servant. "Nothing has been done for him." At this precise moment, who do you suppose would enter the king's court? Haman was at the gate, preparing to speak to the king about this idea for hanging Mordecai on the gallows. "Who is in the court?" asked the king. Upon hearing that it was his right-hand man, the king was happy. Perhaps Haman could help him solve a problem. When Haman was summoned, the king said, "Haman, perfect. You are just the man I needed to see at this moment." Haman was full of glee. The king continued, "Haman, if I were to honor a man, what should I do for him?" Now Haman thought to himself, "To whom would the king give honor more than to myself?" Haman was quick to reply, "For the man whom the king would like to honor, I suggest let the royal apparel be brought, robes that the king wears himself, and bring the horse which the king rides on, and, one more thing, the royal crown. Set the crown upon this man's head, and bring the man on horseback through the street of the city. Let there be an official running before the horse, and proclaiming out loud, 'This is what the good king does to those whom he wishes to honor.'" "I love it," said the king. "What fantastic ideas you have, Haman. No wonder I chose you to serve me." Haman grinned smugly, imagining the crown on his own head. "Now," said the king, "hurry and take the apparel and the horse, and do exactly as you have suggested to Mordecai the Jew. You know, that man who sits every day at the gate. Do exactly as you have said for him." Imagine the look on poor Haman's face. Imagine the fury. Haman could do nothing but obey. He took the royal apparel and the horse, and dressed Mordecai, and brought him on horseback through the street of the city. He ran before the horse as the king commanded, and shouted out loud, "This is what the good king does to those whom he wishes to honor." It must have been quite an embarrassment. As soon as he got back home, Haman sulked, whined all night, and felt quite sorry for himself. "I'm sick of your whining, Haman," said his wife finally. "Just go through with your original plans and get rid of this Jew once and for all." The next night at the queen's banquet, Haman found himself feeling slightly better. At least he got some royal treatment, he thought to himself. This time, the king was more insistent on finding out what it really was that the queen wanted to ask him. He knew that the wisest women did not always speak their mind immediately. He knew his queen must have a plan in mind. And so, the king asked her, "What is your petition, Queen Esther? Ask, and it shall be granted thee. And what is your request? Ask, and it shall be performed, even to the half of the kingdom." Finally, Esther the queen answered, "If I have found favor in your sight, O king, and if it please you, spare my life." The king was baffled. "What are you talking about, dear queen?" he asked. "We are sold, I and my people." She was on the verge of tears. To be destroyed, to be slain, and to perish. The king Ahasuerus was seething. Who would dare to hurt his beautiful queen? "Tell me who this criminal is," he said. "Where is he who plots this against you?" And Esther said, "The adversary and enemy is the man, this wicked Haman." She pointed a finger at the man who now quivered in fear at their feet. The king could not believe his ears. He stormed out of the room, upset. Upon his return, he found Haman clinging to the queen's feet, begging for mercy. The sight of this pitiful, scheming man angered the king even more. What is he doing to my queen, he wondered. Does he disrespect me in my own palace? The king ordered his bodyguards to seize Haman at once. "O king, look at the gallows," said one of his servants. "They are 50 cubits high. Haman had them made for Mordecai, the man who saved you." "Hang Haman there," ordered the king. And that, as you can imagine, was the end of Haman. To fill Haman's position as counselor to the king, Mordecai was summoned, and the king put his own ring on Mordecai's finger. reassuring the old man that he would never again have to fear for his life or for the life of his people. In the end, the little orphan girl who became queen found a way to save her family and her people. The king gave the minorities permission to defend themselves from their enemies in any way possible. They were welcomed to live in the land, and it was made known that the king approved of their presence. After the queen's true identity was made known, the king realized that it did not matter what her country of origin was, or her race, or her family tree. He loved her for the wise and strong and beautiful woman that she was. Queen Esther had proved her loyalty, and finally, she was able to live in peace and be honest about her origins. The king allowed her and her people to seek refuge in Persia, where they and their descendants lived peacefully for many, many years. As you fall asleep tonight, I wish you peace and security as well. May you rest in the knowledge that everything has its place and time. I hope you enjoyed this legendary story, and that you'll join me next time for another bedtime tale on Soothing Pod. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we explore a retelling of the story of Thisbe and Pyramus, two star-crossed lovers who escape the safety of their homes to spend a night in each other's arms. But before we begin, let us take a moment to relax and find comfort in the space that we are in. Close your eyes and find a comfortable position in your bed. There is nothing for you to do in this moment, but relax and simply be. There are no expectations. There is no to-do list. Now is your time to sink into your mattress and give your body the rest that it deserves. With your eyes closed and your body at ease, try for a moment to imagine a warm, golden light floating above your bed. It meanders through the air, untouched by gravity, dipping and diving lazily as it swoops and sways. This is a ball of light that you can hold in the palm of your hand. Imagine yourself reaching toward the light, gently wrapping your hands around the glowing orb. You can feel the pulse and rhythm of the warm energy inside the orb. You feel a thump, 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 beating steadily against your palms. After a few moments, you come to realize that steady beating matches the slow, relaxed rhythm of your own heart. You release the light from your hands, feeling its warmth wash over your fingertips as the orb moves over your chest. Slowly, it begins to trace along your body. It starts at your head and neck, relieving any tension you may be carrying there. You feel your jaw relax. You feel your shoulders drop slightly away from your ears, giving you much needed space there. But not only does this light release tension in your muscles, it sinks into your head, smoothing over those buzzing thoughts and urging them to be at peace. If your thoughts are a tangled mess of yarn and wire, this light takes a single thread and pulls them into a neat pile. Then, the light traces down the rest of your body. You feel the tension in your chest and around your heart melt away into the mattress underneath you. You feel your lungs slow as you breathe at a natural pace. Follow this light as it floats down both of your arms, unclenching your fists and relaxing each and every finger until your hands sink into the mattress like putty. Feel as the glowing orb floats down your back and legs, undoing knots and putting each and every muscle at ease. And once the light has meandered over your muscles and your mind, bringing relief with it, watch as it hovers once more over your chest. As you breathe in, watch the light expand along with your chest. As you hold your breath, focus on the way the light wavers over you, flickering light candlelight in your dark room. As you exhale, watch the light shrink and shrink and shrink, completely relaxed until it returns to its usual size. Breathe in for 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold for 1, 2, 3. Exhale for 1, 2, 3, 4. Watch the light expand, 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 and flicker, 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 and shrink, shrink, shrink. Breathe in for 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold for 1, 2, 3. Exhale for 1, 2, 3, 4. Watch the light expand, 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 and flicker, 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 and shrink, shrink, shrink. Breathe in for 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold for 1, 2, 3. Exhale for 1, 2, 3, 4. Watch the light expand, 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 and flicker, 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 and shrink, shrink, shrink. Now that we have taken the time to relax and find comfort in the space that we are in, let us begin. It was a warm spring day in the ancient city of Babylon. The egg yolk sun hovered high in the sky, painting the mountainous landscape with dewy rays of light and dark, sleepy shadows. On the first truly warm day of the year, many people found themselves taking a day to relax and enjoy the beauty of the changing seasons. Busy merchants closed their storefronts for the day so they could relax in the shade, sipping hibiscus tea and playing board games with one another. Teachers called off class for the day, instead opting to watch children run in wildflower-filled meadows, giggling and playing as they provided the first glimpses of what their summer was going to look like. On the outskirts of a city, two families had their own way of enjoying the summer weather. The Humusi and Etta families were some of the wealthiest in all of Babylon, but that wealth came at a price. Once loyal allies, a business deal destroyed the relationship between the two families. Their expansive castles had sat next to each other for centuries, making them not only friends, but neighbors as well. When the feud turned the former friends into sworn enemies, a great stone wall was erected between the two estates, separating the families for the foreseeable future. Growing up, Thisbe always wondered what was on the other side of the wall. She was a child of great fortune, always surrounded by books and musical instruments to fill her days with poetry and song. She would often play in the garden, reading her books under the shade of olive and oak trees. She was an only child, a lonely child, rarely allowed to escape the family estate to make friends. With their family status, any journey beyond the estate was one they viewed as dangerous. So, Thisbe got used to spending all her time by herself. And it was quite some time before she realized there was a boy just like her on the other side of the wall. Pyramus was born to the Etta family. He too lived a life of privilege. He loved painting more than anything in the world, and spent many of his days relaxing in the garden with his watercolors. painting masterpieces he knew no one would ever see. Much like Thisbe, he was hidden away from the rest of the world and was an only child with no one to share his experiences with. It was a lonely existence, one that often inspired him to craft paintings that reflected both his isolation and his desire for something more. Many paintings featured a man tenderly touching a woman on the cheek, sharing a moment of connection with her. But he knew it would be a long time before that moment came, perhaps even a lifetime. By the time they grew into adulthood, both Thisbe and Pyramus had an inkling that there was someone their age on the other side of the wall. While Pyramus was painting, he would often hear the melodic voice of Thisbe as she read poetry to herself, clinging to certain lines and repeating them over and over, rolling them over her tongue as if they were sweet nectar. Thisbe, on the other hand, could often hear Pyramus humming to himself. She could hear the clink, 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 clink as he dipped his homemade brush into his cup of water and against his palate. The things he hummed were songs she had never heard before, melodies he had crafted in his head and was putting out into the world, seemingly for her ears only. Thisbe and Pyramus both knew that their families were sworn enemies. They had heard tales about how awful the other family was, how they were traitors and liars, but neither of them seemed to carry that weight or that anger with them. The tales simmered in their parents' generation, but for them, they were merely tales. Their desire for companionship, their desire to be understood, their anger at their parents, those emotions ran much deeper than the legacy grudge that had been passed down to them against their will. That warm summer day, Thisbe and Pyramus were out in the yard with their families. Thisbe lay in the grass on a soft blanket, watching as the bumblebees buzzed between the begonias beside her. On the other side of the wall, Pyramus sat in the shade, admiring the small wild bunnies as they hippity-hopped across the lawn, sleepily zigzagging through the emerald grass. But soon, clouds began to creep across the bright blue sky, as they often do on those first few warm summer afternoons. Before long, a steady rain began to trickle from the sky, providing the lush grass, flowers, and trees with some much-needed moisture. Thisbe and Pyramus's families both wandered back into their warm houses, excited to sit by the fireplace and listen to the rain as they sipped steaming soup and relaxed in the comfort of their homes. But both Thisbe and Pyramus had something else in mind. Perhaps it was the artist within each of them, or perhaps it was the need to be separate from their parents, or perhaps it was fate. Whatever it was, it urged them to stay outside in that summer rain. They both wandered along the edge of the wall, relishing the feeling of the rain against their skin, breathing in the sweet, invigorating aroma of the earth that the storm kicked up into the air. But then, the rain started to fall a little harder. It was cooler now, much more invigorating and inspiring, that it was refreshing and relaxing. Seeking shelter, but wanting desperately to remain outside, the two slunk to a rarely visited edge of the property. For Thisbe, that corner was one shrouded by a decades-old lilac bush, which hunched over, its purple blossoms weighed down by each individual raindrop. She nestled herself underneath the sprawling branches, finding shelter and comfort underneath the fragrant flowers. She breathed in deeply, instantly relaxed by the cozy home she had made for herself. Mere feet away from her, Thisbe found himself sheltering in the corner as well. On his side, an ancient oak tree towered over him, its branches twisted and turned in all directions, all with the intention of catching slivers of sunlight. He slumped against the old oak tree, instantly soothed by the sound of the rain as it tap, 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 tapped against the branches. But there was something else the two hadn't noticed before. In the wall before them, there was a single crack. It ran up the length of the wall, splitting about an inch in the dead center. They both rose to their feet at the same time, taking small steps to reach the crack. Softly, they put their eyes to the hole, finally excited to catch a glimpse of the property on the other side. But instead, they were met with each other's gaze. They both backed away in surprise, startled by the serendipity of the moment. "You must be an Etta," Thisbe said rather quietly, her voice dancing its way to the other side of the wall. "And you, a Hamusi," Pyramus replied, taking a step closer to the wall again. The crack was too small to truly see one another. They could only catch glimpses here and there, the light reflecting off the other's hair, the color of their eyes, a raindrop trailing down over the other's lips. Thisbe introduced herself to Pyramus, quietly reflecting on the fact that they were meant to hate one another. I must admit, dear Thisbe, my feelings for you are far from hate. I've heard you reciting poetry over the wall many times, and I've grown to look forward to your readings. Thisbe found herself blushing. Those moments where she leaned against the wall, reading the poetry from her favorite books, were meant to be private, intimate moments. She tried to only do that when she hadn't heard Pyramus humming on the other side, though clearly her attempts were in vain. And I've grown to look forward to the sound of your humming and the stroke of your brush, Pyramus, she replied, a smile on her lips. Pyramus, too, found himself blushing. Those melodies, the songs he had crafted, all came from somewhere deep inside him, from a place he had never felt comfortable sharing with anyone before. For quite some time, the two sat under their respective shelters, chatting as the rain fell around them. They spoke as quietly as they could to avoid any prying ears, and their soft voices were safely muffled by the sounds of the storm. At first, they spoke of their upbringings. Thisbe told Pyramus her favorite stories from her childhood, the time her mother made her a delicious cake, garnished with flowers from the very lilac tree she was sitting under, the time she tried to sneak off the property when she was a teenager to run away to the sea, but was caught by her parents before she even got a mile away. Pyramus listened to these stories with his eyes closed, her melodic voice blending with the rain was one of the most soothing things he had ever heard. He found himself hanging onto every word, laughing at her humor and admiring the glow of her warm character. Pyramus told Thisbe about his own upbringing, relaying some of his favorite stories from his childhood as well. He told her about the time he tracked paint all over the house when he was trying to make his first painting. He told her about the time he snuck out for the day just to go to the town and buy himself new paints, only to find his father at the same merchant's store, trying to do the same thing. Thisbe found herself giggling at Pyramus's tales. He had a talent for weaving words into beautiful stories that left her wanting more, desperate for more puzzle pieces to put together the picture that was him and his life. Soon, however, their life-changing meeting came to a halt. Overhead, thunder began to crackle and roar, shaking the ground and the leaves hanging overhead. A flash of lightning shot across the sky, illuminating the landscape around them in a bright yellow haze. They reluctantly said goodbye, but not without making an agreement first. On every rainy day, they would meet here, near the crack in the fence. And on days where it was not raining, they would read their poetry and hum, and enjoy each other's company as they had been for the past few years. Thisbe and Pyramus both bounded inside to their respective homes, feeling somehow lighter and more grounded than they had ever felt before. The next few days were lovely, sunny days. The swallows and robins were flitting between the oak and olive trees, singing their song to the universe. The bees were buzzing from flower to flower, carrying pollen with them across the land. And though Thisbe usually enjoyed lying out on the lawn during sunny days, she found herself dreaming of when the next rainy day would come, dreaming of the day she would finally have a chance to escape to her lilac hideaway to swap stories with Pyramus. On the other side of the wall, Pyramus was thinking the same thing. He hadn't had a truly enriching conversation in days. He found himself aching for Thisbe's company, even though he had only spoken to her for a couple of hours. But, as they had promised, they decided to go about their usual routine instead. Thisbe leaned against the wall and recited her poetry. It was a book she had carefully selected, a book full of poems about budding friendships. And when she found herself brave enough over the next several days, those poems transitioned into poems about budding romance. Pyramus listened to every word, even taking the time to write some of them down as she read them, so he could read them quietly to himself when she wasn't near. Though, he had to admit, the words sounded much better coming from her lips. When she was finished reading, Pyramus would begin his painting and his humming. On occasion, he would even speak to himself, though, truly, he was speaking to her. He would murmur about the colors he was picking for his painting, diving into the details of the particular shade he's picked and the reasoning behind it. Thisbe would sit on the other side of the wall with her eyes closed, trying her hardest to picture exactly what he was drawing. As he put paint to canvas, she was painting in her mind, trying to move along with every stroke of his brush. Each day was better than the last, though they couldn't really speak to one another. They were growing closer and closer just through their art. One particularly lazy Sunday, as the sun began to dip down over the horizon, Pyramus took a rather bold step. As he packed up his paint set and she gathered her novels and poems, he gently mused. There were clouds in the sky all day today. Perhaps we'll have rain tomorrow. Thisbe smiled, a warmth flooding her whole body. Perhaps we will have rain tomorrow, she replied. That night, both Pyramus and Thisbe lay in bed, excited for what the morning would bring. And when they woke up in the morning, they awakened to the sound of rain. Thisbe opened her eyes with delight, swiftly wiping away the drowsiness residing within them. She gazed at the raindrops trailing down her window with a whole new sense of admiration and respect. She even found herself opening up her windows to take a fresh breath of the invigorating morning air. For this rain, this moment, it was promising. Pyramus was out the door before he even had breakfast. He hunched over as he scurried across the lawn, all his painting supplies gathered haphazardly in his arms. When he stepped underneath the oak tree, he felt his whole body relax. He closed his eyes and fiddled with his brush as he waited for Thisbe, knowing in his heart that she would be along shortly. He listened to the rain for a few moments, relishing in the dull pitter-patter of the drops landing on the branches, and the tick-tack, 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 tick-tack of the raindrops on the softly swaying leaves. The soundscape of the environment was enough to lull him back to sleep underneath that lofty oak tree. But then he heard Thisbe's voice. "I've been waiting for a rainy day for a long time," she said. Pyramus could tell from the brightness of her voice that she was smiling. The two caught up for a few moments, talking about poems they had exchanged, the melodies he had hummed, the paintings he had created. They spoke with such bliss that it made their whole bodies buzz with admiration and hope for the future. Then Pyramus proposed an idea. He wanted to paint a portrait of Thisbe, a portrait that he could hold on to until he could meet her in person. Thisbe was surprised and delighted by this idea, though she was unsure if she could really describe herself to him. She described her black, waist-length hair, her warm brown eyes, the shape of her nose and her lips. She did so timidly, with an uncertain smile on her face the whole time. Pyramus told her that he had finished painting a portrait of himself for her, though they would have to wait a while for the paint to dry before he could give her the portrait. For the rest of the day, the two told stories and basked in the warmth of their conversation. Pyramus found himself laughing almost constantly. Thisbe was not only a lover of poetry and a poet herself, but quite a comedian. Her way of looking at the world was truly unique, and it made him want to see her, want to hold her even more than he already did. When the day finally came to a close, the rain stopped. Thisbe and Pyramus rose to their feet with a bit of reluctance. Then Pyramus grabbed hold of one of the strong oak branches. He lifted himself a bit higher, just high enough to be able to send the painting of himself gliding over the wall into Thisbe's hands below. When Thisbe looked at the painting, her heart stopped beating. The world around her seemed to freeze as she took in the image of the man she had grown fond of, the man who she was beginning to think she loved. That night, Thisbe and Pyramus both lay in their beds, holding the pictures tightly in their grasps. They wanted to be in each other's arms, to hold one another closely, and it was in that moment that they both knew they had to make that desire a reality. Several days passed before the next rainy day. Thisbe spent most of them reciting love poetry to Pyramus. Pyramus, in turn, spent the days painting beautiful watercolors of places he wanted to visit with Thisbe. It was a beautiful union, regardless of the distance. When the next rainy day came, Thisbe sat under her lilac tree with a single poem in hand. It was one she had penned, one that was the most vulnerable and beautiful thing she had ever written. She shyly read it to Pyramus, her voice quivering in the slightest with emotion. It was a poem that confessed her love, a poem that begged Pyramus to step outside into the world with her. By the end of the poem, Pyramus was in tears. He told Thisbe that he loved her dearly, that there was nothing he wanted more than to hold her in his arms and spend every moment with her. He begged her to meet him beyond the walls of their homes, underneath the branches of the mulberry tree by the river, just up the road. Thisbe agreed, promising to meet him that night under the light of the full moon. The day seemed to move even slower after that decision. Thisbe retired to the house to prepare herself, putting on her finest clothes and gathering her favorite poems to bring with her. As she waited for the moon to rise to its peak, she gazed at the painting of Pyramus with a smile on her face, for she knew soon she would be with him. When the moon rose high into the sky, Pyramus was the first to leave his home. He snuck out the front gate, his heart beating softly in his chest. As he walked down the long dirt road, there was joy in his every step. At the end of the road, the mulberry tree seemed to glisten in the moonlight, a beautiful silhouette beckoning him toward a new start to his life. He sat under the mulberry tree, his gaze fixed firmly on the dirt road, waiting for Thisbe to arrive, and, before long, he could hear the click-clack, 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 click-clack of her footsteps. When she came into view, Pyramus couldn't stand idly by. He walked toward her, feeling as though he was floating, gliding through the sweetest dream he had ever had. She was even more beautiful than she was in the painting he had drawn, and her eyes seemed to glisten with her wit, her intelligence, her love of life. He wrapped his arms around her, drawing her against his chest. They both fought back tears as they stood there in silence for a long moment, simply enjoying each other's touch and company. When they pulled apart briefly, it was so they could gaze into each other's eyes and share their first kiss underneath the moonlight. They lingered there for a long moment, savoring the fact that they had finally met, had finally gotten a chance to kiss one another, as they had dreamt of doing for so many long summer days. They sat underneath the mulberry tree in the moonlight, their fingers tightly intertwined. For the first time, they didn't need to speak quietly. They didn't need to close their eyes to try and imagine one another. It was the sweetest gift either of them had received. Thisbe leaned her head on Pyramus's shoulder, enjoying the safety she felt in his arms. She loved the way his chest heaved when he laughed at her jokes, the way creases would form around the edge of his brilliant amber eyes. There were so many little things about him that she was learning now, and so many things she wanted to learn as time continued on. Before they knew it, the sun was rising over the horizon. Ever so slowly, the landscape around them came alive in stunning shades of yellow, orange, and pink. The morning dew seemed to reflect the sunlight, creating a breathtaking glow to the world around them. They knew it was time to go back, but they clung to one another for a few more moments, breathing in the beautiful morning together. In that instant, Pyramus realized he couldn't imagine another morning without Thisbe. He got down on one knee, taking Thisbe's hand in his own. Their families had been feuding for hundreds of years, and now it was time to put an end to it. It was time to take down the wall. It was time to let love live. He asked Thisbe to be his wife. With tears in her eyes, Thisbe agreed. The road was not easy for the star-crossed couple, but in time, their families grew to see the love between them and accept it. Thisbe and Pyramus built their own home on the other side of their parents' estates. A home lush with lilac bushes and oak trees, where they could often be found reading poetry and painting. On rainy days, they were always outside, curled up in each other's arms. I hope you've enjoyed this story, and it has helped you reach a night of peaceful, relaxing sleep. Please join us again tomorrow for another story. Until then, sweet dreams. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Arif. Tonight, I will be your guide as we explore the biblical story of Samson and Delilah. Many know of the betrayal that took place between the two, but few know of the days of happiness, the days where the two fell in love against the stunning backdrop of the Valley of Sorek in the Middle East. Tonight, we will explore those days and the splendor within them. However, before we begin, let us take a moment to unwind and find comfort in the space that we are in. Find a comfortable position on your mattress and allow your eyes to close. Right now, there is nothing for you to do but simply be. There are no obligations. There is no to-do list. By simply breathing and being present in this moment, you are doing more than enough. Your body will do the rest for you. With your eyes closed, allow your attention to shift to your breathing. Very rarely do we pay any mind to how comforting and relaxing the simple motion of breathing is. As you breathe in, feel how the breath nourishes your body. And as you exhale, notice the way your body relaxes, returning to a place of rest. Comfort can be found in these motions anytime throughout the day. For a quiet moment, allow your mind to wander. Picture yourself lying in a tent outside. This is your tent, so it can be anything your heart desires. Is it a standard tent with a sleeping bag and fluffy pillow? Or perhaps it's a more lush tent. Are you lying in a tent on a queen-sized mattress, wrapped in luxe blankets? Whatever your tent looks like, take a moment to imagine how it feels and picture where exactly you are. Are you on the shores of a stunning, rocky coast, with ocean waves brushing against the coast, over and over and over again? Or Maybe you're deep in a forest, nestled between pine trees, with birds flitting overhead, singing their song into the sea of cedars and birch trees. Wherever your tent is, and whatever is inside it, try for a moment to hear the sound of rain pitter-pattering against the canvas overhead. It is, indeed, raining outside, but you are nice and warm inside your cocoon of blankets, in your safe, cozy bubble. You can just lie there with your eyes closed, soaking in the beauty of the moment. As you breathe in, try and imagine the rain stopping. As you hold that deep breath, hear the sound of the rain gently starting to pick back up again. And as you exhale, relish in the sound of the rain, unleashing into a full downpour, releasing its tension, just as you are releasing your own. Breathe in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And exhale for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Breathe in. Hear the rain stopping. Hold that breath as the rain starts to pick back up. And exhale as that rain pitter-patters, pitter-patters, pitter-patters. Breathe in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And exhale for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Breathe in. Hear the rain stopping. Hold that breath as the rain starts to pick back up. And exhale as that rain pitter-patters, pitter-patters, pitter-patters. Breathe in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And exhale for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Breathe in. Hear the rain stopping. Hold that breath as the rain starts to pick back up. And exhale as that rain pitter-patters, pitter-patters, pitter-patters. Breathe in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And exhale for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Breathe in. Hear the rain stopping. Hold that breath as the rain starts to pick back up. And exhale as that rain pitter-patters, pitter-patters, pitter-patters. Now that we've taken the time to relax and find comfort in the space that we are in, let us begin our sleep story, the tale of Samson and Delilah. The birds were chirping as the sun swept across the land, stirring the villages and animals awake. It was obvious almost immediately that it was going to be a beautiful day. The valley of Sorek was a valley of abundance. The mountains seemed to reach all the way up to the vibrant blue sky that was peppered with stark white clouds. Their hillsides were coated in swaths of green. Olive and fruit trees, ground crops that people had worked for decades to grow and nourish their families and communities with. A small river was laced in between the towering mountains, bringing bright green, fertile soil to the villages and cities dotted along its winding course. A gentle wind seemed to always be blowing through the narrow valley, but it wasn't an unwelcome wind. It was a wind that carried the sense of freshly baked bread and wildflowers and sagebrush with it wherever it went. People would often stop and close their eyes in that very wind, taking in the aromas as a reminder that they weren't alone in this stunning valley, that there was indeed abundance all around them. Many families awakened that morning with smiles on their faces. They rose and greeted the sun to do their morning chores and visit with their friends on the perfect spring day. But there was one individual who wasn't greeting the day with a smile, though he desperately wanted to. His name was Samson, and he was not like the other people in the village. In fact, he wasn't like anyone else in the world. Samson was a Nazarite with immense power bestowed upon him. He possessed superhuman strength, a gift given to him to aid in defeating his enemies and bringing peace to his people. His powers allowed him to defeat entire Philistine armies and protect himself against lions and other creatures he encountered in the wild. Samson was born with a mission, however. That mission wasn't his only goal in life. Traveling around, fighting in wars, sleeping in caves, curled up against a crackling fire. It was a lonely life. Many nights, Samson would sit by the fire and draw in the sand. He found himself often dreaming of a woman with long, dark hair. She had dark skin and warm eyes the color of honey. They would walk through meadows together, hand in hand, whispering to one another in the moonlight about their hopes for the future and their beliefs about the world. In those moments, Samson could be tender. Samson didn't have to be a warrior. He didn't have to be the hope for his people. He could be himself, and that was more than enough. He longed for those moments of relaxation and relief. Those moments where the weight of his obligation could roll off of his shoulders. Those moments where his powers weren't in the forefront of his mind. Those moments where the war and conflict seemed as though they didn't matter at all. Many nights, he would try to get to sleep as early as possible, just so he could spend as much time as possible with the woman in his dream. When he found himself in the midst of battle or cornered by his opponents, he would often clench his hand, imagining that woman's hand in his, giving him strength. He longed for those moments of peace and comfort, and they seemed to find him wherever he was. And that day in the valley, Samson had no idea how much peace he was going to find. Delilah hadn't had an easy life. Surrounded by war, times were always challenging for her. There was always a light in the distance that she just couldn't seem to reach. Much like Samson, Delilah had a strength of her own, a strength that the Philistines used as a weapon. Delilah was beautiful. She had dark black hair that fell in waves down to her waist. Her eyes were kind and the color of honey, and her skin was dark and smooth, always glowing in the light wherever she went. For a long time, the Philistines have used Delilah to acquire information. It wasn't a job she enjoyed. In fact, quite often, she found herself in dangerous situations. But she had no other choice. She had an obligation. Her parents were killed by Nazarites, as was the rest of her family. She was left alone in the world to fend for herself. If she hadn't followed the Philistines' orders, she would have been lost with no money in a war-torn world. It wasn't something she could risk. Every day, she felt as though fate had placed a heavy burden on her, as though it was playing a trick on her, laughing at her expense. But there was some solace in this dark period of her life, though it only found her in her dreams. Every night, she would dream of being with a man. He had tanned skin and dark, curly hair that was so long it swayed when he walked. He was an incredibly strong man, so strong that he could move things with nothing but the flick of his finger. But that wasn't why Delilah was interested in him. That wasn't why she valued their time together. That wasn't why she found herself pining for the nighttime all day long. She valued the man and cherished her time with him because he was kind. He didn't just see her for her beauty. They would laugh together. At first, her laughter was so foreign to her that she herself was surprised with it. As time went on, however, she grew more and more comfortable. Many conversations with the man in her dreams would lead to endless laughter, echoing off the vibrant valley walls. They would often wander through meadows full of wildflowers, trailing their hands through the petals as they waded through the sea of brightly colored flowers. They would sometimes just lie there in the moonlight, soaking in the joy that could be found in each other's company. The peace she found in those moments was unmatched, a serenity that Delilah had never experienced before in her life. On most days, she would spend hours upon hours running errands for the Philistines. She would play a character, a woman in love, a woman wanting nothing more than that man in front of her, when, in reality, all she wanted was to learn his secrets so she could retire home, so she could curl up in bed and fall asleep with a smile, knowing that the time with her beloved was soon approaching. One day, Delilah was sent away from the Philistines with a new task. Apparently, a man was coming to town, a man named Samson. He was the strongest man on earth, a man so powerful that no being could stop him. But his powers came with a secret nobody was able to reveal. Nobody knew where the source of his strength lay. So it seemed there was a way to take his powers away and leave him mortal, just like everyone else. But Samson refused to tell anyone the secret. Delilah was sent to uncover the source of his powers and end his attacks on the Philistines once and for all. Delilah set out on her task, journeying across the city to a ranch where Samson was said to be hiding out. As she rounded the corner around 2 pairs of willow trees, she took a moment just to observe how positively beautiful the area was. Rock walls corralled happy, healthy goats that leapt through soft fields of bright green grass. Bees buzzed from flowering tree to flowering tree, rolling themselves in the pollen and journeying to distant lands with it. Even the house was charming, with several children running through the meadows, giggling and enjoying their time in the sun. Delilah was directed to the barn. As she neared it, she felt something odd within her, a kind of energy she had never experienced before. The energy seemed to draw her closer and closer to the barn, urging her to open the door and face whatever was beyond the doors, to face Samson. She took a deep breath and slid open the door to the barn. At first, she didn't see much of anything, but then, in the far corner of the room, she saw Samson. A sliver of sunlight leaked in through a hole in the roof, illuminating him in a golden glow that stopped Delilah's heart. He was curled up on his side, his eyes closed, his hands cupped underneath his chin. Underneath him was a pile of soft hay, which cradled him as he napped, utterly at peace. Delilah took a few breathless steps toward him, her gaze transfixed on this man, this legend. He was a man of immense strength, a man that could take down entire armies, and yet here he was, looking rather small and completely serene in a pile of hay, napping in the sunshine. But it wasn't just what he was doing that surprised Delilah. It was the fact that she recognized him, that long, dark, curly hair that she had run her hands through countless times, that chiseled jaw, the way his hands folded so neatly underneath his chin. It was the man from her dreams, the man that had been a place of utter comfort for her for months now, the man that made the bleak life she led that much brighter. She felt as though she must be in a dream now. She knelt by his side and simply took him in for a long, quiet moment. She watched as his chest rose and fell, rose and fell, rose and fell, rose and fell, as he took in gentle breaths of the fresh mountain air. She watched as his mouth twitched into a soft smile in his sleep. Was he dreaming of her? She wondered. She lifted her hand, reaching out to tenderly stir him awake. But as soon as her hand reached for him, his eyes opened. They didn't look at Delilah. They looked into her. They burrowed deep into her soul, as if they have hundreds, thousands of times. And in that moment, Delilah knew that was because they had. She recognized the golden flakes in them. She knew the way they sparkled when Samson was happy or at peace. And she knew the kindness inside them, a kindness that made her days worth living. Samson knew her eyes as well. He has just awakened from a dream where he was searching for her. He was wandering through a meadow, but every time he got close to her, she slipped further and further away. It was as if she was leading him somewhere, urging him to keep going and going and going and going. And now, here he was, with her by his side. There were no introductions at first. There were no questions. They both lifted their hands at the same time and pressed their palms flat against each other's. Delilah could feel the warmth of Samson's touch. the way his fingertips curled over hers. She felt emotions welling inside her, emotions that she hadn't ever had the pleasure of feeling. She curled her fingers down, intertwining them with Samson's. They sat there for a long moment, hands tightly clasped together, the pulse in their wrists beating, 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 beating in unison with one another. They gazed into each other's eyes, saying with no words things they had wanted to say in person for months now, things that they carried with them day in and day out, wondering if they would ever be able to escape their lips. Tears began to well in Delilah's eyes. What happened next was natural. She wrapped her arms around Samson, pulling him into an embrace. He cradled her in his muscular arms, holding her tightly against his chest. He felt as though he had his entire world in his arms. He could feel her breath against his neck, feel her hands quivering with surprise and relief behind his back as she drew him closer, as if she was checking to make sure that he was real. Samson choked back the emotion that was threatening to spill out of him at any moment. His days were full of anxiety and stress. His days were centered around survival. But now, at this second, nothing mattered except the woman in his arms. He felt a sense of peace that he had never felt beyond his dreams before. When they finally pulled apart, Delilah put a hand to his face. "You are real then," she managed, her voice trembling with joy. "As are you," he replied, a smile on his lips. They spent no time wondering how this had transpired. They didn't long for logic in this moment, nor did they long for answers. They longed to spend time together, to experience the things they had only experienced in their dreams before. They both meandered out of the barn into the shining sun. With no words exchanged, they both began to walk in the same direction, down into the wild, untamed valley below, where nature was at its finest. They found themselves walking along the winding river. In some places, the river was strong, rising up over rocks, peppered with white caps. In others, it was nothing but a bubbling stream, filling the air with a soothing melody. They stopped at one of these bubbling streams and dipped their toes in the cool, icy water. They leaned back, savoring the feeling of the sun on their skin and the river drifting over their feet. Below, they could see colorful fish gliding through the cool water, weaving through evergreen plants and underneath fallen logs. They watched as the fish moved along in silence. Most days, Delilah would be overcome with a bittersweet feeling as she watched the fish. She used to find herself longing for their freedom, longing to be away from this world of war and obligation. But today, things were different. They made a tacit agreement. Today was the day to escape, a day where nothing mattered but them, their connection, and the beautiful land around them that would help foster that connection. There was no war happening. They had no jobs, no responsibilities. All they had was the water, the sun, and each other. And for the first time in months, they found themselves at peace. Delilah lay back, keeping her toes in the water. Samson lay beside her, intertwining his fingers in her long hair. She watched as his eyes drifted down over her hair, tracing the curve of its waves, until journeying back up again to meet her eyes. She lifted a gentle hand and brushed through his curly locks. It was something she had done in her dreams millions of times. But now it was different. Now she found herself closing her eyes, and as she did so, overcome by a feeling of comfort and serenity she hadn't felt since she was a small child. They began to talk then, shifting between keeping their eyes closed in utter calm and gazing at each other with respect and admiration. Though they were miles from the nearest people, they found themselves whispering to one another in between the sagebrush and the river, telling tales of their childhood, talking about their hopes for the future. They both wanted a life of normalcy. They didn't long for mansions, for palaces, for servants and horses and fine foods. They didn't long for silks, nor gold, nor silver. They both wanted simplicity. They both wanted serenity. They talked about what their dream house would be like. A simple home nestled between the mountains and the river. There would be a large tree in the front yard, perhaps a willow, or maybe an oak tree. Its towering branches would provide them with shade. During the day, when the sun was high in the sky, they would gather under there and recite poetry to one another. They would watch the bumblebees buzz by, journeying from hibiscus flower to hibiscus flower, buzz, 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 buzzing every inch of the way. When they got hungry, Delilah would wander into the backyard and pick fresh fruit from the trees there to eat. They would return to the shade and feast on fresh apples and oranges, relishing their sweetness as they basked in the sweetness of the day. Then they would care for their animals. They would only need a couple just to keep them company and give them something to live off of. They would have names for all their animals, named after inside jokes or after their favorite things. When the sun would begin to set, they would journey to the far side of their land, all the way up the mountain peak that towered above their home. They would sit there, hand in hand, and watch as the sunset painted the valley below in a watercolor of pinks, purples, oranges, and reds. Delilah would rest her head on Samson's shoulder, and they would whisper their favorite poems of the day to one another. At night, they would sleep curled up with each other in a nice, soft bed. They would listen to the crickets outside and end their day with an "I love you" before drifting off to sleep. Delilah smiled at Samson as they were deciding on what they wanted their future to look like. Gently, she took his hand and led him across the shallow creek, bidding adieu to the fish calmly swimming with the current. It was the end of the day now, as they had spent their morning lying by the river, savoring the moment. As the sun began to set, Delilah led Samson up the highest peak she could find. Along the way, Samson stopped, grabbing an orange and an apple off a tree with a smile. "Our home should go down there, I suppose," he said, pointing down at a particularly beautiful stretch of land against the river. Delilah leaned on Samson's shoulder. "It is perfect," she whispered dreamily. They continued their journey up the mountain, biting into the fruits that Samson had picked. Somehow, they seemed to be the sweetest fruits they had ever eaten. Delilah closed her eyes for a moment, enjoying the sweet tang of the orange as the juice glided over her tongue and refreshed her, giving her a boost of energy that encouraged her further and further up the mountain. When they reached the top, it was even better than they were expecting. There was a rock at the edge of the mountain, perfectly perched to look over the valley below. They had a 360-degree view of the land around them. They saw every tree, every home, every bend in the river, every bit of pasture and hidden meadow. For a moment, they stood there in silence, holding hands with one another. It was almost incomprehensible how beautiful it was. For the first time, Delilah found herself thinking about how blessed she was to be living here, how blessed she was to be able to journey over this land, how blessed she was to enjoy its bounty. They sat down on the rock. Delilah nestled against Samson's chest, listening to the soothing beat of his heart as they watched the sun begin to set. First, the clouds were illuminated in a halo of pink and orange. They seemed to pop out against the sky, ensuring people that heaven was closer and even more beautiful than they thought. Then, the colors bled down into the valley below. The river seemed to turn into a river of colors, reflecting brilliant oranges and pinks and purples on every turn and in every rapid. The shadows of the valley shifted and changed as the sun drew nearer to the horizon, painting shapes beyond anyone's wildest imagination. Samson held Delilah closer against him as the sun dipped closer and closer to the horizon. She tightened her grip on his arm and gave him a smile. They were both feeling the same thing, a sinking feeling that the sun was gone, a worry that their lives wouldn't be the same tomorrow. But Delilah brushed those thoughts away when she whispered, "Since our home isn't built yet, perhaps we should stay here for the night so we can watch the sunrise tomorrow together." Samson pressed his lips against Delilah's forehead, savoring the feeling of having her close, of knowing she was protected. He assured her that that was the most brilliant idea he had ever heard. He dipped down into the mountain below, returning with a handful of firewood. He started it with ease. Delilah watched in awe as the sparks seemed to leap from his fingertips, landing as embers into the pile of wood. They held each other as the embers grew and grew and grew and grew until they were licking the edges of the wood, turning into a small bonfire. Overhead, stars began to peek out of the velvety black sky. They shifted their gaze between the crackling fire and sparkling sky, marveling at each of them for as long as they wanted to. For once, they had no obligations or expectations. They could simply be and enjoy being. As the hours passed, Delilah's eyes grew heavier and heavier. She tried to stay awake, but Samson rubbed her back and gently lowered her head into his lap. "Sleep, my love, and I'll wake you up when the sun is ready to greet us." He brushed his hand through her long, beautiful hair. It didn't take long for her to slip into sleep. Samson couldn't help but notice that almost instantly a smile crept across her lips. He watched as her chest rose and fell, rose and fell, rose and fell, rose and fell, as she fell into a rhythm of peaceful sleep. And soon he joined her, his fingers intertwined with hers. I hope you've enjoyed this sleep story, and it has brought you to a night of restful sleep. Please join us again tomorrow for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we travel back to ancient Greece and explore the love story of Helen and Paris. A love story that changed the world forever. Before we begin, however, let us take a moment to unwind and find comfort in the space that we are in, here and now. Close your eyes and allow yourself to get comfortable on your mattress. For just a few minutes, let us turn our attention to our bodies and how they are feeling. Imagine a glowing green orb above your head. This green orb shimmers and shines in your dark room, casting a comforting glow on the walls and the floor. And emanating from this green orb, there is a warmth that makes you feel even more comfortable in your nice, cozy bed. As you breathe in, imagine that glowing green light lowering down, 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 until it is touching your forehead. As the light touches your forehead, it spreads a honey-sweet warmth through your crown and down into your shoulders. You feel it unravel any harsh thoughts, worries, or to-do lists that you've been holding on to. It unspools them like a ball of yarn, leaving you with a manageable thread that you can weave in any way your heart desires. You feel your shoulders drop as any tension you were carrying there melts away. Follow this green light as it trails down, 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 down your body, easing tension as it moves along. Feel that light stopping in your chest, then your arms, and finally your hips and legs. Now, your body should be sinking deeper and deeper and deeper into the mattress as you relax more and more. Now that we have taken the time to find comfort in the moment that we are in, here and now, let us begin our story. The Greek myth we are about to step inside begins with one love story and ends with another. It was a beautiful spring day on Mount Olympus. The white pillars were coated in climbing, flowering vines, which filled the mountainside with an otherworldly floral aroma, putting everyone at ease. And as most spring days are, the day was clear. The skies were a cornflower blue, and the egg yolk sun seemed to meander across it, slower than usual, without a care in the world. Standing upon the mountain, the deities could see far across the land, all the way to the ocean that stretched to the far horizon. They could see the farmland below, flourishing as it shrugged off the winter haze. They could see the children of the local towns splashing in streams and lying in meadows full of wildflowers, embracing the warmth of the brand new season. But this day was not special just because it was more beautiful than most. Today was special because it was the day of a wedding. Peleus and Thetis were to be wed, and all the gods and goddesses were delighted to be in attendance, all except for Eris, the goddess of discord. At the gates, Eris was stopped and turned away. To all the other deities, it made sense. The goddess of discord was the last deity you would want at a wedding. However, Eris felt slighted by this. She stood outside the marble and wrought iron gates, watching as guests arrived and caught up with one another. Eris was not one to be trifled with, and if she couldn't cause discord at the wedding by being present, she knew she could cause it without even having to step foot inside the festive grounds. Eris created a golden apple. This golden apple was heavy, made of pure solid gold that rivaled the color of that sun that was high overhead. Holding the apple would fill anyone with feelings of complete and utter bliss, and with that bliss, a sense of power. Upon the apple, Eris inscribed 3 words that would lay the foundation for one of the most incredible love stories in history. For those 3 words read, "To the fairest," and that apple was placed amongst the goddesses who were gathered under a grove of wisteria trees at the far edge of the venue. Upon seeing the apple, a sense of longing washed over all the women gathered there. But there were only 3 goddesses who laid claim to the apple: Aphrodite, Hera, and Athena. Eris watched through those iron gates with a smile on her face. She had done what she had set out to do. She had turned the evening into one that wouldn't be forgotten, and not for the reasons the happy couple in attendance were hoping for. As the disagreement over the apple grew, Zeus was called on by the other goddesses gathered at the wedding. They asked the great god to mediate, but Zeus knew better than to get wrapped up in an affair of this manner with Aphrodite, Hera, and Athena. Instead, he called upon Hermes. Hermes glided to Zeus's side in a mere instant. Zeus asked the messenger god to take the 3 goddesses down to earth, where they would travel to Troy and speak with Paris of Troy, who would make the final decision in this matter. So, Hermes whisked the goddesses away. They traveled down from Olympus into Troy, where they discovered Paris of Troy in a meadow, leading his flock of sheep. Through his many adventures in life, Paris had become known by everyone as a man of honesty, a man that could be trusted. With such a title, he was the perfect choice to decide the fate of the golden apple. As a child, it was foretold that Paris would lead to the downfall of Troy. Left in the woods on his own as a mere infant, Paris managed to survive. His honesty, intelligence, and beauty proved to bring him far in life. Though he was merely a shepherd, he was well known by the gods and beloved by all around him. When the goddesses stood before him in the golden glow of that spring sun, Paris found himself in an unexpected position. He was, indeed, a man of honesty, but in this case, his honesty would provide a solution. All three goddesses were equally beautiful, each one of them so breathtaking and ethereal that they put the stars and the moon to shame. Finding themselves at a standstill, the goddesses each approached Paris with a bribe. Hera promised Paris ownership of all of Europe and Asia. However, Paris was not swayed by this offer. Truthfully, Paris was a simple man. He wanted nothing more than to live a peaceful life in his meadow or in his olive grove with his flock by his side. All he needed to be happy was the sun and that fresh spring breeze. Next, Athena had an offer for Paris. She enticed him with the promise of immense skill, wisdom, and the abilities of the greatest warriors. Though Athena's offer was more tempting than Hera's, Paris was still not swayed. Then there was Aphrodite's offer. Aphrodite knelt beside Paris, taking his rough hands in her smooth, gentle grasp. In a low whisper, her eyes glistening in the sun, she offered Paris the one thing he truly wanted: the love of the most beautiful woman on earth, Helen of Sparta. Aphrodite had watched the handsome shepherd for quite some time. She saw him in the dead of night when the world was quiet and he was alone. She saw as he ate his meals alone in the light of a fire, glancing across the flames as if he was imagining someone there. She saw as he curled into himself in bed at night, searching for comfort in a lonely world. And she knew, deep within her heart, that there was only one thing that Paris really needed, and that was love. It didn't take long for Paris to agree. His heart was fluttering in his chest because Aphrodite was right. Every night out here has been a lonely one. When he'd lie down in bed by the crackling fire, all he wanted was someone to wrap his arms around. The long days in the meadow would be much sweeter with a lover by his side. The golden apple was given to Aphrodite. who felt the power it held wash over her. She told Paris that Helen would now be his bride, though he would have to go and collect her. And with that, the goddesses snapped their fingers and they were gone. But they weren't the only ones who were transported. Paris found himself on the edge of a riverbed, far from his home. He was in Sparta, just outside an extravagant castle. And inside that castle was none other than Helen of Sparta, his bride-to-be. Although Aphrodite neglected to mention one little detail about their agreement. Helen was already married to King Menelaus. But standing on that riverbed, Paris knew the goddess Aphrodite would be by his side, at least watching over him from the safety of Mount Olympus as he took his bride. He sat down, dangling his feet in the river as the cool water coursed over the smooth rocks. He watched as the current whisked away leaves, bringing them down, 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 downstream. He needed that time to soothe his soul as he waited for nightfall. Because when nightfall came, he would be able to see his bride for the very first time. The hours passed slowly, but Paris didn't mind. He sat with his feet in that river, breathing in the cool, flower-tinged air as he thought about what his life was going to look like from then on. He imagined meandering through fields with his beautiful wife, picking wildflowers and basking in the glow of that brilliant spring sun. He imagined the nights when he'd be lying in bed with her, his arms wrapped around her as the crickets chirped in the sweet grass outside the window, and the moon-infused breeze would sweep into the room. He imagined breakfasts with her. He imagined nights filled with storytelling beside a crackling fire as they laughed and gazed into each other's eyes. But mostly, he found himself imagining what it was going to be like to have a best friend, someone by his side through both the most dramatic and the most mundane moments of his life. It was something he had longed for his entire life. And as that orange sun sunk down over the horizon, casting the land of Sparta in a haze of pinks, purples, reds, and blues, Paris knew that he wasn't going to have to wait much longer. Once night had fallen, Paris approached the castle. High above, he could see a stained glass window brought to life by flickering candlelight. Beyond the glass, he could see the silhouette of a woman. A warm feeling washed over him as he began his ascent up towards her. He climbed over the craggy rocks of the castle walls, carefully gripping around moss and plants that had taken up residency outside the fortress. When he neared the window, he noticed a balcony attached to the room. When the balcony doors opened, he stopped breathing for a moment. He watched as Helen stepped out into the moonlight, clothed in a simple white gown. Her black hair trailed down, 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 down her back, cascading all the way to her waist. She stood facing the ocean, her fingers placed gently on the railing as she took a deep breath of the cool night air, tinged with the aroma of the sea. Paris was absolutely taken by her silhouette, enthralled by her, as if he was under some kind of spell. He was unsure of how to approach her, unsure of how to put his feelings or his reason for being here into words. He didn't want to startle her. But he soon learned that that would be impossible, because Helen glanced over her shoulder and asked, "Are you just going to hang there all night?" Paris found himself smiling. "If that's what you wish, though, I would much prefer taking refuge on your balcony," he said gently. Helen turned to look at him for the first time. Her stunning features were illuminated by the moon, and Paris found himself even more speechless. Her eyes were the color of jade. Her skin was dark like her hair, and her lips were curled into a kind, playful smile. "I was told you would be coming here, Paris," she chimed, "though I wasn't sure if you would bother journeying all the way up here to me." Paris slowly climbed onto the balcony. He leaned against the railing, facing her. There was something in the space between them, a kind of magic, a spark. He couldn't take his eyes off of her, even if he tried. He gently told her that he would journey to the ends of the earth for a woman as divine as her. Helen smiled. "Don't let Aphrodite hear you say that." They stood in a comfortable silence for a moment. They had only met mere minutes ago, and Paris already felt at ease, though he was transfixed by her. He asked her if she wanted to leave with him. He confessed that he wasn't a noble, nor was he a wealthy man. He lived a simple life away from the city, tending to his flock and living alongside nature. It was a life far removed from the life she was used to here in Sparta. But he promised It was a beautiful one. Helen's eyes sparkled as she listened to him speak. It was as though she was drinking in every single word. She told him that she wasn't the kind of person who needed to live in a castle. In fact, she'd prefer not to have a life here in the castle. She would rather have love and adventure than anything that could be found within these walls. Paris took a deep breath. Though Aphrodite had made this promise to him, a part of him was still wary. He wanted Helen to come with him and not to be under some kind of spell, not to spend every day by his side, dreaming of a castle she could never return to. Paris extended his hand to her with a kind smile. Helen placed her smooth hand in his, and the two walked to the edge of the balcony. Paris helped her navigate the walls, apologizing along the way. But Helen simply chuckled at this. "This isn't my first time escaping these walls, Paris," she assured him. There was a mischievous glint in her eyes again, the kind that promised Paris that her beauty was the least attractive thing about her. They landed down along the riverside. Paris took her hands as the two made their way across the cool stream, tiptoeing over rocks and across fallen branches. The night air was alive with the sound of chirping crickets. Moths sailed through the air around them, floating like cotton lost in the moonlight. When they reached the other side, Paris was surprised to see a boat along the shore where he had first arrived. It was the work of Aphrodite, no doubt, and it was something he was very thankful for. Normally, the gods weren't too eager to go above and beyond for mortals such as himself. But in the matters of the heart, Aphrodite certainly seemed to have been on their side. Paris helped Helen into the boat. He asked if there was anything else she wanted to say before he rowed off the shore, before they set off to start their new life. Helen simply patted the soft grass of her homeland and gave it a smile before chiming, "I'm ready to leave with you." So, off they sailed. The wind seemed to die down for them as they sailed across the water. A sea that was usually dark and turbulent seemed almost ethereal tonight. The sky was clear without a single cloud. The moon was full and bright, casting its celestial rays across the calm water, turning its shades of silver and blue and white. Overhead, thousands and thousands of stars sparkled in the inky black sky. It was the most beautiful night that Paris had ever seen, so breathtaking that he found himself looking up to the sky in awe. and when he looked across at his beautiful bride, he was surprised to see her doing the same. He swore he could see the constellations reflected in her eyes as she looked up to the cosmic scene. Her lips were slightly parted in wonder. Her hands were gently laced at the front of her chest, and her hair blew behind her, an angelic sight that Paris took a long moment to take in. He had never seen anything more beautiful. Only when Helen started giggling did he realize he had stopped rowing entirely. The two found themselves laughing in the middle of the sea, with the stars and the moon as their only audience. Already, there was a friendship forming, something that Paris had longed for his whole life. And truly, he wasn't alone in that. Helen has lived a life of privilege, but with that life, there was quite a bit she was missing. She had never worked in a field, never had a job out in the hot sun, never been forced to labor for others. But she had never had a connection either. She lived a life that was a facade. She attended fancy events. She sat in on conversations she had to pretend she didn't understand. She smiled at all the right moments and complimented all the right people for politics. But inside, she wished desperately for something else. No one truly knew her, neither her husband nor anyone else in the castle. She was surrounded by people, but she felt like none of them really saw her. Not until the moment that she caught a glimpse of Paris watching her on the balcony. She had been going about her nightly routine, the one time where she was allowed to be herself, away from the people that needed perfection from her. And there he was, watching her with such admiration and respect. It was something that stopped her heart. Beforehand, Aphrodite had appeared to her in the garden. She told Helen of the deal that had been made, and she also told her who Paris was. He was a man of honesty, of hard work, of kindness, and deep down, he was a lonely man looking for someone to spend his life with. And now, here Helen was, sitting in a boat with him, paddling off to a future with him. They sat in silence for quite some time as they rowed, but on occasion, Helen would catch his eye, and she would feel as though her heart was fluttering. His eyes were dark brown with flecks of amber that were as warm and comforting as his personality. In his gaze, she felt safe. By his side, she felt safe. It was something she had never quite felt before. Soon, they reached a secluded shore. Paris helped Helen out of the boat and led her along the sand, his fingers intertwined with hers. He told her that this was a beach no one else knew of. It was at the edge of a distant peninsula where he would bring his sheep on occasion. On warm summer days, he liked to come out here at night and watch the waves lap the shore. Helen told him that she, too, would do that outside the castle. It was hard to imagine now that they had been doing the same thing on opposite sides of the sea, both trying to find some sense of comfort in their loneliness, but never quite reaching it. Then Paris led her up the peninsula through the woods. Even at night, this forest had a dusting of whimsy in it. It felt safe, like a home that she had always longed for. Owls hooted in the trees overhead, and underfoot, the ground was a soft and vibrant green, peppered with mushrooms and leaves and twigs. When they emerged from the forest, Helen's breath was snatched away from her. They were looking over a meadow teeming with wildflowers that seemed to glow under the light of the moon. The gentle wind caused the wildflowers to sway back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, filling the breeze with the sweet aroma of their nectar. In the moonlight, it almost looked like a moving sea. Helen had never seen anything so stunning in her life. She couldn't contain herself in its splendor. She found herself twirling and skipping her way through the wildflowers and sweet grass, a smile laced on her face, the kind of smile she hadn't had in years. Paris trailed behind her, watching her with nothing but admiration. He had wanted a wife, a best friend, but he hadn't realized just how well their personalities would mesh with one another. Helen was someone who found joy in the simplest things, someone who could discover a meadow on a moonlit night and dance in it as if it were the finest ballroom on earth. Next, they approached the house. It, too, was a simple thing, a single room with a hearth at one end and a bed nestled beside it, piled high with soft blankets. Paris felt a dash of embarrassment. This was a woman coming from a castle, from a luxurious life, and his home was anything but. But Helen beamed at the sight of the room. She immediately slipped off her shoes and crawled into the bed, glowing in the light of the crackling hearth. She patted beside her, asking Paris to join her. "You must be tired," after stealing me away, aren't you?" she asked with a yawn. Paris crawled in bed beside her. They lay there for quite some time, allowing the crackle, crackle, crackle of the fire to fill the comfortable silence. As they drew nearer and nearer to sleep, Paris wrapped his arms around Helen and drew her closer. The feeling of utter peace that washed over him in that moment was unmatched. With her in his arms, nothing else in the world mattered. He held her against his chest, feeling her heartbeat against his own in perfect unison. He knew at that moment that he would never feel lonely again. He knew that his life had been forever changed. It wasn't long before the morning was upon them. The chirping of the birds was the first thing that stirred them both awake. It took them a moment to remember they were no longer alone. Helen smiled at Paris as she stretched. There was joy in her eyes, a kind of hope and happiness that she had never quite felt before. Paris didn't have much to offer her for breakfast, but Helen was still thankful. He handed her a slice of nice, warm bread with honey. Helen ate every last bite, savoring the taste of his hard work. The two then headed out into the sun-kissed fields. Paris had never thought much of his work, but as he was explaining it to Helen, he found her gazing at him in respect and awe. She followed him as he led the sheep further into the countryside. They walked through the wildflower meadow, down alongside a river that laced through an olive grove, and into the foothills of a nearby mountain range. In the shadow of the range, they found refuge from the steadily rising sun. They sat down in the grass there against an ancient oak tree, watching over the flock. There were no people for miles and miles. They were truly alone, far removed from the societies that they had struggled with for such a long time. And in that, they found freedom. They were no longer outcasts. They were no longer alone. They had someone by their side that understood them inherently. For hours, they sat under the oak tree and had a hushed conversation in each other's arms. They told stories. They talked about their pasts, about their dreams for the future, about their views on the beautiful, complicated world that they found themselves living in. It was a conversation that made them feel whole. It was as if every piece that had ever broken off of them was being gently and carefully glued back by the other person. They were being healed by simply speaking with one another, for admitting things that they had never been able to admit to anyone else before. As the sun swept across the sky and began to descend down behind the mountains, it was time for them to return home. They retraced their steps, walking alongside that winding river, through the olive grove, back through the wildflower meadow, and into that tiny, cozy house on the peninsula. When they stepped inside, it truly felt like home. Helen climbed into bed, finding comfort in the cool touch of the sheets. She watched with admiration as Paris lit the fire in the hearth to keep them warm as the mountain air cooled overnight. She watched his features light up as the fire crackled to life, tracing her gaze over his face. The way his eyes lit up when he smiled, the way he scrunched his nose when she made him laugh. They were all things she was falling madly in love with. After he lit the fire, Paris crawled into bed alongside the love of his life. He drew her into his arms. As he drifted closer and closer to sleep, he felt her presence more than ever. She was his partner, his best friend, his companion for the rest of his life, and for that, he was grateful. I hope you have enjoyed this sleep story, and it has brought you a night of peaceful, restful sleep. Please join me again tomorrow night for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams.
Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Chris, and tonight I will be your guide as we explore the epic romance of Tristan and Isolde, a tale of forbidden love that has held significance since the 12th century. But before we begin, let us get the mind to relax and find comfort in the space that we are in. Allow yourself to close your eyes and get into a position that feels right for your body. Feel your body sink into the mattress. Once your body is in a safe, comfortable place, your mind will soon follow. Our goal here isn't to stop the thoughts in your mind. You are a curious and creative person, always working to problem solve and explore. Instead of stopping your thoughts, we are going to work together to take the time to embrace them and guide them in a positive direction. With your eyes closed and body relaxed, picture a castle. The castle you picture will be different than anyone else's castle. It is a castle of your creation, a castle that can serve whatever purpose you desire. As you breathe in, picture that castle coming to fruition. Do you see the stones going in, piece by piece? Perhaps you see the castle rising proudly from the ground in a cloud of dust. Does your castle have towers? Or a moat, perhaps? Is it a castle tucked far back in some dense woods? Or is it on top of a rocky mountain, looking down over miles of farmlands and meadows? With every inhale you take, add more to your castle. This can be wildflowers outside the castle gates, moss and ivory creeping up the stone walls, or stained glass windows that paint the floor inside a kaleidoscope of colors. Breathe in for 1, 2, 3, 4, and hold that breath for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now exhale for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Breathe in for 1, 2, 3, 4, and hold that breath for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now exhale for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now that we've taken the time to relax and find comfort in the space that we are in, let us begin our story. The rain lashed down on Tristan's camp, as though the goddess of the sky herself had been controlling the thunderstorm. Tristan sat underneath a ledge at the base of the mountain, warming his hands over the crackling fire. The walls around him were peppered with moss and crawling plants that seemed to be even greener against the rain. He leaned against them, grateful to have something soft to comfort him on the final day of his long journey. He had been sent by his uncle, King Mark of Cornwall, to journey to a deep kingdom in Ireland and bring him back Isolde, a maiden whose fairness had been talked of all throughout the land. It was a fortnight journey to the kingdom where Isolde resided. She had lived her entire life in a coastal kingdom, nestled on rocky cliffs above the dark blue sea. It was a kingdom that had long been regarded as the most beautiful in the world, which seemed fitting for a woman as breathtaking as Isolde was said to be. Tristan never had time for love or relationships. A warrior by trade, he sacrificed most of his time to protect his uncle's kingdom, the kingdom that he called home. While other soldiers disappeared after finding romance and quit their profession to have farms in the countryside, Tristan's dedication was saved specifically for his kingdom, and his kingdom alone. That's why he found it so surprising he had been sent on this journey in the first place. What kind of maiden was worth having the kingdom's best warrior absent for a month? That night, Tristan fell asleep, listening to the crackle, crackle, crackle of the fire. He listened as the rain made its way down, 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 down the walls of the cliff, and pooled in puddles that peppered the lush, evergreen grass of the forest. Tristan was alone, much like he always was, and though he told himself he didn't mind, he felt as though something was missing that night. He craved somebody to hold, somebody to keep him company in that cave, and soon he would get just that. For the next day, the rain persisted. Tristan urged his horse on toward the town. He knew he was nearing the coastal kingdom, as the aroma of pines and cedar trees was replaced with the briny, magical scent of the ocean stretching onto the grey horizon. He followed a winding path along the cliffs by the edge of the ocean. With every breath of the salty sea air, he felt more and more invigorated, more ready for the task ahead. Isolde had lived her whole life in a simple cabin flanked by willow trees. During winter, she would warm the hearth and sit by the windows, watching the tides move in, then recede. Move in, then recede. Move in, then recede. Move in, then recede. During summer, she would skip along through the meadows and rolling hills, lowering her hands to tickle the wildflowers and long, healthy blades of grass. She loved to lie in the lupines with a book or sit in the daisies, writing poetry until the sun painted the sky pinks and oranges and blues. Now, in the spring, she spent most of her time over the hearth, cooking up stews and soups to help shrug off the last bit of winter that everyone seemed to hold in their bones. The day that Tristan approached the house, Isolde had not yet arrived. She was in a faraway field, collecting rosemary and thyme for a rich potato soup. As she gathered the herbs, she could practically taste the stew. She could practically feel the warmth of the bowl in her hands and the steam washing over her face. The fields were coated in a thick layer of fog, which filled the air with the sweet aroma of the plants, even more brilliantly than usual. As she made her way toward her house, she could just barely make out the outline of a figure standing outside the door. Tristan gazed out into the fog, watching Isolde emerge. The moment she came into view, slinking out of the fog like a magical being, he felt the breath leave his lungs. She was the most breathtaking woman he had ever seen. Her long ginger hair dangled well below her waist, tied in intricate braids that swayed as she walked. Her face was sharp, with large, expressive green eyes. The freckles dotting her face reminded him of constellations on a warm summer night. She dropped the basket slightly as she neared him, her expression changing from one of confusion to one of acceptance. "You're here to take me to the king?" she asked. "I am," Tristan responded. Isolde sauntered past him, the basket dangling limply from her fingertips. She opened the door and set it on the counter with a sigh. "If I'm to journey to another kingdom with you, I believe it would be best to at least know your name," Isolde replied. She leaned on the table casually, a glint in her eye. "Tristan of Cornwall. I am the king's nephew." As he replied, his voice shook in the slightest. He wanted to curse himself. He had never felt unsure of his actions before. Why was he now? Isolde nodded. She gathered a small bag of her belongings and stepped out the door, leading the way to her own destiny. Tristan hopped on his horse and extended his hand to offer her a ride. But Isolde shook her head. "Might I ride my own horse? I'm quite capable." Tristan nodded and watched as Isolde gathered her horse from her small barn. Truthfully, the horse looked much better cared for than his own, and his was a royal horse. It was a stark white horse, which contrasted the dreary day and the grey horizon. Isolde got on the horse and galloped to Tristan's side, Tristan nodded, urging his horse forward, and their journey finally begun. Isolde stole glances at Tristan as they rode in silence. There was no denying the loneliness in his gaze. Though he was strong and capable, with rugged muscles and a calm demeanor, there was much beneath that. To Isolde, there seemed to be a lost child inside, a child wandering aimlessly, looking for a home, looking for comfort. Any time Tristan caught her staring, she would simply avert her gaze back to the misty path with a smile. She didn't want to wed the king. Her entire life, however, she knew that was her destiny. Her beauty had been talked about far and wide, and her parents had made a deal many, many years ago. She had lived her life up until the fateful day that Tristan arrived, waiting, hoping that the king may not come for her. She didn't want to be trapped in the castle. She wanted a life exploring the world, riding horses and foraging in the woods. She wouldn't even mind fighting if it was ever necessary. She had trained with a bow and arrow long ago to protect herself. The thought of having an entire detail dedicated to her protection was both surprising and unwanted. She wondered if Tristan would be part of her detail. Was he to be a permanent fixture in her life now? The lost man? The two rode in silence until they came to the very cave that Tristan had slept in the night before. Tristan dismounted his horse first, then extended a hand to Isolde to help her down. When her hand touched his, a feeling of warmth and belonging washed over both of them. The strange sensation was so strong, so overwhelming, that they both paused, as if they were frozen in time. For the first time, they truly gazed into each other's eyes. Isolde's eyes were speckled green, with dark green rings circling her pupils. They reminded Tristan of the meadows in his kingdom, far away from the reaches of civilization. But Tristan's eyes, they were a brilliant amber. In the setting sun, Isolde could see flecks of gold and red and rust that seemed to flicker and sway. They brought her back to the home that she had left only that morning, reminding her of the flames that crackled in the hearth, warming her home and giving her everything she needed. Finally, the two were thrown back into the present moment. Isolde still sat on her horse, her hand extended and firmly set in Tristan's grasp. Tristan blinked at her and took a deep breath. "I can help you down, my lady." It was practically a whisper. He reached up, wrapping his hand around her waist while helping her down. When she landed, she hovered in his arms for just an instant before pressing on. Moments later, the two sat under the overhang, trying to start a fire. Tristan struggled to ignite the damp wood. Every time he glanced up to see Isolde shivering, he grew more desperate to keep her warm. Isolde smiled at him. She took the flint from his hands and rearranged the firewood to her liking. With a single strike, the fire caught on the tinder and ignited, casting a brilliant glow in the small cave. "Thank you, my lady," Tristan replied. Isolde smiled at him, replying softly, "I've been on my own for quite some time." "I have as well." The words left Tristan's lips before he even had time to think about them. Why was he speaking to a woman he hardly knew in this manner? Why was he speaking to a woman who was to be wed to his uncle in this manner, with such vulnerability and honesty? He shook the thought from his mind. The two ate a small dinner, mostly in silence. When it came time to sleep, Isolde curled up with a blanket and straw she had brought from home. "I have one question I'd like answered, Tristan, if you could be so kind." She was half asleep as she mumbled the words. "What question is that, my lady?" "Is he kind, the king?" "He is very kind," Tristan replied. It was an honest answer, but it didn't make him feel better. This woman, who appeared so calm and accepting of her fate, clearly held reservations. Though he couldn't see it, there was fear inside her. Fear that was desperate to spill over. In the middle of the night, Tristan awakened. To his shock, Isolde was no longer by his side. He launched to his feet, believing she had run off. But he turned to see her sitting on a rock at the edge of the cliff. He approached her gently. Her gaze was turned up to the stars. Her feet dangled freely, swinging side to side like a young child's. "You should get some sleep," Tristan said. Isolde smiled at him, nodding dreamily. "I shall. I just wanted to get another look at my kingdom's sky." The words rolled off her tongue like poetry. Tristan turned his gaze to the sky as well. Somehow, it seemed more vibrant than he had ever seen. "Then I shall join you," Tristan replied, sitting down beside her. For a few hours, the two sat and lay there, looking at the stars overhead. Every so often, they would exchange stories about the stars and the heroes behind them. The last thing Tristan saw before he closed his eyes was the reflection of constellations in Isolde's hopeful eyes. Soon, morning came. But it was not a bright, cheery morning like they had both hoped. The sky was incredibly dark, with black and grey clouds that seemed like they were within arm's reach. As the two began to ride, a downpour started. Tristan called back to Isolde, promising her that the storm would soon pass. But as thunder crackled overhead and lightning shot through the sky, it became more and more obvious that that wasn't going to be the case. The two searched for shelter in a nearby cedar forest. The centuries-old trees provided cover from much of the rain, but they cracked and swayed with the heavy winds that seemed to grow stronger and stronger. As they wandered deeper into the woods, a sweet aroma filled the air. A little in the distance, they could just make out a trail of smoke rising from a chimney. They urged their horses toward it and soon found themselves at a little cabin. Warm light bled out of the single-pane windows, urging them to come inside. When they knocked on the door, a pale woman with an inviting smile greeted them. "Oh, come in from the cold, my dears. Let us get you dry." Inside, the home was lined with hanging herbs, In the center, a cauldron bubbled over an open fire, filling the room with a sweet aroma. The two knelt by the fire as the woman brought them blankets. They told the woman about their journey and their business in the woods. There was a glint in her eye as she listened to their tale. People always seem to wander into my woods when they are on journeys like yours. Journeys to find themselves, journeys to be honest with themselves, the woman said. She scooped out 2 bowls of soup from the cauldron and extended them to Tristan and Isolde. They both took deep glugs of the soup. As they did, it was like a flip was switched deep inside them. The energy in the room and within themselves shifted. They both leaned back on the floor, overwhelmed by the feeling. Tristan looked to Isolde to see if she was okay. And as he did, his entire life changed. Isolde looked like an angel at that moment. He wanted nothing more than to kiss her, to hold her, to protect her. He couldn't believe a woman like her existed. Feelings of warmth and longing raced through his body. It took everything he had to resist leaning over and kissing her at that exact moment. But when he looked in Isolde's eyes, he knew she felt the same. Isolde wanted to collapse in Tristan's arms. She wanted to feel his gentle touch, to hear his laugh, to learn everything about him and his life. It was a feeling so strong, so overwhelming, that it was nearly impossible to ignore. They were in love. Nothing in the world could convince them otherwise, but the feeling was so sudden. "What was in that stew?" Tristan asked, not even bothering to take his eyes off Isolde. "It was a potion, my dear children, that makes you fall for your one true love," the woman said with a smile. Isolde and Tristan couldn't believe what she was saying. There were so many thoughts in their minds, so many things they would have to face. But, for now, they just wanted each other. In the haze of love, they weren't even mad at the witch. The two wandered out the front door and into the rain, trying to catch their breaths and ground themselves. "It will never wear off, my children, so you best embrace it," the witch chimed. With one swift motion, she closed the cabin door behind her, and as she did, the cabin vanished into thin air without a trace. Isolde and Tristan wandered to a nearby willow tree to seek shelter. They nestled under the willow tendrils, listening to the rain trace down over the leaves. For the first time, they really held each other. Isolde rested her head on Tristan's shoulder and listened to the pitter-patter, 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 pitter-patter of his heart. She traced shapes on the back of his hand as she sat there in utter peace, just breathing in the moment with him. "My uncle expects you as his bride, Isolde," Tristan finally managed. As he said it, he drew her closer to him, then added, "What are we to do?" Isolde smiled up at her new love. "We run, my darling." Tristan knew she was right. They would forego the lives they had known and start anew somewhere where they would never be caught. Somewhere where they could live in harmony with each other until their very last days. They would have to escape quickly, because within just a few days, the king would send other guards in search of them. They journeyed for several days, hoping to reach a harbor where they could sail to a distant island. If they could make it to another kingdom, they could live away from the rule of the king. They rode in sync with each other, telling stories and admiring the passing scenery. At night, they would settle down at camp for the night, wrapped up in each other's arms. Tristan would hold Isolde tight from sundown to sunrise, as if he was afraid of her disappearing. While he slept, he would often draw her closer and closer to his chest. Isolde often found herself in a dreamlike state. She would watch him slumber, swiping dark curls out of his face on occasion. She loved knowing he was at peace with his eyes closed. She loved knowing that, truly, he was safe. When they reached the harbor at last, they found something they weren't expecting. The king and his guards waited there. At the mere sight of Isolde and Tristan, the guards launched into action. They grabbed Isolde and Tristan and brought them before the king. The king had heard of their plans. It was hard for someone as beautiful as Isolde to go anywhere unnoticed. He asked what their thinking was. How could his own nephew betray him in such a manner? "Because I love her, dear uncle. I never meant to take anything from you, but she was not yours to take. She is not just a woman of beautiful appearance, but of a beautiful heart, a strong mind, and morals that would please the gods themselves. She is my soulmate. I dream only of her and my future with her." Tristan confessed, bowing at his uncle's feet. His uncle looked up to Isolde, who sat nearby with tears in her eyes. "And you? Do you reciprocate those feelings?" "He is like a piece of me. He is a man of bravery and kindness, a man who has been longing for a companion his whole life. I am that companion. I am meant for him, and he is meant for me." Their words hung in the air for quite some time. Finally, the king nodded. He stepped aside, allowing Isolde and Tristan onto the docks. Tristan paused to shake his uncle's hand. He smiled, telling his nephew, "I can only hope to find love that pure someday." Isolde and Tristan set sail mere minutes later. They watched as their former homeland disappeared behind them. In the distance, they could just make out the misty island where they would make their future together. The misty island where they would spend the rest of their lives. The misty island where they would live in absolute bliss. I hope you've enjoyed this story and it has brought you a night of restful sleep. Please, join me again tomorrow for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Chris, and tonight I will be your guide as we travel back in time and soothe our soul with the mythological story of Parvati and the god Shiva. Before we begin, however, let us take a moment to relax and find comfort in the space that we're in, here and now. Close your eyes and allow yourself to find a comfortable position on your mattress. Keeping your eyes softly closed, take a deep breath in, relishing the feeling of the sweet air nourishing both your body and your mind. As you exhale, embrace the feeling of your muscles relaxing as you sink deeper and deeper and deeper still into the comfortable bed beneath you. Know that any time your mind wanders or unwelcome thoughts find their way into your internal monologue, you can turn your attention back to your breath and the comfort that can be found within it. Picture your bed on a tall mountain peak. You are safely perched up there, completely comfortable and at ease. All around you, you can see the world as it moves with the rhythm of nature and the changes of the day. In the early morning, the mist clings around you, blanketing the forests and rivers and valleys beneath with their beautiful haze. As the sun peaks over the horizon, feel the warmth of those first rays of light kissing your skin. On this mountain peak, you are the first to feel the touch of that sunlight, the embrace of this beautiful, warm morning. From the soft haven that is your bed, you watch as the landscape around you progresses in a time lapse. The egg yolk sun makes its way across the sky in a gracefully high arc, casting dancing shadows across the landscape as the day progresses. And as the sun slips down over the horizon, saying farewell to this beautiful day, it sends swathes of pink, purple, and red across the sky, as its promise that there is more wonder and beauty to be found the next day. As you breathe in, imagine that sun gliding over the landscape in that brilliant arc. And as you breathe out, imagine the stars and moon drifting overhead. Breathe in, feeling that warmth on your skin. Watch the sunlight paint the world around you. And breathe out as the moonlight kisses your skin and the calm energy of night soothes your soul in a way you didn't even know you needed. There is peace in the rhythm of the world, and there is peace in stories about those who craft the rhythm of the world, of people like Shiva. Now that we have found the comfort in the space that we are in here and now, it is time to begin our story. Shiva, the great god, is one of the principal deities of Hinduism. He is the primal Atman, the soul, or the self of the universe. And, as such, he is a god of good and bad, life and death, a god of balance. And even with his power, even with his control over the universe, there was one thing that the god could not control nor deny in the world, and that is love. Sati was a woman of great intelligence and beauty. Born to Daksha, one of the agents of creation, she lived a life of luxury and peace. She was said by many to be Daksha's favorite daughter, and it showed. From a young age, Sati was loyal and dedicated to Shiva. She adored the tales of him, begging her father and mother to tell them to her every night before she fell asleep. As she grew into womanhood, she dedicated her life to Shiva. Though she had all the finest things in life, and though she could marry anyone she wanted, she stepped away from her life of luxury. Instead, she traveled deep into the forests, devoting herself to a hermetic life where she worshipped Shiva. She lived under the stars and survived off of the land, praying to Shiva day and night. Shiva, who lived atop Mount Kailash, saw her acts of devotion. As a god, he could pick any woman to be his bride. He could pick the most beautiful woman, the wealthiest woman, the woman with the most powerful family. But he couldn't take his eyes off of Sati. Some days, all he would do was watch her. Usually in the morning, she would rise from the shelter she had made herself. As she stepped out into the sunshine, she would close her eyes, relishing the feeling of the warm sun on her skin. Bleary-eyed, she would meander through the forest, listening to the birds sing their morning song to the world. Sometimes, she would trail her fingers behind her, letting them run over the emerald leaves and colourful flowers blooming all through the forest. When she got to the nearby stream, she would lower her feet into the water and lean back. Her shoulders would relax as she sunk into the moment, appreciating the simple peace. This was what caught Shiva's attention. It wasn't just her devotion to him, her rejection of her wealthy, privileged life that interested him. It was her appreciation of the world. She walked through the world every day like she was living in a dream. She would pause and bend down to look at the smallest insect and wander through the countryside for hours, just to lie in the softest patch of grass in the wildflower meadow. It was an otherwise ordinary day when Shiva appeared to Sati. She was sitting by the riverside, deep in prayer to him, when she felt a rush of air beside her. When she opened her eyes, she felt utterly breathless, and Shiva felt exactly the same. The minute their gazes intertwined, the rest of the world faded away. They couldn't hear the bubbling creek, the chirping birds flying overhead, the sound of the grass and leaves rustling in the fragrant breeze. They somehow felt both frozen in time and completely untouched by it. Shiva has lived a long time. Living as a god, he has experienced and seen many things. But he had never felt anything nearly as powerful, nor as vital as this. Breathlessly, Shiva reached for Sati. Their souls intertwined by the electric connection running between them. When his hand wrapped around hers, a warmth ran through both of them that seemed to awaken something inside of them that neither of them knew existed. Shiva has always been powerful, and Sati has always been free. But with their fingers intertwined, they were grounded. They were whole. A piece of them had somehow been missing this whole time, and neither of them had been aware of it. From that moment on, Shiva and Sati were inseparable. That very day, they were wed in a small ceremony, though Shiva was eager to show Sati their home up on the top of the mountain. Sati was eager to show Shiva the wilderness that had become her home. She led him by the hand to her favorite places in the forest. First, they settled in a meadow by the bubbling creek, where they had first encountered one another. They walked for quite some time, mostly in silence, letting the sounds of the forest explain their feelings for them. Sati lay down in the grass first, giggling as she lazily stretched amongst the flowers. Shiva settled down beside her, a bit awkward at first. It was only then that he realized he had never lain in the grass before. They curled up next to one another, breathing in the sweet aroma of the plants and the flowers, as they lay there in utter peace and comfort. On occasion, Shiva would reach out and squeeze Sati's hand, but for the most part, he was so transfixed by her that he felt he couldn't move, couldn't breathe. He watched her eyes light up every time a bird flitted across the sky. He watched as delight and wonder glistened in her gaze, like the embers of a fire when the breeze blew a little stronger, or when an animal could be heard rustling through the forest in the distance. She was in touch with the environment around her in an entirely otherworldly way. At one point, Sati turned and caught Shiva staring. She laughed her bright, effervescent laugh, telling Shiva that she was the one who should be looking at him that way. But Shiva could only shake his head and smile at Sati in response. He might have been the god of balance, of good and evil, but Sati was the one who seemed to have understood the world more than he ever could. Then they went and dipped their feet in the river. They were both hot from the feeling of the bright sun on their skin, from the humidity of this sprawling rainforest. The cool water washing over their feet caused them both to sigh and sit back in relief. They spent most of the afternoon there, watching birds dart down into the water to catch insects, leaving ripples in their wake. Below their feet, in the crystal clear water, fish glided by, creating a unique mosaic with their colourful scales as they drifted on down the winding river. It was here that Sati took a chance to gaze at Shiva, the love of her life. Though he was also a god of destruction, of endings and beginnings, there was a constant gentleness to him. He didn't give off the aura of a god. There was nothing intimidating, nothing powerful about his presence, aside from the fact that Sati felt entirely intertwined with him. Though he didn't know it, he too looked at the world with a sense of wonder. Sati watched as he dipped his fingers into the water below, smiling sweetly to himself at the cool touch and the motion of the fish below. He had the spirit she always knew he would have, and it made her more drawn to him than she ever imagined she could be. Then, it was time to travel to their home. Shiva took Sati by the hand and gave her a reassuring smile, telling her that they were about to travel to the place they would spend the rest of their lives together. In the blink of an eye, they were there. High atop Mount Kailash, the cool mountain wind caused Sati to gasp, refreshing her and revitalizing her almost instantly. From up here, she could see the landscape in an entirely new light. She saw farmland stretching for miles and miles. She could see the very river that they had been in mere seconds earlier, lace through the vast countryside, twisting and turning through dozens of different environments. Up here, she too felt like a god. Shiva placed a hand on her back, leading her away from the vista and into their home. His palace that has been his residence for many, many years. Within seconds of crossing the threshold, Sati felt like she had arrived at the place she was always meant to be in. And so, their lives went on in utter bliss every day. Shiva and Sati would awaken wrapped in one another's arms. There was rarely a moment when they didn't have smiles on their faces. They would eat breakfast together and meditate in the garden for most of the morning. Then, Sati would take Shiva's hand and lead him down the mountain to the meadows and forests just a bit below. There, they'd lie in the grass, talk about life, and watch the animals make their way through the forest. For the first time in his entire existence, Shiva was truly, deeply, madly happy. But, unfortunately, even for gods, things don't always go smoothly. Sati's father was displeased with her marriage to Shiva, and thus some problems began to arise. And soon after their marriage, Sati gave her life to prove her eternal love for Shiva. The god of destruction lived up to his name after the death of his beloved wife. From that point forward, nothing was ever the same. Devastated by his loss, Shiva climbed atop the mountain and sat in meditation. But this was no ordinary meditation. Not like the meditation that he enjoyed with Sati, and nothing like the meditation before she came into his life. This was a meditation of grief, a meditation that lasted for thousands of years. Shiva sat atop that mountain, enduring the cold, the snow, the wind, the rain, the hot sun of summer, completely unmoving. The sun rose and set over him endlessly, and the stars in the sky sparkled overhead. In these years of meditation over the loss of his beloved, Shiva abandoned his duties. One day, Brahma, the god of creation, looked down upon the earth and saw that things have changed rather drastically. Nature had lost its luster, and the world and its creatures had fallen stagnant. Brahma could not create and give life to things without Shiva destroying and changing things. The world was stuck in time. Nothing new could be born in this state. But deep within the Himalayas, a child was born. A child that would change the world and bring peace and balance back to the lands. Her name was Parvati, and she was the reincarnation of Sati, sent to awaken her beloved from his deep meditation. When Parvati grew up to adulthood, her deep desire to serve Shiva washed over her yet again, just as it had when she was living as Sati. Though her parents worried deeply about her and didn't approve of the journey she was about to embark on, she pressed on anyway, heading to the cold, icy Mount Kailash to care for Shiva and wait for him to re-emerge into the world. She wanted to be by his side when he opened his eyes for the first time in 1,000 years. But the journey was no easy task. Mount Kailash was the tallest mountain on the horizon. Even from a distance, it was a force to be reckoned with. It rose into the sky with a stark, white, snowy peak that seemed to sprout from the earth with a purely magical purpose. But Parvati was prepared. She was devoted to Shiva, just as Sati had been. She began her journey by walking along the edge of the very river where Sati and Shiva had met for the first time, thousands and thousands of years ago. She felt a twinge in her heart as she walked along the banks of the river, a twinge that she couldn't quite place. She stopped for just a moment to dip her feet in the water and trail her fingers along the surface. She watched fish swim below on the clear, rocky bottom of the river, making their way upstream to whatever treasures it held. She watched as birds dove down and dragged their claws and beaks through the water, leaving ripples and circles in their wake. She felt peace, and though she knew the journey ahead of her was a challenging one, she was strengthened by this moment, feeling as though she had experienced it before. She continued on up the mountain, passing through many beautiful environments along the way. She slept under trees, watching the stars pass overhead, and every time she stopped, she felt a tugging at her heart that grew stronger and stronger. She could feel the divine presence of Shiva meditating as she grew closer and closer and closer to him. Nearly every night, she would start a crackling fire to keep herself warm. For hours, she would stare at the flames as they ate at the citrusy wood, kicking glowing embers into the dark night air. It was a dance of nature that soothed her soul, a dance of nature that reminded her of why she was on this journey. Often, she found herself dreaming of the day that she would be sitting by the fire with Shiva, telling stories and gazing into one another's eyes. She had never felt the inexplicable connection to another person, the way she already felt connected to Shiva. To her, he felt like a piece of her being that was missing. There was a constant hole in her chest that ached in his absence. She knew that the moment he opened his eyes, that hole would be filled. She would be complete, and so would he. But for now, she turned to those crackling fires and starry nights to make her journey more bearable. Along the way, she encountered a young shepherd who joined her for a meal. They sat by the fire and talked to one another, learning about the other's life. The shepherd had been born in these mountains and intended to live in them his whole life. He was seldom lonely up here, caring for his flock. Instead, he was comforted by the beauty of nature around him. He told Parvati that he had the birds, the fish, and other animals to keep him company. Parvati could relate to his appreciation of nature, though she knew it couldn't fill the void she felt inside her. The shepherd was surprised by her devotion, but didn't quite understand it. How could she devote herself to a man she had never met? To a god that may not have even known she existed? But Parvati simply smiled at the man, secure in her goal, confident in what she was meant to do in this life. And the next day, her goal came within her reach. As the sun rose over the snowy peak of Mount Kailash, Parvati saw her love for the very first time. He was silhouetted by the rising sun, which made the sky a breathtaking watercolor of pinks, purples, reds, and oranges. He was unmoving, even as the cold mountain wind blew all around him. Parvati approached him slowly, her heart thrumming in her chest. She gazed upon his face, and a glimmer of recognition ran through her body. One that made her gasp with surprise and delight. He was the most handsome person she had ever seen. His long hair flowed around him, blowing in his face in the wind. She reached forward, softly and gently, tucking his hair behind his ear in a simple act of kindness. The minute her hand brushed the back of his ear, waves of emotion crashed through her body. Happy tears rolled down her cheeks as that hole in her chest seemed to begin to fill, little by little. She felt grounded. She knew instantly that she had made the right choice by coming here. But she also knew that she would need help to truly awaken her love. Atop the mountain, she reached out to the god of love, Karma, asking for his help. She begged him to shoot an arrow of love into Shiva's heart to awaken him. Karma agreed without hesitation. He shot the arrow into Shiva's heart, while Parvati waited in anticipation. For the first time in many years, Shiva felt something. The passion that washed over him was powerful, so powerful that it caused him to stir. He opened his eyes, but instead of looking at Parvati with love, he looked at Karma with rage. He cast the arrow back at Karma, angry that Karma would awaken him into a world without Sati, angry that Karma would ruin his deep meditation. As quickly as he had awakened, Shiva fell back into his meditation, leaving Parvati dumbfounded. She knelt before him, trying to keep the tears from rolling down her cheeks. Clearly, magic wasn't the right way to bring Shiva back into this world, since not even the god of love could stir him awake. But she thought perhaps there was another way to bring Shiva back to this world. Perhaps it was by doing what she had been doing all along, by caring and devoting her life to Shiva. And so, that is exactly what she did. For the majority of the day, she prayed by his side. She closed her eyes and sat on the ground, entering a deep meditation for hours on end. It was the most powerful, enlightening meditation she had ever experienced, and it only grew stronger with each day. The other gods watched this display with hope in their hearts. They could sense a difference in Shiva's energy the moment Parvati began to pray, and they had no doubt that she would be the one to awaken him, to bring him back to this world and to his duties. But days passed, and Shiva remained in his meditative state. When Parvati wasn't meditating alongside Shiva, she devoted the rest of her time to caring for him. Most mornings, she would travel down the mountain to forage. She would search for hours to find the freshest fruit, nuts, and vegetables to bring back up to Shiva. She would place them in a small basket to put on her back, whispering a prayer into each and every one. It was an arduous task, but one that brought her great joy. In each vegetable and fruit, she saw power and energy that she was giving to Shiva. She saw an encouragement for him to awaken, to return to the world and to her. Then, with the fruits in tow, she would meander to a meadow filled with wildflowers. She would pick as many flowers as she could, then sit down in the grass and braid them into a necklace for Shiva. A necklace to show her appreciation, to remind him of the beauty that can be found in the world. With the flowers around her own neck, she would go to the river's edge and wash off the fruits and vegetables, humming and smiling to herself as she did so. It was no easy task. The meditation and the foraging, but they filled her with joy and purpose. Each day that passed was one day closer to truly being with Shiva. Then she'd begin the long, winding journey back up the mountain. She would kneel before Shiva, placing the fruits and vegetables before him. Then she would place the necklace around his neck to comfort him. Some days she would brush the hair from his face. Every single time she tucked a hair behind his ear, she felt that spark ripple through her body. The spark that was impossible to ignore. She knew that her love was in there somewhere, preparing himself to come out. Months passed, and then years. Parvati's meditation went from lasting mere hours to days, to months, and then to years. She no longer collected flowers or fruits and vegetables. Instead, she devoted all her time to meditation alongside Shiva. Through the cold, snowy wind of the mountains, she did not flinch. In the heat of summer, she remained steadfast. The light and energy within her, known as tapas, grew more and more and more. Through her meditation, she became powerful. So powerful, in fact, that Shiva beside her began to feel the warmth of her soul. It was then, after thousands and thousands of years, that Shiva opened his eyes. He was greeted by the sight of Parvati meditating in front of him, sitting on the ground with a smile on her face. Behind her, the sun was setting. The sky was bright with blues, pinks, purples, and oranges, each hue more breathtaking than the last. But it was Parvati that Shiva was mesmerized by. He extended a hand, gently cupping his fingers around her face. She reached up, clasping his hand in her own. When she opened her eyes to look at him, that void inside her was filled, and at the same time, so was Shiva's grief. He recognized her energy and devotion almost immediately. He could not believe that after all these years, Sati had returned to him. Parvati and Shiva were married that very same day. Both powerful beings in their own right. They still completed one another. From that point forward, Shiva returned to his duties, and the two lived on the mountain in serenity and peace. They spent most of their days discussing philosophy, the world, and their love for one another. I hope you have enjoyed this story, and it has brought you a night of peaceful, restful sleep. Please join me again tomorrow for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we travel to ancient Greece, where we will unwind with the romantic story of unconditional love, the story of Odysseus and Penelope, the king and queen of Ithaca. Before we begin, however, let us take a moment to unwind and find comfort in the space that we are in, here and now. Close your eyes and lie down in your bed, giving yourself some time to find a comfortable position. Feel the softness of the mattress beneath you. What points of your body are in contact with the plush bed? Your arms, your hips, your stomach, your legs? Can you feel them sinking deeper and deeper into the comfort of the bed as they relax more and more? This bed, this room, is a safe space for you to come and unwind after a long day. There are no obligations here. There is no to-do list. All that you have to do here is rest. By lying here right now and listening to my voice with your eyes closed, you are doing just that. As we embark on this journey together, and your mind wanders to the sun-kissed shores of the Mediterranean, you will become more and more and more relaxed. As you breathe in, pay attention to how that breath feels in your chest. Feel your lungs and chest expand as you breathe in, and feel your muscles relax as you breathe out. Every breath you take is both nourishing and relaxing, nourishing and relaxing, nourishing and relaxing. If at any point during our story you find your mind wandering, know that you can turn to those deep, slow, nourishing and relaxing breaths for comfort. Now that we have taken a moment to unwind and find comfort in this space that we are in, here and now, let us begin our story. Penelope awakened to the sound of birds chirping in the treetops, hanging over the river that laced through the countryside beside her house. It was the same thing she woke up to nearly every morning. First, she would feel the warmth of the sun bleeding through the glass window pane, leading out to her balcony. Then, she would hear the first chirps of the birds as the sun brushed over them, shaking the chill of night from each and every fluffy feather on their wings. The song of the beautiful birds ensured that every single morning she awakened with a slight smile on her lips, no matter what the day had in store for her. This morning in particular, Penelope felt a lightness and positivity coursing through her body. It was as though some bright, promising energy was enveloping her whole being. She tiptoed out onto her balcony in her nightgown, relishing in the feeling of the cool tiles underneath her feet and the warmth of the sun over her hands and her face. She stood on the balcony for quite some time, breathing in that brilliant morning air and gently humming in tune with the birds that flit from olive tree to olive tree just beyond her balcony railing. Every morning, she watched the birds, but there were two birds in particular that she was drawn to. There was an olive tree that hung over her balcony, brushing the railing ever so slightly, and in that olive tree, tucked in the highest, safest branches, was a nest. The nest had been carefully constructed with love and care many weeks ago, and now it was full of eggs. Two bright yellow birds tended to the nest day and night, never seeing Penelope as a threat. They were a couple that was deeply in love. They took turns sitting on the eggs. Penelope couldn't help but notice that every morning the male bird would take over so the female bird could go off and find herself some breakfast. Before she left, the male bird would nuzzle her feathers, bidding her luck and farewell. Then Penelope would watch as the male bird peeked out from the leaves, waiting anxiously for his wife's return. His eyes never left the skies as he waited for her. And when he finally caught sight of her cresting over the mountain-studded horizon, a brightness would flash across his nutmeg-colored eyes. It was love. There was absolutely no doubt about it. A love that few animals and few humans shared. And this morning in particular, Penelope ached for a love like that. With a war on the horizon, many people of Sparta were clinging to romance as their only comfort, their sole reason for being on this earth. But Penelope was alone. She wrapped a wool blanket around her shoulders, embracing the tender warmth with a weak smile. She longed to have a partner by her side, an equal that would love her the way she dreamt of being loved, who would make her a better version of herself. But few men in Sparta were interested in that. Helen was the woman that all the men dreamt of being with, and many battles were fought just to have her hand. She was a beauty, breathtaking in every sense of the word, and it made Penelope feel even more alone than she already was. No one was fighting battles for her, nor were they begging her father for her hand in marriage. She tried to pretend it didn't bother her, but it did. Marriage wasn't about survival or connections for Penelope like it was for so many others. It was about love and belonging. Eager not to dwell on what she didn't have, Penelope threw on a silk gown and headed out of the house, wanting to occupy both her time and her mind. She went to the library, her favorite place on the estate. There, she could read for hours underneath the filtered sunlight of an old oak tree. She could dwell in foreign lands and magical places. She could learn about places and plants and animals she didn't even know existed. She could read poetry aloud to herself, sweet as nectar on her tongue. And that day, she did just that. She nestled underneath the lofty branches of a powerful, ancient oak tree and popped open a few worn scrolls, reading as the soft sunlight kissed her skin and the fragrant, floral breeze billowed her silk gown and hair. A shadow fell over her by the time she was about halfway through her scroll. And the cause of this shadow was not the clouds, not an unruly branch, but a handsome stranger standing over her with a smile on his lips. "I thought perhaps you may want to read this," he chimed, his voice low and soft. With his rough hands, he handed her a scroll. Penelope regarded the scroll in awe. It was a poem, her favorite poem, in fact, but it had been missing from the library for quite some time. She told the stranger as much, and he apologized, admitting that it was him who had taken the scroll for reading quite some time ago. There was a spark in his eye, a charm and magic about him that was undeniable. Penelope's heart fluttered as she looked up at him, and little did she know he was feeling exactly the same way. He introduced himself as Odysseus. Penelope's eyes widened with surprise. She knew of Odysseus, as did almost all the women in the region, since he was the rightful ruler of Ithaca. Odysseus was a cunning man, a man of intelligence, kindness, and wit. He was the kind of man that Penelope dreamt of meeting, of being with. And Penelope was the kind of woman that Odysseus only caught a glimpse of in his profound dreams. While all the other men battled one another, desperate to marry Helen, Odysseus had his eye on Penelope. Though people spoke of his own intelligence and kindness, he truly believed that Penelope's surpassed his own. She was one of the most intelligent, witty people in the whole kingdom. People often spoke of things she had said or written, and Odysseus had fallen in love with her wisdom and her words well before he even saw her. But seeing her here and now, it just made him fall in love with her even more. Her olive skin, her hazel eyes that glistened a mossy green in the light of the golden sun, her black hair that was carefully plaited on her back, reaching down to her silk dress. She looked like a goddess. The two stood in silence for quite some time, merely taking one another in. Then Penelope sucked in a shaky breath, her heart still fluttering in her chest, and she moved to the side, motioning for Odysseus to join her. They sat under the ancient oak tree for hours. They read aloud to one another, sharing their favorite stories, poems, and novels. Penelope found herself clinging to every word that Odysseus read, and he found himself doing the same. Her words were like music to his ears, music that had been hidden from him for his entire life. Time seemed to pass in both slow motion and all at once when they were together. They both felt a kind of warmth that enveloped their whole being every time they caught each other's gaze, every time they laughed, every time they accidentally brushed hands while they were reaching for a scroll. Before they knew it, the sun had begun to set on the most brilliant day either of them had ever had. It crept closer and closer to the horizon, painting the sky a brilliant watercolor of scarlet, burnt orange, rose, and goldenrod. Penelope gathered her things. The two stood under the oak tree for a few moments, unsure of exactly what to say or how to end this once-in-a-lifetime interaction that they had shared. It was somehow as though they were both breathing for the very first time. Odysseus finally broke the silence. He bowed softly to Penelope with a glint in his amber eyes, offering to escort her back to her home, making sure she'd arrive safely. Penelope's heart skipped a beat at this request, and she felt her face flush a tender rose hue. She accepted, and the two walked back to her home. They talked of anything and everything on the walk, taking their sweet time. What was a meager 10-minute walk was transformed into a half hour, and by the time they reached Penelope's door, the sun had fully set. Odysseus reached out, taking Penelope's hand in his own. With utter respect and softness, he brushed his lips against her hand, bidding her a good night. Before Penelope turned to open the door, she glanced over her shoulder at the handsome man who had been a stranger only hours ago. She asked if he would be visiting the library tomorrow. Odysseus smiled. "If that is where you will be, my lady, then it is where I will be also." With that, the two finally headed their separate ways. The following morning, Odysseus kept to his word. As Penelope rounded the corner to the library with a spring in her step, she spotted him sitting under that oak tree, looking toward the horizon as he anticipated her arrival. It was at that moment that Penelope realized what was truly happening here. The look in his eyes as he waited for her to crest over the horizon reminded her of the look of that little yellow bird as he awaited his true love's return. There was no denying what was happening here, so they didn't. Every day, they met under the tree and read to one another. They lingered for hours, gently brushing against one another, laughing, telling stories, and reading poems. They spoke of their views of the world, their hopes of the future, even the trials of their pasts. And every single second was brilliant. It only took a week for Odysseus to approach Penelope's father, asking to marry her. Her father accepted with no hesitation, knowing Odysseus was a good man. Their first day as husband and wife was one of the best days in Penelope's life. They crossed the threshold into their new home together, and with those steps, they crossed into their new life. And what a brilliant life it was. While most couples went their separate ways without so much as a second glance, Penelope and Odysseus were truly inseparable. They were a pair, a partnership, two halves of the same person. Every moment they were away from one another was a moment where they ached to be in each other's company once more. Every laugh, every smile, every word exchanged between them only made their love grow more and more. Odysseus worked hard to create a space for Penelope to watch the birds every morning. It was something they shared together. Odysseus would sit with her on the patio, wrapping a wool blanket around both of them. He would draw Penelope close, giving her a kiss on the forehead as they both shrugged off their slumber and embraced a brilliant new day together. Finally, at last, they both had the love they had craved. They had found their soulmate, and every instant together was one that reminded them of what life is truly about. But then, something miraculous happened. Penelope fell pregnant with a baby boy. As she gave birth, Odysseus stood by her, brushing hair from her face and holding her hand tightly. They enjoyed parenthood side by side, just as they had done with every other bit of life together. They thought that they couldn't love one another more, that they couldn't love life more. And then their brilliant boy, Telemachus, came along. When Penelope held him on her chest for the first time, she realized that he was a wonderful combination of them both. He had Odysseus's stunning amber eyes, like pools of honey. He had her dark waves of hair and button nose, and it seemed her curiosity for the world. He reached up, tangling his tiny hand in her mane, as his eyes filled with wonder for the very first time. When Odysseus and Penelope gazed at each other, holding their newborn son in their arms, there was a new kind of love shared between them. Once more, their life had become something new, and once more, they were reminded of what life is truly about. The next few months were the most delightful they had ever shared together. They would both awaken to care for the baby together. Some nights, they would recite poetry to the baby in the moonlight, swaying him gently, reminding one another of the first time they discovered that poem together. Some mornings, Odysseus would gently sway the baby side to side, side to side, side to side, as they watched the birds flit through the olive trees overhead. But no matter what, the family was always together. Parental obligations tired them, but also brought them closer together. Parenthood ignited a spark between them that they didn't know could even exist. Every night when they went to bed, they thanked the gods for the blessing of their family, of each other, of what the future held. As the king and queen of Ithaca, they had business to attend to, but they always did so with one another close by. But soon, their fairy tale life changed, and, unfortunately, there was nothing either of them could do about it. The war was no longer on the horizon. The war was here, and Odysseus had no choice but to join the effort. Penelope was terrified of this, but she had faith in her husband, in her family, in the connection they shared. She joined him on the shore as he prepared to set sail for battle. She held their son in her arms as she gazed up at her husband with a smile on her face and tears trailing down her soft cheeks. "How can you be smiling and crying at the same time, my love?" Odysseus asked, wiping a tear from her cheek. "Because I will miss you dearly, but I have no doubt you will return, my love," Penelope replied. She kissed Odysseus and clung to his hands, squeezing them with reassurance. As he walked away to get on the boat, Penelope watched him, her whole being aching to join him, to not leave his side. But, unfortunately, the war had other plans. Penelope went about her duties as queen. Every night, she sat on the balcony, looking out to the sea and waiting for her husband to return home. She would read poetry aloud, trusting that he would feel the words in his heart. She knew her husband was alive. She could feel him with her every moment of every day. And so, when after 10 long years the war ended, and he still didn't return, other people of the kingdom weren't so steadfast in their belief. By the time another few years had passed, they believed in their hearts that without a doubt, the king was dead. Regardless, Penelope refused to give up hope. She sat on the balcony every night, reading to her son and keeping her eyes locked on the horizon, waiting for her love to return, just as the little golden birds had done on her balcony all those years ago. Her husband was the wisest man in the land. He was cunning, strong, and witty. She knew a simple war could not kill someone as brilliant as him. And, in her heart, she could still feel him with her. It wasn't long before the men of the kingdom began to flock to the castle. Suitors, desperate for Penelope's hand in marriage. Penelope turned them away again and again, telling them that she was married and her husband was coming home to be with her and the child that they shared. Soon, that stopped working. The aides and fellow leaders urged Penelope to marry. The kingdom was without a king, and the suitors would eventually lose their patience. Penelope knew this to be true, but she also knew that all she had to do was buy time for her husband to find his way back to her. So, she made an announcement to the kingdom. She would remarry, but there was something she needed to do first. She would weave a shroud for Odysseus's father, and once the shroud was finished, she would wed the man of her choice. The suitors took this promise, eager to have their chance at marrying the queen. But Penelope had other plans. Every day, people of the kingdom and workers of the kingdom would catch sight of Penelope working away at the shroud for Odysseus's father. She worked diligently all hours of the day, weaving a shroud made of beautiful gold thread that reminded her of the sunsets she used to watch with her husband. Everyone was pleased. They saw the queen hard at work and knew it would only be a matter of time before the shroud was finished. Little did they know, every single night, Penelope would tiptoe down to the shroud and undo every bit of work she had done during the day. It was an endless dance she did. Much like Sisyphus, she was destined to do the same task over and over and over. But unlike Sisyphus, she knew that one day she would be free from this task. She still felt the warmth of her husband's love in her heart. She knew he was somewhere over the horizon, trying his hardest to return to her and spend the rest of his life with her. This delicate dance went on for 3 years. The suitors grew frustrated with waiting, and because of this, they started to keep a closer eye on what was happening. Soon, they exposed Penelope for what she was doing. Intensely angered by her betrayal, the suitors stormed the estate, taking and destroying whatever they pleased until she would agree to marry one of them. Penelope knew there was no way to escape this. However, there was something odd she had noticed, something that filled her with hope. That warmth in her chest, the love of her husband, it was burning more intensely than ever. and for a good reason. The morning that the suitors stormed the castle, a beggar arrived on a rickety boat from a distant land. He was a man who had been through much in the past 20 years, a man who was finally returning home. To slip past the suitors and escape their anger, Odysseus disguised himself as a beggar as he approached the island. He had faith that somehow his wife would know it was him, that he had returned to live the rest of his life with her. He gathered at the castle with the rest of her suitors, waiting for her to make an announcement. His whole body was buzzing with anticipation. It had been many long years since he had seen his wife, many long years of him desperately waiting to be by her side, waiting to be reunited with her. The thought of being with her had carried him through the most challenging of storms. It kept him warm on the coldest nights and kept him going when he felt as though his body had given up. She was the guiding light for him through every challenge. And finally, today, he was to be reunited with her. When she opened the doors and stepped out onto the podium, Odysseus felt as though he couldn't breathe. She was even more beautiful than on the day he had left. He gazed at her as though she was the sun, all that mattered in the entire world. And when she began to speak, his knees grew weak. He had missed her voice. He had ached just to hear her speak one more time. Penelope told the suitors that to choose her husband, she was putting them to a test. The one who would pass the test would become the king of Ithaca by her side. The test was simple. Whoever could string Odysseus's rigid bow and shoot an arrow through 12 axe heads would become her husband. The crowd of suitors immediately leapt at this, seeing it as an easy opportunity to marry Penelope. Over the course of the morning, suitor after suitor tried and failed to string Odysseus's bow. It was an impossible task, one that only Odysseus himself would be capable of doing. They walked away, dejected and furious that they had lost their chance to have Penelope's hand, and with it, the entire kingdom. Then it came time for Odysseus himself to try. With ease, he strung his trusty bow and shot the arrows through 12 axe heads. The crowd was silent, in shock. Penelope stood by with tears in her eyes, hands shaking. Odysseus pulled down his cloak, revealing his face, and though Penelope was delighted at the reignited hope of seeing her husband once more, there was anxiety welling inside her. Could it really be him? Was this a trick by the gods? She neared him, her hand outstretched. He pressed his palm against hers, and every bit of doubt drained from her body. The missing piece of her clicked back into place. An electric surge trailed through her body as her heart thudded with warmth. Tears stained both of their eyes as they embraced for the first time in 2 decades. The lovers were reunited once more. Penelope clung to him, burying her head in his chest as she drew him closer and closer. She told him that she knew he would return. She had held out hope all of these years. She knew that if he was in the crowd, if he had returned, he would be the only one able to string his bow. Odysseus brushed the hair from Penelope's face and kissed her gently on the lips, lost in her eyes and in the beauty of this moment. He told her of the journey he had been on, of the odyssey he was on to return to her and their family. He never gave up hope that one day he would be back, holding her in his arms. He knew in his heart that she had remained faithful to him, that they would spend the rest of their lives together in utter bliss. And they did just that. After taking care of the rest of the suitors, Odysseus and Penelope went up to their balcony and watched as the sun set over their kingdom, their hands intertwined, their hearts aflutter. For the first time in so many years, they were at peace. Penelope gazed into her husband's eyes with a newfound respect and admiration, and he did the same. They didn't know they could possibly love each other more, but in that moment, they did. I hope you have enjoyed this story, and it has brought you a night of peaceful, restful sleep. Please join me again tomorrow for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide to a night of restful sleep. We will relax and unwind with this classic Chinese tale, The Rock Maiden, a story about loyalty and love in its purest form. Before we begin, however, let us take a moment to relax and find comfort in the space that we are in now. Close your eyes and allow your body to sink into the mattress. With your eyes closed, allow your mind to wander, untethered and free. Picture a boat on a calm sea during a brilliant starry night. You can see hundreds of stars reflected in the glassy water. As you inhale, try to imagine the sails of the boat rippling slightly as the boat is gently pushed forward by the wind. When you hold your breath, you're going to imagine that boat simply gliding to a stop. And as you exhale, you're going to picture the boat moving along the water at a steady pace, with its sails rippling from your breath. Inhale for 1, 2, 3, 4. Now hold for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And exhale for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Inhale for 1, 2, 3, 4. Now hold for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And exhale for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Continue to breathe, feeling the rhythm of your breaths and watching the rhythm of the boat on that glassy water. Watch the way the sails wave with your breaths and relax in the absence of them. Feel the hidden power you have to guide everything exactly where it needs to go. Watch the boat moving slowly, slowly, and coming to a gentle stop. See the sailors tending to the sails with attention and care, and then watch as your breath sends the sailboat on to a peaceful, starry horizon. Watch the stars twinkle, promising smooth sailing for the remainder of the night. Now that we've taken time to relax and find comfort in the space we are in, let us begin with our story. It was a rainy day in the coastal village. The streets were full of children playing in puddles and dancing in the steadily falling downpour. Adults and teenagers alike scurried through the streets, ducking in and out of warm buildings to escape the drizzle. Others meandered through the streets, twirling umbrellas over their heads and watching raindrop after raindrop catch on the top and then roll off to the soft ground below. Ling Yi was one of those people. She wandered through the streets, twirling her umbrella mindlessly, taking in all the beauty that the rain-washed streets had to offer. Everything smelled so much fresher when the rain fell. She could smell the savory, inviting aroma of the soups and dumplings cooking in street vendors' booths. The steam from the cooking seemed to rise in thicker clouds than usual whenever storms descended upon the town. She could smell the invigorating aroma of the ancient cypress trees that peppered the mountainside just behind the town. And as she neared the harbor, she could breathe in the briny smell of the ocean that stretched to the far horizon. All the fishermen greeted her with warm smiles. They asked her how the new baby was, and she promptly responded by turning her back so they could see her daughter, who was safely swaddled on her back. The fishermen all swooned over the girl, promising that she would be safe as long as they were around. Ling Yi couldn't help but smile at all these men. They, too, had become her family since she married Hai. She saw the men often because she met Hai at the docks as soon as he returned from fishing every afternoon. Even after being married for 3 years, Hai's face still lit up at the sight of Ling Yi. Sometimes he would still be on the boat when he would spot her. He would stumble to his feet, sometimes tripping over nets and ropes to get to Ling Yi as fast as possible. Though they had only gone a few hours without seeing each other, every moment they were apart seemed impossible to bear. They were soulmates in every sense of the word. They supported each other in all their endeavors. They laughed with each other and they cried together. Some nights they would sneak outside once the baby was asleep and lie in the grass, watching the stars in each other's arms. They would tell jokes and giggle, but when they weren't laughing or speaking to one another, the silence was just as sweet. They were completely vulnerable and comfortable with each other in ways that most couples are not. Though they were poor and lived in a rather small home, they both felt rather rich. They knew they had something that few other people in the world had: true, unbreakable love. Ling Yi and Hai walked away from the docks, fingers intertwined. Hai held the umbrella over Ling Yi as they made their way back through town. They followed the winding stone paths up the mountain and into the woods until their small home came into view. Behind the home, there was a simple creek that was perfect for washing clothes. On a day like today, the creek was practically overflowing, filling the entire forest grove with a soothing melody of moving water. It was as if you could hear the cool water dancing over every smooth rock and every fallen branch. Beyond the creek, there was a bamboo grove. On days like today, it made a symphony unlike any other. If you listened closely, you could hear the crackle and clatter of the bamboo as it brushed against each other. The hollow sound of the branches swaying could put Ling Yi to sleep in minutes. That night, they settled down to have a freshly made stew for dinner. The minute the door opened, Hai was overwhelmed by the incredible aroma. Ling Yi always cared for Hai in a way that no other person ever had. She cooked his favorites and relished in watching his reaction as he ate. After dinner, they put their darling daughter to bed. For quite some time, they sat by the fire and watched as she breathed peacefully. They wondered aloud what the sweet girl was dreaming about as they watched her twitch and smile in her sublime slumber. The two retired to bed. As they lay under the covers, Hai drew Ling Yi close. He kissed her forehead and held onto her tightly with his eyes closed, simply enjoying having her close. Ling Yi wrapped her arms around his neck, her breathing slowing with every passing, peaceful second. "I love you, my darling," Hai mumbled dreamily, giving Ling Yi one final hug. "And I love you, my darling, in this life and in the next," Ling Yi responded. In this life and in the next. The words were like honey on his lips. Soon, the two were fully asleep, embracing one another. When morning came, Hai slipped out without waking Ling Yi. With the baby, she rarely had the chance to sleep in. He wanted her to rest up, to have the energy to face the day. So he hovered in the doorway just before he left. He watched her chest rise and fall, rise and fall, rise and fall, rise and fall. He tiptoed over, blew his daughter a kiss, then slipped out the door. He found himself in a torrential downpour, but he left the umbrella. He knew that Ling Yi would insist on meeting him at the docks, and he would rather deal with wet clothes than worry about her or the baby being cold on her walk to see him. He walked to work as usual, filled to the brim with gratitude and love. His job was not easy, but it gave him the ability to support the two most important people in his life. And because of that, he was a lucky man. Ling Yi awakened to the sound of rain pouring over the roof. The wind howled against the trees and the bamboo grove just behind her. She could hear the bamboo clatter against each other like wind chimes, echoing far across the land. She reached over for Hai, only to find a note in his place. It read, "I love you, my darling, in this life and and in the next. I'll see you soon." Ling Yi held the note to her chest in admiration. She felt so fortunate to have found a love like the one she shared with Hai. For most of the day, she cuddled with her baby girl. She started a stew on the stove and relaxed as she watched the steam fill the damp house. The smell of the stew and its warmth created such a cozy atmosphere. She found her eyes growing heavier and heavier by the second. The day passed in that kind of blissful calm. She cared for the baby, wrote some letters on the porch as the rain fell around her, and stirred the stew when the occasion called for it. When it was time to go see Hai, she strapped her daughter to her back and walked down to the harbor with her umbrella, smiling at everyone she passed. But when she arrived at the docks, things were very different. The sailors did not greet her with smiles. In fact, there were very few sailors to even greet her. Those that were on the docks looked forlorn and exhausted. When she asked what happened, the sailors could only respond by shaking their heads and looking to the ground. The storm, a few of them managed. They destroyed many ships. We lost many sailors. Ling Yi shook her head in disbelief. Her husband could not be lost. He was a masterful sailor, a good person, the love of her life. She sat on the dock for hours waiting for him. She listened to the water wash against the shore, then recede, wash against the shore, then recede, wash against the shore, then recede. As the day passed into afternoon, and the afternoon into night, the fishermen that remained urged her to go home. Eventually, several of them walked her home. The majority of the afternoon was a blur, and though Ling Yi was distraught, hope was not lost. "I know my husband is still alive," she told the fisherman. Her voice didn't waver. Her tone was one of conviction, of absolute certainty. The night was long, and when morning came, Ling Yi didn't do her usual routine. Instead, she gathered her baby, put her on her back, and began to climb up the mountain. The trail was long and arduous, especially in the enduring rain. She passed by ancient cypress trees and groves of bamboo that laced up the side of the mountain. She paused on several occasions to catch her breath and enjoy the view. When she reached the top, she stood on a single rock. From the peak of the tallest mountain on the island, she could see everything. She gazed out into the sea, looking for her husband's boat. She knew deep down that her husband was alive. The string that connected the two of them had not been severed. Inside, she felt him still with her. She could almost hear him telling jokes. She could almost feel his warm gaze on her. If her husband had been lost in the storm, he would find his way back to her. They were going to be together in this life and in the next. In his note, he had said he would see her soon. She knew her husband would never break a promise. She stood on top of that rock until the sun began to set on the distant horizon. When night began to fall, she returned home to sleep for the night. And when the sun rose again, she journeyed to the top of the mountain to look out for her husband's ship. This lasted for weeks. Every single day, she spent hours sitting in silence at the top of the hill. The sailors often came to sit with her, trying to convince her to come back down to town. They'd bring her food and words of encouragement, but she didn't budge. She knew her husband would be coming home to her soon. Within a month or two, the whole town knew about Ling Yi. But they weren't the only ones. Tin Hua, the goddess of fishermen, took notice of this loyal woman. For several days, Tin Hua watched Ling Yi from the clouds, her mind filled with both admiration and sorrow. She could see the pain Ling Yi was in. She could see her failing to take care of herself. She could see her wanting so badly for her husband that it was challenging to continue on. A gracious goddess, Tin Hua, came down to the island to speak with Ling Yi on a particularly rainy day. I know you dream of being reunited with your husband, but the days you lie in wait are painful, aren't they, my child? Tin Hua asked. Ling Yi nodded at the goddess. Then I give you this gift, Ling Yi. Tin Hua stepped forward, gently placing her hand on Ling Yi's shoulder. A flash of light appeared between the two as magic filled the air. Ling Yi was turned to stone with her daughter, high up on the mountain top. The smooth stone seemed to sparkle even on the dreary day. It faced the ocean, still keeping watch for the ship that was destined to come. Tin Hua placed her hand on the rock that was once Ling Yi, she whispered to the stone, "You may sleep for now, my child, and when the time comes, I will see you again." Tin Hua disappeared, leaving the stone to stand tall and proud on the mountaintop. The stone's gaze shot out over the horizon and focused on a single small island, an island that Hai had called home for several weeks. The storm had, indeed, destroyed his ship. In the rush of water, Hai prayed to Tin Hua for guidance. The current seemed to sweep him away from the world of dark blue and gray. When he opened his mouth to breathe again, he found himself on a small island. It was nothing but a beach and a small hill with a dense forest. But Hai dropped to his knees and kissed the land, thanking Tin Hua for her kindness. As soon as he got his bearings, he turned to look at his home island, far in the distance. He could barely make it out through the thick fog, yet it still filled him with hope. Quietly, he promised his wife that he would return for her. In time, he would be back for her, just like he had promised. But first, he had to survive. Hai journeyed into the small forest, using bamboo and palm fronds to construct himself a makeshift home. In the dense forest, he was protected from the elements, safe from the bitterly cold rain and the harsh monsoon winds. At night, he would curl up in his makeshift home by a cozy fire. He would watch the light dance against the palm fronds, creating waves of light and shadow that soothed his soul, even in a situation as dire as his own. Out of all things, he found great comfort in that, and he knew exactly why. When he and Ling Yi had just met, they took a walk on a beach one evening. It was the very beginning of their courtship, when they were just growing to know one another. At the end of the walk, Hai could see Ling Yi rubbing her hands for warmth. Hai dropped to his knees immediately and started a fire for her, even though she hadn't asked for one. Ling Yi was incredibly grateful. The two sat by the flames of the fire for hours. It was then that their walls started to come down. They allowed themselves to act goofy, to be their true selves. Sometime long after midnight, Ling Yi started making shadow puppets with the fire against the rocks. Hai laughed and joined in. Until the sun rose, they sat right by the fire, making shadow puppets and laughing with one another. When the sun started to rise, they ran back to town together, hand in hand. And when they separated, Ling Yi gave Hai his first kiss. That memory always brought Hai comfort, even in a situation as uncomfortable as the one he was in now. But that memory also gave him hope. He knew no matter what it took, he would return to his wife and his daughter. They had memories to make together, a future that they needed to live. So, every day, Hai would stand on the beach waving palm fronds, hoping that someone would see him. He knew it was an unlikely area to fish at, but he knew at some point someone would come, and he would wait as long as that took. He spent his days on the beach and his nights in his little hut, watching the fire dance and sway, dreaming of the future where he would be able to hold his wife and baby. But one day, Hai was awakened early by the sound of someone yelling his name. He rose from bed in a hurry and made his way to the beach. There, he saw one of his fellow fishermen. When the fisherman saw Hai, he ran to his side and embraced him in disbelief. "You came looking for me?" Hai exclaimed, tears racing down his cheeks. The fisherman nodded, wiping tears from his own eyes. "I had to. Your wife has spent every single day waiting for you to come home. She said she felt you. None of us thought you had made it, but she made us want to search. She was so sure that you were alive." Hai smiled, fully letting the tears go now. His wife, his sweet, incredible wife. It was because of her faith that he had been found. With no hesitation, Hai hopped on the boat and began the journey home. The boat bobbed over the waves, inching closer and closer to the moment that Hai would be reunited with his loves. The fog cleared as they neared the island. Hai could feel his wife's presence. He could almost feel her in his arms. When they arrived on the dock, Hai stumbled over ropes and nets trying to scramble ashore. The fishermen all tried to greet him, but Hai was determined. "Where is my wife, please?" he asked. The fisherman told him she had waited on top of the tallest mountain, awaiting his return. Hai made his way up the mountain, smiling with every step he took. He passed through the ancient cedar forests, through the groves of bamboo, and on to the top of the mountain. He expected to see his beautiful Ling Yi, but instead, he was met with a large rock. He called out to her, desperate for her, but she was nowhere to be seen. After a few moments, a light appeared before him. Tin Hua emerged from the light, a look of gentle understanding etched on her face. She urged Hai to sit down beside her. Hai, you have a love story unlike any I've experienced across the seas. Your wife waited every day on this mountaintop for you, waiting for you to return to her. I could see her pain growing with every passing day, so I took pity on her and turned her to stone. As Tin Hua explained, Hai placed his hand gently on the stone. Tin Hua continued, and I will take pity on you again. Your love is pure, and your loyalty is unmatched. Please, continue to be kind to one another, and live your lives the way they are meant to be lived. Tin Hua snapped her fingers, engulfing the entire area in a purple light. When the light faded, Hai saw his beautiful wife and daughter standing before him. He wrapped his arms around them, tears streaming down his cheeks. I knew you would come back to me, Ling Yi cried, kissing her husband's cheeks. I felt you. I knew you were still with me. Reunited, the family made their way back home, the smiles on their faces eternal. When they arrived back home, they sat on the back porch, watching the rain fall down. With every blissful gaze they shared, a promise was made. I love you in this life, and I'll love you in the next. I hope you've enjoyed this sleep story, and it has helped you get a night of restful sleep. Please join me again tomorrow for another bedtime story. Until then, sweet dreams.